Do we realize that more than 48% of jobs as of today won't exist by 2035? Do we foresee that more than 1/3 of the skills that the future world will demand from our children are not even considered important today? Do we understand that more than 90% of common mental health and well-being issues go untreated and unaddressed? What is the aspect that a student needs the most in life? It is guidance, scientific guidance. More often than not, we rely on unauthenticated, non-verified, non-personalized sources for guidance. This is as damaging as self-treating with the help of the internet than going to see an expert doctor. CBSE, India's premier education board, and Guinness World Record-winning Lifeology are partnering to organize one of the largest guidance festivals in the world from September 19th to the 24th. The certification program will provide scientific guidance for life and career, along with assessments, games, quizzes, and scholarship opportunities. Top brains from around the world are coming together to guide and mentor our students. National Guidance Festival 2022. Register now.
of class 8 to 12? Are you confused about your career? Do you want to know how to develop 21st century skills? CBSE, India's premier education board in association with Guinness World Record winning Lifeology Foundation, is organizing the world's largest guidance festival for teenagers. Mark your calendar from September 19 to 24. Listen to the brightest brains across the world, interact with expert mentors, and get connected with global wizards. You will end up with perfect clarity regarding career, skill development, and emotional well-being. Also, grab a valuable certificate marking your participation. Don't miss this opportunity. Register now.
Hello, everyone. A very good morning to everyone present here today. Of course, to all the very dear students who would love to probably curl up and sleep on a Saturday morning. Parents who've been supporting them constantly, thank you so much. You guys are the pillars of support for these kids. Thank you so much, parents, for being with them and being with us. Thank you to all the CBSE officials present here, and welcome and thank you to my dear Lifeology Foundation family for being here and has been working day and night to get this done. Thank you, all of you, for making this a success for the past 5 days. While we are on this finale day, it just seems right to thank everyone. I know I didn't want to make it look like a vote of thanks right at the beginning, but then, it's the last day and you can't just help remembering all the good things and, thanking all of them. So that is why it just came out. But then to the point, I'd like to say welcome, a grand welcome to the grand finale day of CBSE Lifeology Foundation National Guidance Festival. Well, I know I'm clapping for myself, but I'm actually trying to imagine that we're in a hall and everyone's like, really applauding. And I wish we could do that. But, that's what came out. So what are we going to discuss today? So we had 5 days. We discussed almost everything. We discussed how to choose a particular career. What are the 21st century skills? What are the 6 points towards the success in 21st century? We spoke about a global career, how to choose a global career. We also spoke about how to make a good portfolio, how to use your social media wisely. Not like, like Chetan Bhagat sir said, it's not like distracting and destroying your life legally by, spending a lot of time on Instagram reels. Well, 1 or 2 might not hurt, but not a lot, right? And of course, how to use social media, how to use even your Instagram wisely, keeping a potential employer in your mind. We also learned how to get maximum scholarships up to 100% waive off on your tuition fee in certain international universities. That's what we learned yesterday. I personally loved yesterday's session because it gave so many important information to all of us, right? And today we have specific sessions. Of course, a highlight of today's session, for me, the highlight will always be the first session that's coming up. I'll tell you about that. But I know you're all waiting for the main session today, which is by Dr. Jennifer Weissman, all the way from NASA. Any space scientists here? Can you all say hi? Come on, raise your hands. Space scientist. Yes. I mean, of course, I don't mean you're a space scientist now. What I meant is any potential space scientist, anyone who aspires to be a space scientist here. Yes, I can see that. Great, amazing. I know this is a really, really popular career. And so we have the best person to talk to you, but a little later, after the first session. So what is going to happen in the first session? You know, Lifeology has always, it's a Guinness World Record winning organization, and they have the guidance app is their biggest strength. It's helped so many students, parents to identify the best career that will make them successful and happy in future, right? And in this regard, we've been conducting many projects across different schools to identify the smartest children there, the smartest students there, and mold them to become future ready. We've been doing that with the cause of giving something towards the next generation. In this regard, we launched Lifeology Youth Ambassador back in April, and that's actually a set of children from different schools in India, UAE, Muscat, Oman, different parts of the world. We've got students from Singapore, right? So we've got different students coming up together. We shortlisted them based on some of the answers that they gave. And finally, we have a cream of 140 students with us, okay? Now, they have worked on the first project, and now they've started the second project. And towards the end of the financial year, they'll start working on the third project. So they're working on 3 projects throughout a year. So they've been put into a group with different, students from different schools. So somebody from Pune, there's somebody from Kerala, there's somebody from Karnataka, there's somebody from Sharjah, there's somebody from Singapore. They've all been put together. That's a massive exposure that we've been giving them. We've been molding them. So we successfully completed project 1. And project 1 was on none other than the most relevant topic for you guys, which is the Great Career Crisis. We were supposed to go to schools, take presentations, and the chapter or the set of youth ambassadors who came back with maximum number of school presentations, who did it with maximum vigor, was selected as the winning chapter of project 1 of Lifeology Youth Ambassadors. And that was chapter number 5. And so we decided to give them the exposure of their life, the opportunity of their life, which is, of course, on this platform, on the National Guidance Festival platform. Today, this chapter is going to present to you, my dear boys and girls, the Great Career Crisis. Their research, they did a lot of research on it. They debated, they deliberated with the Lifeology team among themselves. They came up with their own findings. They put up solutions to this, of course, with our help and our guidance, but they did it all together. And today on this huge platform, they're going to present their findings to you. Are you ready to listen to the Lifeology Youth Ambassadors winning chapter of Project 1, Chapter 5? Are you ready? Yes, I can say that you are all ready. Well, of course, they're still students and they've just, this is probably the first big presentation they're doing. So if there are any slight flaws, I'm sure all of us are going to be very forgiving. But at the same time, let's enjoy the experience. Let's sit back and enjoy let's be curious enough to find out what they're going to say. So my dear students, my dear Lifeology Youth Ambassadors, I am so proud to invite you on this platform. Go ahead, rock it. So let me invite Vidisha, Aparna, Nishita, Neha, and Bhumi to this presentation on the Great Career Crisis. Welcome, all of you. So first, tell me, how are you guys feeling? Come on, unmute yourself. Tell me, how do you guys feel?
Feeling excited, miss.
Oh my God, excitement. I can feel it. I can feel goosebumps. Do you have goosebumps, Nishita?
Yeah, ma'am. But I'm
Nishita,
very
unmute.
excited. Ma'am, can you hear me?
Great.
Yeah.
Amazing. All right. And Bhumi, yes? Bhumi, what about you? This is your first big presentation. How do you feel?
Little bit nervous.
Okay, cool. Amazing. All right. All right. So let's get started. And we also have. And what about you, Bidisha, Aparna? How are you guys feeling? And Neha.
A little bit nervous, but I'm still very excited to be doing this.
No. Don't be nervous. Just don't be nervous. Just be cool. Just relax. Like I always say, take a. Yes.
Chill pill.
Yes. All right. So go ahead, guys. Go ahead. This is your presentation. Go share your screen, tell us what you found out, and rock the presentation. Go ahead.
A very good morning to one and all present here. I hope you're all doing great, and I hope you're all as excited as I am, for it's the last day of the CBSE National Guidance Festival in association with Lifeology. We've had an absolutely packed week with some truly amazing speakers and some truly amazing panelist sessions. And with those sessions, I hope that all of you got at least some clarity about your future. And if not, don't worry, the best is still yet to come. And on that note, I am Neha Vishwanath from Neep Academy, Bangalore, and I am a Lifeology Youth Ambassador. And this is my team.
And hello everyone, I am Vidisha Datta, a 12th grader from Carmel Convent School, New Delhi.
Hello everyone, my name is Aparna Rairoth and I'm a 10th grader from Bhavans Vidya Mandir, Elamakara, Kerala.
Hey everyone, I'm Nishita Khalilkar from India, a 10th grader from school Carmel Academy ICSC.
Hello everyone, I am Bhumi from class 10th grade and from Carmel Academy ICSC.
And we present to you the Great Career Crisis. Before I start, I want to ask the audience one question. Ironically, the answer to this question is another question. What do you think is the one question everyone in this meeting has been asked for sure? For a hint, it's related to a career. I want all of you to put your responses in the chat box. For all of
Yes,
you who
we are getting a few responses. It's just coming in. Yes. Maybe you would want to repeat your question again, Neha?
what is the most asked question to children? What is the one question you think everyone in this meeting for sure has been asked before, and
Yes.
it's related to careers?
Yes. So we have chats coming in. How to choose a career? That could be one of the question. Another question, what do you want to be when you grow up? Anushka. And somebody has said, Aditya Gupta, it could be about choosing your best career. And somebody else, Comedy King, has said, what do you want to be in future? Comedy King, right? Definitely. Well, what do you want to be in future? What is the right career to choose? Who do you want to be in future? Yes, that's the most incoming answer. Is that the question?
Yes, and I think a lot of people got that right. What do you want to become when you grow up? I'm pretty sure we've all been asked this question before. So I want to know, at least as a child, what was your response to this question? I want you to put that in the chat box.
Neha, when I was small, I think before 10 years, my dream was to become a police officer. But now, today I'm an ambassador and my dream is to become a space scientist.
Yeah, I know a lot of people who thought they wanted to become one thing as a child and were very passionate about it, but like life took them somewhere else and it really changed them.
Yeah, so we do have responses also coming in, and that's Rekha Kumar saying software engineer, and then somebody saying a doctor, again software engineer. Software engineer looks like a popular career, by the way. I want to make a career in music, space scientist, I want to be a cricketer. For me, it keeps changing, says Aditya. And somebody wants to become a cricketer, entrepreneur. That just goes repeated. An IAS officer, a space scientist. Yeah, I think this is going to get repeated over and over again.
Yeah, I understand everyone's excitement. Yeah, as a kid, I know that a lot of us, like Nishita and like a lot of you in the chat, who would immediately have a response to say, oh, I want to become a police officer, or oh, a software engineer. And I know there are some of us, myself included, who would shy away from this question and simply say, I don't know. But why is this question so important? For one, we spend 1/3 of our lifetime on our career. Think about it logically. If we take the average lifespan of a human being 75 years, 25 years sleeping, 25 years on food and entertainment and anything like hobbies, and 25 years on our career. And something that we spend so much of our personal time on inherently becomes a part of us and becomes a major part of our identity. And of course, something that's our identity is hence our measure of success and our motivation in life. But how do people select their careers these days? For some of us, it might be as simple as saying, oh, I like it, so I chose a career in it. But is that really how people choose their careers these days? Here are 5 most grave mistakes people make while choosing a career. 1, following the trend. Pretty self-explanatory, honestly. Everyone's doing it, so I'll do it. Everyone's doing it, so it must be right. 2, location and institution bias. An example of this could be, say, maybe you live in Bangalore, also known as the IT hub of India. So does that necessarily mean that you would go down the IT route just because of the facilities available to you? No. 3, modeling others. An example of this could be, say, your parents or maybe your siblings or just someone who you really look up to is, say, a doctor. So you want to become a doctor, not just for the fact that you like the subject or you like serving people and interacting with people as a doctor, but you want to do it because they're doctors. Is that really the right choice for you? 4th, advice from the wrong sources. Now, I understand it's quite difficult to gauge which sources are the so-called right sources and the so-called wrong sources. And we are by no means telling you that your trusted friends and family are by any means the wrong sources. All that we're saying is probably go to a certified career counselor, someone who has worked all their life to helping students just like you and me find their right career. And lastly, in my opinion, the most grave mistake is glamour. An example of this could be, say, how some people, not all, say become doctors, not just for the love of the subject or the love of the service, but because of the respect society gives that role. And on that note, I'd like to hand it over to my teammate, Bidisha, who will formally introduce us to the Great Career Crisis.
Thanks, Neha, for this warm welcome. So, a dream does not become reality through magic. It takes sweat, determination, and hard work. And with that note, I would like to start with the one fact that the world is changing, isn't it? Don't we agree that the world is changing? Now, I would like to ask, what is there in your surrounding that is actually changing?
It may be environmental.
Yes, of course, environment is changing. But can we say with the change of environment, ecology, and evolution, there is a change in the technology advancement as well. And therefore, we are welcome with some opportunities and demands in it. Which leads us to maybe the great career crisis when we do not understand the importance of it. We can see some pictures of the articles and the websites where the great career crisis has been mentioned. So we know it is so important that many of the businessmen and important scholars are writing about it, the meaning of it, and the preventions for it. And we know there are 3 stages of great career crisis in our life. It can be pre-career crisis, mid-career crisis, and post-career crisis. A crisis where a person can have problem in choosing a career, what to do in life, and then even if I have chosen the career, what to do there if I'm not satisfied. And third, there is a point when we are like there is no growth in life, and we cannot see the future in it, and therefore the career crisis comes in the place. So, as we have understood the importance and the meaning of the great career crisis, let us look for the reasons of this crisis. Now, as I have said, the environment is changing. With the change of environment, there is change in technology as well. And therefore, the career growth pattern has changed. We can see that machines have been replacing the daily task because we have been relying on technology as it's advancing, and the daily tasks are been reducing, and thus the manual work as
Just
well.
hold on, Vidisha. Just hold on. I just wanted you all to see one thing. Okay. So
Yes, Nikita.
So this is the robot that I made during my science exhibition. She's the serving robot, which is used in modern technologies and modern restaurants in order to serve the food. To meet the
That's
modern
amazing.
requirements. Yeah.
That's
My
amazing.
God, did you all see that? Nishita, this one more time. Just show that one more time.
Yeah. Just
See the robot that she made. Does it just make it talk or make it work?
yes, ma'am. She works. She served the food.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and many necessary things.
Amazing, amazing. All right. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So isn't the robot making you a bit lazier, Nishita?
Yeah. Sometimes it makes me lazy, but not always.
Yeah. So we can see a disadvantage of the growth of technology as well. We sit at home. The health becomes a bit more like, we grow much healthier, and it's like we are not doing our task on our own. The machines are helping us. The mobile, we are not even looking for the dictionary nowadays. We look for the Google, the meaning of words, isn't it, guys? Do you agree with this? So we can see the machines, the technology has been replacing our daily tasks. And with that, many job roles are disappearing, like the cashier, the travel agent, the translation of the languages. These jobs have been diminishing because their importance have been going down because of the machines, again, I said. But do you know, if we do not have the skills, the modern skills, the 21st century skills, and the competency level, like the skills of communication, teamwork, and critical thinking, decision making, we can always go down with the crisis. But if we do have these skills, you can bounce back from the career crisis. And thus, skills are always important. So, guys, can any one of you guess this person who is smiling in this picture?
Vidisha, do you know I even have the last book of this scientist? It was okay. Yeah, it's
Oh,
here.
great.
So this is the last book written by this scientist.
Okay. Okay. All right. So I think we all saw the name there. Come on, guys. I think you know what? When we do this live, it's aired a few seconds late, so we're just getting the answers right now. So who has said this? The world has changed far more in the past 100 years than in any other century in history. The reason is not political or economic, but technological technologies that flow directly from advances in basic science. Yes, we're getting the answer. Stephen Hawking. Everyone's been saying Stephen Hawking, Stephen Hawking, Stephen Hawking. Oh my God, yes. Apurva, Comedy King, Remix, Nima Parag, Mr. Arjun. Yes, everyone's saying Stephen Hawking. Are they right?
Yes, absolutely. The person is Stephen Hawking. Also, Nishita, can we know the book of that scientist so that we can have one more IQ, one more GK question? Like,
Okay, so the name of the book is The Brief Answers to the Big Questions.
amazing. So, guys, do remember the last book by this scientist is this one. So, if there is a GK question, you can anyways write the answer. Yeah. So, one very important introspective question to all of you. Should we prepare for tomorrow? You may think that the present is important, and why should we worry about your future? But do you know, we eat healthy today for a better tomorrow. We prepare for our exams today for a good future tomorrow, for our good marks tomorrow, isn't it? So why shouldn't we prepare for a career today for a secure and better tomorrow? So absolutely, indeed, the answer is yes. We should definitely prepare for tomorrow. And with that note, I would like to give this lead to my mate, Nishita.
So thank you, Vidisha. So this is why we are at Lifeology, the Guinness World Record winning organization on guidance in the Lifeology Youth Ambassador Program that spread over a month to effectively understand these career crises and to spread awareness on these implementing crises. Now, let me tell you that how we came together. As Deepa ma'am said, there were many registrations from Kerala, Delhi, Maharashtra, Goa, Singapore, Dubai, and
Also, Nishita, just wait a second out of curiosity. Do you remember the time when we also got many registrations from Oman?
oh yes, that's what I said. We had a huge exposure as we were divided into chapters, which include the students from different schools within and outside the India. So basically, we spend our last summer vacations on discussing, debating, and researching the topic. We use various methods of research, such as intensive research within our chapters, discussing with family members, Googling out the information, and we also had weekly sessions where we deliberated and discussed all our findings. So within this research, we were able to spot some careers that may emerge, some careers that may disappear. We also found some keys to 21st century skills required to beat the great career crisis, and finally arrived at some solutions to these career crises. Now, let me tell you one thing, that the journey of 1,000 miles begins with one single step. So now, tighten your seatbelts and get ready to start your journey for your dream job. And Aparna will be telling you about the most important and awaited topics for which we are anxiously waiting for. So over to you, Aparna.
Thank you very much, Nishita. So guys, I hope you all understood how we came together and discussed and deliberated on these topics. And I'd like to share with you one of the most important things that we came across. So that is diminishing careers. So diminishing careers are basically those careers that might diminish in the future. And on this template, you can see a list of careers, but please note that these are not the only careers. There are plenty more that could be added to this list. So if you know any careers of that sort which is diminishing, please feel free to put it in the chat. We'd really like to read it out and do stuff. So yes, now I'll just tell you why these careers are diminishing. Let's take the example of translator. So for me personally, if I want to translate something from one language to another, my go-to person is Google Translate. And I believe it's the same for all of us. So basically, because of that reason, the role of translators is diminishing. Now let's take the example of a cashier. So basically, why go to shops when we can bring those shops to our home, right? Which is exactly what we are all doing right now. So basically, we all like to shop online these days, sitting in the comfort of our home. And that completely eliminates the role of cashiers. Now let's take the example of manual construction workers and assembly line workers. So basically, if you don't know who assembly line workers are, they're simply factory workers. And the reason why these careers are diminishing is because technology and machinery has increased tremendously these days. And because of that, they are able to perform jobs that require physical might as good as, or even better than human beings. Now let's take the example of security guards. So we know that AI is increasing day by day, and AI is able to do the jobs of security guards more precisely and more accurately, which is why the role of security guards are even diminishing these days. Now let's just move on to some emerging careers. So again, on this template, you can see a list of emerging careers. So as I mentioned before, these are not the only careers. So if you know any more emerging careers, please put it in the chat. And yes, now we'll go through these lists of emerging careers. So the first one is alternative energy sciences. So basically, we all use fossil fuels to power up our vehicles and for our electricity purposes and things. But basically, there are two reasons why we should stop using these fossil fuels. Reason number one, they're depleting. And reason number two, the environmental pollution that they are causing. So because of that, it has become essential that we use alternative renewable sources that are sustainable. For example, solar energy and wind energy. So studying about these kind of alternative energy sources is alternative energy sciences. The next one is clinical psychologists. So basically, I think during the pandemic, we all felt really let down emotionally and mentally. And clinical psychologists have definitely made all our lives very easy. So with people understanding the importance of mental health, the career of psychologists are actually booming. The next one is content writing. So basically, I think we all give at most priority to entertainment. And content writing is basically making content for blogs and films, writing scripts for series, and even for YouTube channels. The next one is robotic engineering and artificial intelligence. So these two are the latest additions to technology, and I believe that everyone is quite happy with the advancement that they are having. And so these two careers are actually, making a lot of new changes. They are easing our jobs, and therefore, definitely they are emerging. The next one is actuarial science, which is basically a branch of mathematics and statistics that deals with financial, like, for example, insurance and pension. The next one is blockchain science. So we all know that internet crime rates are increasing day by day, and blockchain is actually a system that makes it difficult to hack or change the internet system. So that is also emerging. The next one is luxury hospitality services. So we are all looking for new experiences, new pleasurable, luxurious experiences that we could cherish in our memories forever. And that is exactly what luxury hospitality services are offering to us. The next one is digital marketing and e-commerce, which is simply, in simple words, is online stores and online shops. And we all love sitting at our homes and ordering stuff from online shops because it saves us time and effort. So I would say digital marketing and e-commerce platforms are taking maximum advantage of the opportunity that they have received. The next one is big data analysis, which is simply dealing with big data and researching about it. The next one is online journalism. So online journalism is actually putting or writing down content related to, writing news online and making articles about it online. So we all prefer reading online articles these days instead of physical articles, because it saves our time and it saves our effort. And yes, the next one is genetics, which is manipulating an organism's genes and researching about it. So I hope you got an idea about emerging careers. Now we'll be moving on to some 21st century skills that we all should equip ourselves with. And for that, I'd like to invite Nishita. So Nishita, the stage is all yours.
Wow, Aparna, today really I came across many new opportunities, which I think many of us didn't even heard of. Like such things I never used to search on Google rather than my school assignments. So, but what if you don't know how to pursue this career? Or what if you don't know how to grab the opportunity? Or what if you don't know how to make ourselves fit in that particular career? Then this will be useless, right? So the skills that you can see on your screen are the inevitable 21st century skills. So let us start with innovation and originality. So what is innovation? Innovation is the process of doing new things to transform your creative and your original ideas into useful applications. And when we talk about originality, it is a term of creating solutions in a different and a unique way. So the second is creative thinking. Always it is suggested to think in a creative way to develop the new ideas. So creative thinking is the ability to come up with unique and original solutions. Problem solving. According to me, it is the best solution to this career crisis, because the problem solving involves discovering, analyzing, and solving the problems to overcome the obstacles and to find a solution. We're also having the collaboration and teamwork. So for this, I would like to give an example of Elon Musk, a man who never went to college in order to study space science, but still developed the world's most successful space company by studying books, by collaboration, by teamwork, and with most importantly, positivity. If we move forward, we're also having initiative and proactiveness. Like taking initiative and being proactiveness is to go above and beyond what is expected from you. Like first, I never expected that I will be an ambassador, but today I am. So this is how you can achieve this by having curiosity and finding new opportunities. we're having decision making. Initially, decision making is all about choosing a career from available options. The better choice you make, the better decision maker you will become. So, for example, you might be having some confusion like what to wear, like what to eat. Like it might happen with you. Like we go to restaurants and we just searching and searching and searching that what to eat, and then we just finally land on Chinese. But this does not make sense sometimes. And we also have the professionals. So when you talk about professional, it's all about your career. It's all about your strength, your life, and the way you give feedback to your parents. At last, we're having the critical thinking to study something in a deep manner, to analyze something, to see the positive and negative aspects of it. So like this were the 21st century skills required. And now let's move on to the generic skills and capabilities. So first we're having networking. So networking is the exchange of informations and ideas among people with common professional, people who are having common dreams, people who are looking for common opportunities. The second is language skills. This includes reading, writing, listening, and speaking in order to communicate in any of the languages across the globe. We are also having the cross-culture adaptation to adapt yourself in the new environment, in unfamiliar culture. Suppose you are from India. Let's take about Mumbai, and you have to migrate to US. But the culture there will be very different from India. The way of living, the way of communication will be very different. So this is how you adapt the new things. At last, we're having the emotional well-being and mental strength. To be well, to fit mentally, free from any kinds of mental strength, depression, sorrow, etc. So these are the general skills and capabilities that are networking, language skills, cross-cultural adaptation, emotional well-being and mental strength, and many more. So hope you guys are now aware of what to do and what to not. But wait, our half of the topic is still left. That is the great career crisis, right? So now I would like to hand over this presentation to Bhumi. Over to you, Bhumi.
Thank you, Nishita. So, how you all felt after hearing the diminution and emerging careers? Let me know in the chat box. Okay, maybe you're a little bit tense, but don't worry. I'm here with the solution to survive that great career crisis. And here we go. The first one is the awareness of students and parents. As I have said, there are many people in the world who follows the trend. And let me tell you, they are losing many things, such as creative thinking, ability. That's why it makes a normal person. So I hope you all understood what the awareness means, right? So the next one, the second one is the scientific assessment where you stand in the society. It is very important to evaluate before choosing the right career. This type of assessment can help you to understand your weak and strong points too. The third one is skill development programs. In the 21st century, it is very important to have a skill. If not, then to develop. I have one question for you guys. Why are the skills required? Can anybody tell me why the skills are required? Come on, why the skills are required? Well, I think it is also required to beat the career crisis. The next one.
Actually,
The
no,
fourth one
said, while you say they are viewing it a few seconds late. So when you move on, the answers would come in. So as it comes in, I'll tell you the answers. You can proceed.
yes. Okay. The fourth one is career counseling by the experts. There are many opportunities available for you to have a good career knowledge about your career these days. There are many experts who have plenty of knowledge regarding your career. They can help you, guide you, lead you in good direction, and can also tell you the merits and demerits. So these were the solutions. Now let's move forward. So why choosing a right career is very important? Can anybody tell me why choosing a right career is very important? Okay, there is one answer because it will help in the future jobs. Yes, correct. To be happy in your life. Yes. Let me also tell you because you should know what the right career contains. So, the right career contains PQ. Now, you all might be thinking, Q means maths. What maths relation here? Let me tell you. PQ means passion, possibilities, and personality. And that's the PQ is. Well, these are the three things to keep in mind while selecting a right career. Now, let's move forward. There is a thought written. Can you all see the thought? Yes. Okay. There is a thought. Choose a job you love and you will never have to work a day in your life. This thought says that if you do something with love and with your heart, it will never be a burden. Instead, it will be a blessing from God. Isn't it? Is this correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, very good. So guys, let us have a quick recap. So today we saw when you can select his or her career and what are the mistakes to be avoided. We also saw how the world is changing and how some of the jobs such as cashier, travel agent, librarian are declining. And also some of the jobs such as genetics, robotics, engineering, etc., are emerging. We also came across some of the 21st century skills followed by skills and capabilities, and believe which are the solution to the career crisis. So that brings us to the end of presentation. I, on behalf of all my group members and all other LifeLodge youth ambassadors, thank you all for attending this program. It was a sincere pleasure to conduct this presentation here. If you have any queries, please message us through the chat box and we will try to clear your all doubts. And yes, at last, we have also arranged a short quiz for you all. So let us see how many of you are paying the attention and how many of you are just sleeping behind camera. So over to you, Bhumi.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move forward with the quiz part. Question part. So there are many questions coming up.
I
The
think
first one,
right, Nishita, were you planning to do a quiz? Nishita?
5 minutes. During last 5 minutes, ma'am.
Last 5 minutes. Okay, fine. So we did have some questions coming in. Well. Okay. So somebody, you know what? The answer of the day will be given to this person. I don't know what is his name, but then you asked why is right career important, Bhumi? And he said to make your wife happy. I think he's already planning for his, a very happy future. So I think you're very smart. We did have a lot of questions. Bhumi, so there's one question that's come in, which is mainly about, do you want to ask Nishita how she made the robot? That's one question that repeatedly came up when she asked that, when she showed the robot. So Nishita, would you want to say like how you made the robot?
Okay, yes, ma'am. So I made this robot with the help of Arduino.
You can show it one more time if required. Yeah.
Yeah. So I made this robot with the help of Arduino. I also use many things such as Arduino Uno, motor driver shield, jumper wires, and many others. So first of all, I was also knowing that how to make a car, how to make a line following car. So I just converted that car into a robot, a serving robot, and to lead this great career crisis.
Great. Amazing.
And also like many things are included in, I think it will take lots of time to introduce it today.
Yeah, no problem. Understood. All right, that's really nice. And I think another question was, I think we had it from our platform, from our application. That was, okay, what is actuarial science? Aparna, do you want to take that question?
Yes, sure. So as I explained, actuarial science is, it's actually a subdivision of mathematics and statistics.
Okay.
So it deals with many financial it basically deals with finance. For example, it deals with pension, insurance, and such financial like actually.
Right. Okay, thank you so much. Then there was a question from Sanskriti. I'm confused and worried about my career. So what do you do when you're confused? What are the solutions that you would propose to Sanskriti, who doesn't know how to choose a career? What would be the solutions that you would propose?
Actually, the main thing is that it is a very natural thing. The career crisis is a very natural thing, and everyone is going through it. It's not just you or me, everywhere, everyone. We are all in this together. So the main thing is to understand what the great career crisis is and be prepared for it. That's the only solution. Just be prepared for it.
Right. Absolutely. And I would, as part of Lifeology, I would also want to add something there, that when you're confused about your career, that is where you don't go in the flow. That's where, what Neha said in the beginning about mistakes that you make. Don't do that. Don't make those mistakes. Don't just go in the flow. Okay, I'm confused. Let me just take what everyone's taking. Don't do that. Take scientific assessments, have structured assessments into your personality, and try to have a counselor map your personality to the right career. Let them do that. Like I said yesterday, I don't know how many of you heard that. I said yesterday that many times a third person will be able to see what you're really good at rather than yourself. And that third person could be a counselor. It could be the scientific assessments that will give you really good insights into where your passion lies and where your skills really lie, right? So that is extremely important. And yes, like Aparna said, be absolutely prepared, be future ready, okay? And be active part of the National Guidance Festival. It's probably the first step, all right? Okay, thank you guys. Thank you, Aparna. Well, I think we do have questions coming in, but maybe we can go ahead with the quiz because we have a hard stop at 10:30. Go ahead, Nishita. So by the time she sets it up, someone has asked, I'm Anika, how to choose a career if I don't have a passion? Okay, so Manisha, okay, you've said your name is Anika. Okay, Anika, if you do not have a passion, then it's all the more easy for you to probably fall in the trend. Okay, now that's a problem. Because if you don't have a passion, then there's nothing conflicting within you. You'll just think, okay, what's everyone doing? Then I'll do it. So it's all the more a reason why you should take professional help to identify where your passion lies. Many times it's that you don't identify your passion, right? So that is one thing that I want all of you to understand, that it may not be easy for us to understand where our passion lies, but people who know us close might be able to say, you always talk about this, you're always interested in this. This is probably where you need to be, and that will get you thinking. Okay, so it's always good to take professional help, to do a scientific assessment on yourself and understand that, okay, where is your verbal intelligence at? Where is your emotional intelligence at? Where are your qualities at? What skills do you have? And accordingly map you to a career so that you will end up understanding that, okay, this is what my passion really was, because that's what I'm good at, right? So take help, take professional help. Do not fall in the flow. Do not go for the glamour of the job. Do not go just with the trend. Look at what you really want and take help for someone to help you understand that. Okay? Right. On that note, go ahead, Nishita. Questions. So this is
The great career crisis, the quiz part.
Yeah.
So we will be giving you some questions to answer. They would be presented on the screen. The rule is you are expected to choose the answer you think is apt and type it in the chat. The first corrected answer would be considered, and even all the right answers would be considered. So don't worry, guys. So the first question, let us see what is it.
Yes.
Hold your seat. Yeah. The first question is, okay, before that, all the best to you guys.
Okay.
So identify the career and determine whether it is emerging or diminishing. Looking at the picture, just identify what the career is.
What could this career be, and determine whether it is emerging or diminishing? Come on, guys. There is this man sitting, amidst a lot of information around him, right? So what is it? Is it an emerging career or a diminishing career? And what is it? Okay, somebody has said this is an emerging career, but Nima, can you also say what this career is? Can you identify the career from the picture? There are people saying
said diminishing.
Diminishing.
As well.
Okay, what is this career? Translator. Someone says it's a translator. Okay, is that right?
So the answer is translator, diminishing.
Good
So,
job,
yeah.
Leela. Leela Bais had answered it first. So good job, Leela. Translator. Yes, go ahead. Next question.
So the next question is identify the career again and determine whether it is emerging or diminishing.
Okay. Someone's with a lot of data and analytics. Identify the career and determine whether it is emerging or diminishing. Come on. What is this one? Okay. Someone says, oh yeah, they're still a translator. So now we're moving on to the next one. Yeah, again, there are a lot of emerging, diminishing. Someone says teaching, and they say diminishing, emerging, okay? Language and career expert, graphic data scientist, as someone said, emerging. Data analyst is another answer that's come in. Yes. Is any one of these right so far?
So let us see the answer. The answer is data scientist. Excellent, guys. And it is a emerging career. You are right.
Amazing. All right. So who said data scientist first? Let me try to find out. Oh, that's some Python programmer. Okay, good job, Python programmer. Data scientist is the right answer, and it is an emerging career. Good job. Let's move on.
Now, the third question is dash thinking enables us to analyze information and experiences. There are 4 options. The first is creative, then positive, then critical, then negative.
Okay. Does anyone think it's negative thinking? All right. Dash thinking enables us to analyze information and experiences. What type of thinking helps you, think about, analyze the information and experiences as a third person? How do you stand out of the situation and analyze it? What thinking is that? Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, a lot of them are saying critical thinking, positive thinking. I think critical and positive has come in most of the time.
Creative also. They are saying creative as well.
Yes, creative is also there. Somebody said negative. Gaganjeet Kaur, how can it be negative? Negative thinking will not let you think of anything, but it keep telling you that you're not worth it. You cannot do it. That's the voice you should silence. Okay, so what's the right answer, girls? Go ahead.
So let us look for the right answer. And the right answer is critical thinking. Absolutely, guys. Option C. Option C.
Yes,
you are correct.
The answer was given by Sarwa Tari Emmy. Critical thinking. She's the first one who gave. Okay, a lot of them gave after that, but then she's the first. That Shamal Chaudhary. There is so many of them who said multi-drawing, who said critical. There is Shabina Parveen. So congratulations, critical is correct. Let's move on.
So the next question, that is a fourth question, is which is not a grave mistake we make while choosing a career? So the 4 options are: first, location and institutional bias; second, introspecting and finding something which we love to do; C, following the trend; D, all of these are errors. So which is not the grave mistake we make while choosing a career?
Which is it? Come on. Yes.
Option D, B, A.
Oh my God. That's like
all the options. So many of them saying a B is the right answer.
Right? So what is the right answer? Come on, go ahead.
So the right answer is introspecting and finding something which we love to do. So option B. Correct, guys. Fantastic.
Yeah. So who gave option B first? Oh, that's very difficult. Who said B first? I'm trying to find out, guys. Oh, Devanarayan Bijupriyan has said B. Yes, Devanarayan. So you're the first one to say that. Good job, Deva. So it is introspecting and finding something which we love to do. All right. Moving on to the next question.
And the last question: what is the quality of being able to expressing ourselves both verbally and non-verbally known as? So the 4 options are communication, decision making, problem solving, and speculation. What is the quality of being able to express ourselves both verbally and non-verbally.
Right. So what is this quality? Is it communication? Is it decision making? Okay, Supriya has said communication. No, even before her, somebody else said communication. Okay. Oh yeah, option A has been said by Anvita Navare and Anvita. And yes, there is option B also coming up. A lot of them saying A, communication. All right, good. Lot of answers coming in, guys. Okay, what is the right answer?
So the right answer is communication. Exactly, guys. Option A is the right answer.
Good
Many of
job.
you are right.
Good job. Well, thank you so much. That was amazing. Is that it?
Yes, there are no more questions. You have done it, guys. So it shows that many of you have paid really good attention throughout the whole session, and we can't be more thankful than that.
Of course. What did you think? All right. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you very much. So before we wind up, I wanted to ask you guys, how did you feel taking this presentation at a national level? All right. How do you feel? Come on. One of you can probably just unmute and say. Neha, probably we've heard very less of you. After the initial introduction, it's almost as if you were just sitting back and watching the entire thing. So I want you to tell me.
For me, it was quite invigorating, quite frankly. And I think we all did it quite smoothly. I think everything went by flow and as planned. So that was really great. I think we did a really good job.
Yes, Neha, I love your spirit. And that's the spirit of the youth ambassadors. Another question, guys, that has come up is how to become a youth ambassador. That's another question that came up before your quiz, because once your quiz came in, it got diluted. But that's I want you guys to first say how you guys got selected into the youth ambassadors, and that way we will wind up. Go ahead.
So actually, I think I got the opportunity from my school. So it was actually my teacher who sent us a link. Actually, it all began with the Lifeology Global Fellowship.
Yes.
So that is when I got the opportunity. It was again about, many scholarships and many interesting things. And that is how I actually knew about Lifeology and came in contact with Lifeology. So after attending that 10-day program, I got another link from my teacher saying that if you're interested to become a Lifeology Youth Ambassador, please feel free to register. So I was very much excited to do that because the 10-day Lifeology Global Fellowship was such an opportunity, and I knew that it was absolutely going to be worth it being a Lifeology Youth Ambassador. So I immediately registered, and yes, that's how I became a Lifeology Youth Ambassador.
And here you are. Yes, Vidisha, go ahead.
So she got the opportunity from school. For the students who were sitting, of course, we were sitting online in our home when there was a COVID pandemic emerging in the world. So that time I was surfing my internet. I was sitting, I had time, I had so much time. So I searched certificates, competitions, quizzes. So one advice to you all, guys, surf your internet for a good cause. Surf as much as possible. You can find jobs, you can find internships, you can find so many good platforms who are ready to help you free and with expense as well. So I was like, certificate quizzes, programs, internship platforms and all. And then suddenly in Instagram, I got this Lifeology. And I was like, this is such a great opportunity. Like they have so many perks as well. And the exposure to the world, to the people who come from outside, from NASA, from South India and whatnot. And from that, I came to here doing a presentation. I never thought I would be doing a presentation before my college days. So the main advice is surf your internet, search so many things as you can. You will be intimated with most of the good career platforms and so many skills platforms. So yeah.
Great. Amazing. Thank you so much, Vidisha and team. I think that was totally amazing to share your experience. Thank you. And I want to tell you guys that we have a lot of comments coming and saying the presentation was a hell of a good presentation. Someone has said the presentation is amazing. It was informative. Thank you so much. So there's a lot of them coming in and appreciating you guys. And I want to say, along with Shalu, who's been with you, and I'm sure the CBSE officials who are watching this, I'm sure everyone would agree that you guys have made us proud. You've come here and given an amazing presentation. I mean it from the heart. Thank you so much, all of you. And, thank you for sharing the panel, coming here on the National Guidance Festival organized by the one and only CBSE, along with Lifeology Foundation. Thank you so much, all of you. Take care. Have a great day and stay on in this session and watch the other sessions coming ahead of you. Thank you. Thank you, Youth Ambassadors. All right, my dear viewers who are watching us. Now, we do have, that was a Lifeology Youth Ambassador team, the winning team of Project One, the Great Career Crisis, presenting their findings to you. And I'm so happy to see the chats that a lot of it was very informative and the presentation was good. Thank you so much. If you want to be a Youth Ambassador, please look out for an announcement next year, but this year we are closed. So that's it. Thank you so much. Since it was an important topic and a lot of them were asking about space, etc., I'm sure everyone knows that the next session is, of course, for those aspiring space scientists out there. But before that, I'd like to invite Rahulji Nair. He can probably comment on the Great Career Crisis because he is the man behind the entire, what Lifeology does in terms of this research, okay, in terms of emerging careers, diminishing careers, how to have a scientific assessment, yeah? And, he has been really, instrumental and an integral part of Lifeology to make sure these assessments are in place. And also our students actually presented this the Great Career Crisis to all of you. So Rahul, by the time Jennifer appears, would you want to just shed some light on the Great Career Crisis?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deepa. Good morning to everyone. Today, that was a nice presentation about the Great Career Crisis. A very simple line. It's only one line. It's right people at the wrong place. That's what I call it as a Great Career Crisis. And one single line. Can you imagine great people in our society? Like, can you imagine Sachin Tendulkar as an accountant? Can you imagine our great musician A.R. Rahman as a salesman or a cashier or a banker? So they are into their right career. So they are known to us and we worship them, etc. Now, we don't have much time, Deepa. We have a great person join today. The best session, one of the best session in our series. A person from NASA joining us, Dr. Jennifer Weissman. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, madam. I don't know in which part of the world you are. Madam, welcome to the program. Requesting you to start the video. Hi.
Hello, hi.
Hello, madam. Thank you very much for joining us. I just want to let you know that this is the last day of the National Guidance Festival. Approximately 100,000 plus students are watching you, hearing you, and this is one of the largest career guidance event in the history of the country, in the history of maybe the world. So thank you very much for joining us. I know this is a short session, and you, what is the time there? Which part of the world you are right now?
I am right now in the state of California in the west coast of the United States. And right now it is, I don't even live in the state, so I have to look and check myself. But right now it is 10 o'clock in the evening. 2200 hours in the evening, 10 p.m. So late in the evening here.
Okay, right. So, madam, I would like to introduce you to our people who are listening to us. Dear friends, Dr. Jennifer Weissman. Dr. Jennifer Weissman is a senior astrophysicist at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt, Maryland, where she serves as a senior project scientist for the Hubble Space Telescope. She started her career at NASA in 2003 as the program scientist for Hubble and several other astrophysics missions at NASA headquarters. Weissman's scientific expertise is centered on the study of star-forming regions in our galaxy using a variety of tools, including radio, optical, and infrared telescopes. As an undergraduate, Weissman studied physics at MIT, where she discovered the comet 114P Weissman skiff, or popularly called as Comet Weissman. I'm sure, Madam, I think you discovered the comet when you were at the age of 19. So the people who are listening to you are almost near to that age. And definitely this will be a great inspiration. Your session will be a great inspiration. At the age of 19, you found a great comet in the universe. She then earned a PhD in astronomy at Harvard University and continued her research at a Jansky Fellow at the National Radio Astronomy Observatory and as a Hubble Fellow at the Johns Hopkins University. Madam, over to you. We would like to hear your great words.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm so grateful you have invited me to speak. And I'm so glad that so many people are interested in science and in space and space exploration and discovery and wanting to be a part of that. I know when I was growing up, I was curious about the natural world. I grew up in a rural area in my country, and I enjoyed being out in nature. I love animals and trees and forests, and I also love looking up at the night sky. And I was curious about space, but I didn't know how to ever be involved in a space-related career. So, and I didn't know anybody else who did either. So I had to learn those things, and I will try to share some of those things today. So I'm going to see if I can share my screen. Is that okay with,
yes, madam, please.
You? All right. We'll see if this works.
Enable the screen. Yeah, you can share.
Let me see if I can do this. I don't see a oh, here's the share screen button. Okay. So we'll try this. Are you able to see my screen? Is this working?
Yes, it's working.
Okay, so I want to say a little bit about careers in space science. First, just to get you excited, I hope you can see this picture of stars. Now, these are a lot of stars in a very dense cluster of stars called a globular cluster. We can't see this many stars when we look up at night. For one thing, most of us live near cities where the lights from the city kind of create a glow. We call it light pollution in the sky, but it drowns out our ability to see very many stars, and that's unfortunate. But even if you were in a dark place, it's hard to see this many stars unless you have a special kind of telescope. So this beautiful collection of stars was observed using a telescope that's put above Earth's atmosphere. It's called the Hubble Space Telescope, and it's in orbit around the Earth so that it gets above the blurring effects of our atmosphere and can take these sharp images even of these dense regions of stars. And here you can see that the stars are not all the same. They're different colors, they're different brightnesses, they're different sizes, and they're beautiful. So this is just a reminder that we live in a beautiful universe, an amazing universe. And we have the privilege now with science and with our technology to study more about the universe. So when we talk about space, there are different reasons why people want to visit and study space. One of them is just the human challenge. Can we do it? You know, we wanted to know, for example, back in the 1960s, if we could send humans to the moon, and we did. So part of it is just the challenge, thinking it's human destiny to explore space. Another reason is commercial interests and doing things in space that might have some commercial interests, like communications, satellites and things. Also, we like to go to space to study our weather and look down on Earth and provide observations. Sometimes we use space satellites for national defense. There's even ideas now of private companies going to space to provide tourism for some lucky people who can go up on a commercial space flight. And then there's just the curiosity of exploring space and the scientific study of the universe. So that's what I'm talking about today, is this kind of last category, is space science. And what does that mean, and how can you get involved in the scientific study of the universe? Whoops, oh, here we go. We use telescopes often to study deep space. Telescopes help us get a clearer picture of things that are too far away or too small for our eyes to see naturally. And we use different kinds of professional telescopes now to study deep space. Some of them are in space, like this telescope on the top is the Hubble Space Telescope, which is a satellite orbiting planet Earth. And it's operating right now. It's been working for 32 years. And astronauts have visited the telescope several times over the last few decades, and that has kept the telescope refreshed with new instruments and with repairs and so forth. So it's been kept in very good condition. We send commands from the ground up to the telescope to tell it where to point, and then it transmits the data it collects back down to the ground. We also have other telescopes in space, like the Chandra X-ray Observatory, and now the new Webb Space Telescope that was just launched a few months ago. On the ground, we also use professional telescopes. Usually they're put up on the tops of mountains to get them above as many clouds as possible, like the Keck telescopes there in the lower left in Hawaii, or arrays of radio telescopes like the ones in the lower right there that are in Australia. And there's a very good array of radio telescopes in South America as well. We have telescopes in South Africa and different continents around the world. These different types of telescopes give us different types of information. They receive different kinds of light, everything from radio waves to visible light like our eyes can see, or energetic ultraviolet or X-rays, because the things we study in space emit different kinds of light. So if we really want to understand stars or planets or galaxies, we need to use different kinds of telescopes and instruments to help us. Astronomers typically use a combination of different types of telescopes to do the studies they want to do. Now, I didn't know how to become a scientist. I grew up on a farm. That's me on my family farm in Arkansas in the middle of the US, which you can see there on the map on the right. It's a very beautiful part of the country, and we spend a lot of our time enjoying nature, the outdoors. So you can see some people on the bottom there on a nice river on kayaks looking around at the beauty. So I enjoyed the natural world, but I didn't really know how to become a professional scientist. And I'll tell you some of the things that I learned growing up about that. We have an exciting new space telescope that was launched into space this past December. And you can see the rocket there on the left that the telescope was launched in. The telescope is called the James Webb Space Telescope. It's named after James Webb, who was the leader of NASA back in the 1960s when astronauts were first being sent to the moon. And he was a big supporter of science, of space science. So they decided to name this new telescope after him. This telescope is a very good one, and it's a good complement to the Hubble Space Telescope, because this Webb telescope sees infrared light and Hubble sees visible light and ultraviolet light. So they work together to give us even more information than we've ever had before about galaxies and stars and planets. And I'll show you a couple of things that we're seeing with the new Webb telescope, but you can see many of its first images online now if you look on the internet and search for Webb telescope images. Some telescopes can even view the sun, and we look at our own star, the sun that our planet orbits around, to study what that star is like, since we can see it so well. And also the flares and the radiation from the sun impact our planet when they hit our Earth or our atmosphere or the regions around the Earth. They can even affect our communications and things like that. So we need to understand our sun. And the science of heliophysics is a space science field that studies our own sun. And as I mentioned, the effects of our closest star, the sun, impact our planet Earth. And we need to understand the interactions between our sun and our own planet. And we also need to understand the interactions between other stars and the planets that orbit those stars. So that's an interesting growing field of space science, is studying the interactions of stars and their planets. We have interesting planets in our own solar system. So one field of space science is simply called planetary science, or the study of our solar system. And so here's some examples of Hubble Space Telescope images of planets in our own system: Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. And some of these planets have very interesting moons, which are going to be studied with different kinds of telescopes and probes, even in more depth in the coming years. We're interested in some of them because they have liquid water. Some of these moons, like Europa, have icy crusts, but liquid water underneath. And we're curious to know what's in that water, because all the water on planet Earth has at least simple microbial life. And so we're curious if there might possibly be microbial life in other waters on these other moons around planets in our own solar system. So we have a lot of curiosity and a lot of things to learn even about our own solar system. We have a lot to learn about stars. So here's a famous collection of stars, a constellation known as Orion, and it's beautiful in its own right. But if you look carefully at one of those star regions, even with binoculars, you see that it's kind of fuzzy and nebulous, and that means that there's a lot of interstellar clouds and cloudy material around and between stars. And if we look at this one region more closely, this picture we're looking at was taken with a telescope on the ground that sees a wide swath of the sky. But we don't see much detail. If we look at that one bright reddish region with the Hubble telescope, we don't see this wide field of view, but we can see more detail about that one star. And it turns out that it's not just one star, it's a collection of very bright stars bathed in this amazing gaseous nebula, this cloud of gas out of which the stars have formed. And the radiation from the brightest stars in this cluster is ionizing the surrounding gas, which gives it this bright color and glow. This is what I study. It's the current formation of stars. Stars are not stagnant. They form out of these interstellar clouds and clumps of gas in these clouds, and they don't last forever. They shine their light because of a process called fusion going on in the cores of these stars. And then the light, the radiation from those stars can impact the surrounding cloud of gas out of which the star formed. And the fusion of atoms in the cores of these clumps of gas creates heavier atoms. It starts with hydrogen, but the process of fusion within the core of the star creates heavier things like helium and carbon and oxygen and iron. And then eventually, when stars run out of their inner hydrogen, they become unstable and release their outer atmospheres and release those heavier elements that they have produced. So I think of stars as like little factories that are producing not only light, but they're producing heavier elements that can be used by later generations of stars and the planets that form around them. These are beautiful active regions where stars are continuing to form. Here's another one, a cluster of stars that has recently formed. The big massive stars that are bigger than our sun form fastest, and then they light up and eventually blow away with their winds the leftover surrounding gas, but the lower mass stars are still trying to form in the surrounding gas that's lit up by these massive stars. So here's a beautiful region where this is going on, a cluster of newly formed stars surrounded by the leftover gas that's being lit up and ionized by this process. We're able to see this detail because of the telescope technology. So we've needed the development of telescopes and improvements in telescopes in order to see this kind of detail in the universe around us. And we even see amazing processes when old stars use up all their fuel. So here is the debris from a star that used up its inner hydrogen fuel and became unstable and exploded. So stars that are bigger than our sun eventually become so unstable that they explode and disperse all those heavier elements back into space that they have created through their fusion process. So here is the debris from an exploded star. This is called a supernova remnant. And you can see the colors from different atoms, oxygen and silicon and sulfur and hydrogen being ejected and swept up in future generations of stars. This star exploded about 1,000 years ago, and people in China recorded seeing this particular star brighten up. And now today, 1,000 years later, we're still mapping out the debris in what we call the Crab Nebula here. All of this fills the volume of galaxies. Galaxies contain hundreds of billions of stars, and many of these nebulae where stars are forming. Our own galaxy looks something like this. We can't get out of it to take a selfie, but we can from inside tell that we live in a spiral galaxy, and you can see our solar system down there toward the bottom. Some galaxies even merge together. And as they do, they can stir up turbulence, which stirs up more star formation. That's the bright spots here. It's quite a beautiful process. And here's an example of the new Webb telescope image on the right of a cluster of galaxies and the Hubble image of those same galaxies. And you can see that by picking up different kinds of light in these galaxies, we can learn different kinds of information. The Webb telescope picks up the warm dust. The Hubble telescope picks up the energetic regions where stars are actively forming. And so astronomers are using data from both the Webb and the Hubble telescope to increase our understanding of galaxies. And of course, there are hundreds of billions of galaxies in the universe. This deep field shows you just a small sample of galaxies. Each one of these little smudges of light contains hundreds of billions of stars, and our own Milky Way would look like just one of these small galaxies. So we live in an amazing universe. I'm going to go quickly now. So what are the topics of high interest in space science these days? Well, the whole universe and understanding what it's composed of, including mysterious things like dark matter, which we know is there. You can see its gravitational effects within galaxies and between galaxies, but we don't really know what it is. Dark energy is whatever it is that's causing the expansion of the universe to accelerate. We need to learn more about that. We're starting to detect gravitational waves, which are disturbances in space-time that travel across space, and they're caused when there's some merger of very massive things in deep space, like two neutron stars or two black holes. And we want to understand more about those gravitational waves we're starting to detect. Something called multi-messenger astrophysics is a hot topic right now. That's where scientists take information from these gravitational waves and also with just regular telescope observations, and also receiving charged particles traveling across space, and combine all this information to try to understand better what's going on in distant galaxies. And then closer to home, planets. Studying our own solar system is very exciting right now. We're sending probes to Mars and to other planets and moons. We're studying exoplanets. These are planets that orbit stars other than our sun. So planets outside of our solar system is a very hot topic. And studying our own Earth and how the sun interacts with our own planet and atmosphere is very important. And studying how that affects trends in our climate and our weather. So all of these things are topics of high interest in space science these days. So what kind of careers involve the scientific study of space? Well, of course, you could be an astronaut. So here's an astronaut on the International Space Station that's orbiting Earth right now, and lots of science is done there. Here's just quickly a variety of ways you can get involved into the scientific study of space. You can become a scientist like I am, an astronomer, or related to that is an astrophysicist who takes the observations from astronomy and tries to interpret it with physics. You could be a geologist or a physicist, even a biologist, because we're trying to understand how life thrives on Earth and how we might detect it even beyond Earth. In fact, there's a whole field called astrobiology that's growing these days, trying to understand how life might thrive and how we might detect it beyond Earth. We have not yet detected any life beyond Earth, but we're eager to try to understand if there might be life on other planets in our solar system or planets outside our solar system. We need chemists and planetary scientists and other kinds of scientists. It all works together in our study of space. You could become an astronaut or an engineer. We need engineers to help design the probes and the telescopes that we use. We need expertise in robotics. We certainly need computer scientists and those who are programmers or developers. We need people who understand artificial intelligence. We can use expertise in data science, a lot of data coming from these telescopes and probes. How do we handle it all? We need people who can be administrators and managers of big projects and handle budgets and programs. We need people who are writers and teachers and reporters, and we need people who can express through art and music what we're discovering in space. And we also need government leaders who support science and space exploration in various countries and international collaborations and more. So as you can see, there's a lot of different careers and skills that are involved in space exploration and space science. Here's an engineer, a couple of engineers who helped develop tools. One of the engineer in front, she's holding a tool that astronauts used on the last mission to the Hubble Space Telescope to help remove some of the bolts on some of the science instruments so the astronauts could get in and repair them. And so these specialized tools had to be developed by engineers on the ground. We need these specializations to help us do human and robotic exploration of space. So where can you work in a career related to space science? Well, you can work in universities or in industry. Lots of these industries are supporting space agencies like NASA. And of course, now we have commercial space flight. We need instruments for telescopes, and they're often designed by industry and industry partners. You can work in research laboratories or institutes. You can work in astronomical observatories, and you can work for space agencies like the Indian Space Research Organization or the European Space Agency, the United Arab Emirates Space Agency, NASA, which is the American Space Agency, and many others in many other countries. And how do you prepare for this? Well, just quickly, I would say you should study mathematics and science subjects like physics, chemistry, and biology. You don't have to be the very top student in the class to be a good scientist, but knowing several different types of sciences helps. And I would suggest you study other subjects too and have a well-rounded education like writing and literature and music and history and enjoying being outside. Choose a university major like physics, which underlies all sciences, or a space-related science, or study engineering, mathematics, or computer science. And if you like astronomy, it's best to major in physics. I support the idea of internships. These are short-term jobs or research experiences that you can often get at a space agency or a research institution for like a summer or a semester, and that gives you a little bit of experience, even if it's not in a field that you want to do the rest of your life, but just a short internship is really helpful. And then continuing going on after your undergraduate studies for more education. Engineers usually need a bachelor's degree or a master's degree. If you want to be a scientist, you might want to go on and try to get a doctoral PhD degree. And if you can, you might try to move to a different institution or a different country for graduate school than you did in your undergraduate university. And I say pay attention to what's happening in space exploration by reading magazines and checking websites, and write to people who are in the careers that you're interested in and ask them for their advice. So I'm going to stop there because I know we're out of time, but I just hope that you're inspired. And I think space exploration inspires and unites the world. So I'm happy to take any questions here. So.
Absolutely, ma'am. So actually, we've been constantly discussing because there are so many of them waiting to, ask you questions. A lot of aspiring space scientists here. So we were just waiting to call the students up here on the panel. So can we have the students here? We've got 3 of them on the panel, but let's see, according to time, we will take questions. Okay. So the 3 of them kindly do understand us. Jennifer ma'am also has a time constraint. We do have a lot of panels. So we'll try to take maximum questions. First, let me call Rida Harris. Rida, go ahead, switch on your mic, your video, introduce yourself and ask your question to the one and only Dr. Jennifer Weissman. Go ahead.
Sure, ma'am. Greetings, everyone. Myself, Rida Harris, and I'm studying in 11th grade in Global Indian School, Ajmer. So how are you, Jennifer, ma'am?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, it is such an honor to meet you today, and I have some questions for you. The first one being, what are the 21st century skills required to obtain a career in space science?
That's a very good question. So I think it's very important to understand the basics of science, physics, chemistry, mathematics. But I think it's also important to understand something about a computer and data processing. Some things I don't even know, but I know everyone is learning Python and things like that these days, programming languages that just help as you go on into studying space science. You can be better prepared to do some of the data analysis and things that we do. And I also think it's very important to be able to articulate what you're learning and what you're discovering. Nowadays, almost everyone needs to be able to give a short talk, 5 to 10 minutes using PowerPoint or something like that to explain what it is you're learning and be able to articulate it very well by speaking and writing. As everyone knows, the internet is very active now, and people want to hear short things or see short videos or learn things quickly. And if you're able to articulate what you're learning clearly and concisely, that's a really important skill. So those are the things that come to mind right now.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for the question. Let's quickly move on to our next youth ambassador and our next question, Nishita. Nishita, go ahead.
Yes, so first of all, I'm Nishita Khadankar from India. I'm listening to you from school Carmel Academy ICSC with a mad quest to be the first on Mars. So here's my question to you, that how can an international student such as from India can apply for this internship at NASA other than university recommendation?
Well, an internship is something you can do at many different places. So you can find internships at universities. You can hopefully find internships at several different space agencies. For NASA, you can check on the intern website, which is called intern.nasa.gov. And I'm not sure if you have to be a US citizen to do a NASA internship, but I would encourage you to talk to your teachers and other guides as to internships that might be available to you based on your citizenship. And to me, it's not so important where you do the internship, but just trying different things, maybe at a local school or a local university or a space agency if they offer them in other countries. It gives you a little bit of experience in the working world that's a little bit different than what life is like in the classroom. And so I always think it's always good to just get a little bit of experience wherever you're able to do that. And I hope that this organization will actually help students find ways of connecting with internship possibilities. But I'm glad you're interested, and I hope you make it to Mars. Okay.
Wow. Great. Thank you so much, Nishita. Let's move on to our next student panelist and the last student panelist in the session. Shreya Mittal, you're on.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So good morning, everyone. I'm Shreya Mittal, currently studying in grade 12th in City Montessori School, Rajiv Nagar branch, Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh. So my question is that what is the path that we should follow to develop a career in space science? Like what are the subjects we could take up and go on with our studies?
That's a very good question. So I think all kinds of sciences are relevant to studying space science. So I would try to take a variety of science classes. I like particular physics because that teaches you some of the basic forces of nature that affect everything we study. So you'll learn about radiation and light, and you learn about gravity, and those are the kinds of things that are relevant to studying space science. But I also think in addition to physics, if you can study some chemistry and some biology and certainly mathematics, these are all very helpful subjects to study. But you also need to be able to express what you're learning and things. So I really think learning to understand literature and writing and a little bit of computer programming is helpful as well. Those are the core subjects. But then, as I mentioned, I also think it's helpful for everyone to be well-rounded. So also to learn things that might not seem related to space science, like music and, art and other things. It's important to have a well-rounded life. But I think if you study some of these basic sciences and mathematics, that's a good foundation for going on into any of these branches of space science. And remember, there are many career directions that are related to space science. So you can be an astronomer. That's what I am. I studied physics in the university and then astronomy for my graduate school PhD degree. But I also work with colleagues who had their university degrees in related fields like geology or planetary science or chemistry or even computer science. And all of them are important, and we work together. We use our different skills. And engineering is a very important part of space science because we need people who have engineering skills to build and maintain the telescopes and the probes and the things that we use. So some basic engineering is also helpful for people interested in these careers. So I think what I'm telling you is take some basic science courses and enjoy them, and you'll have a chance to go into space science. Okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you, Shreya, Nishita, and of course, Rita Harris. Thank you so much. And Rahul Nair, you can do the closing remarks and we'll move on to the next session.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Dr. Jennifer Weissman, for joining us. In fact, that is one of our best sessions. And I'm sure the number of views are more than 100,000, I believe. I'll give you the statistics. Thank you very much for joining us, and namaste from India.
Thank you.
It's my pleasure, and I'm glad you're all very interested. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, dear friends, let's continue with our journey, the National Guidance Festival. Now, next session is another fiery session, which you are all waiting. This session is very important because you may have thousands of questions on this. Joining us, great people who are experts in this particular field. Before that, I would like to give you a short briefing about this program, this session. The session is all about the modern technology. Now, we are hearing about great technologies like artificial intelligence, robotics, and so on. I would like to share the screen. I would like to start with the slide which was showed a few minutes before by our Life Followed Youth ambassadors on the Great Career Crisis. The world has changed far more in the past 100 years than in any other century in history. The reason is not political or economic, but technological. Technologies that flow directly from advances in basic science by Stephen Hawking. We are in a world, we never thought that we would be spending 2 years in front of a monitor. We never thought that we will be working from home for 2 years. We never thought that we will be working alone in a room and like that. The world, the COVID has accelerated a lot of changes. We are in a world we call it as a great career crisis, and on single line, right people at the wrong place, all because of the technological advancements. The great career crisis, the major cause of the great career crisis are machine replaces daily tasks, technological advancements in every field, disappearing job roles, lack of modern skills and competencies. Our beloved, lovable Lifeology Youth Ambassadors explained about it fantastically. But I would like to begin from where they stopped. These are some of the technologies which we believed is going to rule the next few decades. Alternative energy sciences, digital marketing and e-commerce, big data analysis, blockchain sciences, robotic engineering, artificial intelligence, genetics, psychologists, content writing, actuarial science, luxury hospitality services, and online journalism. These 12, I'm sure you'll also be agreeing with me, most of the words you have heard. But out of this 12, if you check, 7 related to science. 7 related to science, and out of the 7, 6 related to technology. 7th one is genetics. And this is not in order, but it is having equal importance, or sometimes some will be having more importance due to the situation. So we are going to have opportunities in the modern day technology. Joining us today, great people from different parts of the world. We have Mr. James Cutter. Mr. James Cutter, thank you very much for joining us. I would like to introduce you to our people. Mr. Cutter is the founder of Wuji Foundation, that newly launched rideshare project that connects communities, promotes sustainability, and enshrines driver equity principles. Cutter has sailed full stream into blockchain and ramped up his vision chasing over the past 15 months, and it is all about to fall into place. He was the president of Chicago Blockchain Association, Chicago from June 2018. Mr. Cutter, welcome to our program. Joining us.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate it, and thanks for having.
I would like to introduce the other guests as well. Dr. Prahalad Wadekepot, scientist, author, and researcher in the field of robotics and computational intelligence. This word computational intelligence, Mr. Wadekepot shall be explaining to you in detail. He is an associate professor at the National University of Singapore. He is the editor-in-chief for the Springer reference book on humanoid robotics and the associate editor of the International Journal of Humanoid Robotics. He was a founding editor-in-chief for the Springer Journal for Frugal Innovation. Since 1999, he is with National University of Singapore. In 2017, August, he was appointed as the Master to Pioneer House and National University of Singapore Residential College. His research interests include artificial intelligence, robotics, humanoid robotics, natural language processing, and big data analysis. Along with us, we are expecting Dr. Saji Gobinath, the Vice Chancellor of the Digital University of Kerala. When he joins, definitely I will be introducing him as well. We would like to hear foremost from Mr. James Cutter. Welcome, Mr. James Cutter. We would like to hear from you.
Hi, no, it's actually Stephen Cutter. Must be a typo on there. And I'm focused on regenerative gaming and not rideshare anymore. That was a past endeavor. So when I'm in Web3, metaverse, gaming, NFT, blockchain space. So what we do at Wuji Games is we play for the planet, right? So I realized about 4 or 5 years ago that that the main audience, the main voice for this space is going to be gaming. So I wanted to make a difference in the world. So what we did is made a system where you can play games, plant trees, and earn NFTs. And it's all about Earth education, the game's Earth Defenders. And in this space, like for me, what I realized around this whole new era of learning new jobs and new training, my son, when he was like 7, I said, "What do you want to do when you grow up?" He said, "I want to be in video games." I said, "That's not a real career." But now 50% of the world is playing video games. So there's actually a lot to do in this space, everything from art, computer science, and everything in between, media marketing. So that's what we do at Wuji Games. We build games that are for the planet, and we also have a rewards engine that can make transactions, plant trees, and mint NFTs. Our goal is to help make money grow on trees and have games be the new driver of sustainability.
Hello?
Can you still hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, right. Thank you. Thank you. I'm really sorry. I missed the word Stephen Cutter. I'm sorry. So this is Mr. Stephen Cutter joining us. And we'd like to invite Professor Prahalad Vadakepat from National University of Singapore. Welcome, sir. This is the second time he's associating with the Lifeology, and thank you very much for joining us. For the guests and the viewers, this is a program of CBSE, Central Board of Secondary Education National Guidance Festival, and it is in association with the Lifeology Foundation. And Dr. Prahalad Vadakepat, Professor Dr. Prahalad Vadakepat, please.
Namaste, and I think it is good morning or good afternoon at your place. So I'd like to make a comment. I'm in a remote place, in a retreat, so sometimes my network is not in a good condition. So I apologize if that happens. And if I'm cut off, I may be able to join back in 1 or 2 minutes. So please keep that in mind. I'm from Kerala, working in National University of Singapore since 1999. And I'm working in robotics and artificial intelligence for the last 3 decades. And typically, robotics is confined to industry, wherein well-programmed activities, pick and place, robots can do. And if you switch off the lights in the industry, the robots can continue to work. It's called light out industry. The lights are for humans to see what is happening, not for the robots. This is a traditional way. But that has changed lately. And now, robots do not have the luxury of sitting in the industries. They have to move around. The most difficult part is moving around. Humans are extremely good at that. Our brain is one of the best in the world. Unfortunately, that is evaluated with examinations. So as an educator, as a researcher, I'm totally against examinations. Because if I cannot study something, that does not mean my brain is bad. My brain is good in something else. So this is one point I would like to put it across to you. Never look down on yourself. See where you can excel. Now, for robots, what is known as the 4th industrial revolution, where robots are equipped with sensors and mobility. Along with that, artificial intelligence is making it very useful in dynamic, even where humans are present. So there are very interesting scenarios emerging. For example, smart mobility in human environment is a very important aspect. The second is enhanced cognition and autonomy. So you have autonomous vehicles that will be soon available. And many places it has been already being used. And when all this happened, there's a very important aspect, symbiotic human-robot coexistence. We cannot live alone. We kicked the animals out, but now we are ushering in robots into our space. Our space, time, and bandwidth, we need to share with the robots. And this is the future. Now, I'd like to generally briefly say, you need to have robotics knowledge, but if you have to have a robot in a human environment, you need to know sociology, psychology, language. And the areas or the boundaries of specializations are vanishing. I cannot become an electrical engineer or a computer engineer or computer scientist. That's useless beyond a point. You need to know the contextual information. What kind of environment my system, whether it is bodied or embodied or not, has to work. And contextual information is there. So Rahul, how much time I have? So Stephen, stop with quickly. Am I supposed to stop quickly or continue for 10 minutes?
You can continue, sir, no problem.
Oh, okay,
Please.
okay. Shifa and I am continuing, okay. Okay, so from that angle, we need to understand what is Industry 4.0. So I would like to state it as Industry 4.0 bridges the digital and physical environments, wherein Internet of Things, big data, cloud, along with advanced robotics and artificial intelligence, enabling Industry 4.0 with automation. And there is a very important aspect, what is known as optimization. There are different algorithms for all this. Now, when we have machines or robots, we want them to act as well as think eventually. Act like humans, eventually think like human with reasoning. Is it possible now? How much it is possible? Or are we working towards it? Now, simple rules. If you go to your kitchen, the mother or father or whoever is cooking there, a recipe following, they have certain rules to follow. And if we can understand that, and that is equivalent to reinforcement learning in artificial intelligence. Because you don't have an outcome in between. You have an outcome at the end of the cooking. And then you go back to your previous states and understand whether I could have put a little more salt or a little less, or I could have cooked, say, the paneer or the butter little more at that particular point, and accordingly you can take a decision. So this is very essential in robotics space as well, because robots have to work in that environment, but in a series of actions to be taken based on the status or the states or conditions pertaining. Now, you not really understand the contextual information, what is happening now. The robots have to have a lot of data to collect, sensing to be done with different kinds of sensors. And if you have a lot of data, you need to have, typically people go for putting them in a cloud and analyze and get insights from there. So the autonomy and cognition and data, big data processing are the way forward. Now, I would like to just conclude this opening speech in terms of what is happening in the Industry 4.0. Now, COVID has accelerated, as Rahul mentioned. So Industry 4.0, say for example, deep learning, giving insights about what is happening. And you can do predictive maintenance. Like if you buy a car, you have to do prescriptive maintenance like after 1,000 kilometers or 5,000 kilometers, because you don't know whether it is gone wrong or something has gone wrong. Now, you don't have to really do that. You know when things can go wrong, then you act. So more efficient processes will happen. And the second aspect is the traditional manufacturing space, if you take with robots or whatever automation, one size will fit a larger number of people, kind of, mass manufacturing is happening. But not everybody will like to use that generic specification. So customer centricity is going to become more relevant, where you can have specific to customer. And the third aspect is new marketing and business models. So to tell you an example, I'm an entrepreneur, my company and two of the companies in India, we formed a consortium to develop affordable ventilators during COVID. None of us were individually capable of doing it, but we had capabilities within us. When we come together, join hands, you can co-develop things. And therein, inclusive leadership is very important. So all these are emerging, which was pushed by COVID, and a lot of opportunities are there. So to conclude my part, a lot of jobs will vanish from Earth by 2025. 87 million jobs will vanish. And 95 or 97 million new job roles will come, where humans, machines, and algorithms have to share the load. So our education system has to drastically change. Our mindset has to change. And just doing it for mark, that approach has to be shifted. I will pause here, Rahul, and then we'll see what we can do later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Prahlad. You said 2025, the year 2025. That's, I feel like day after tomorrow, just day after tomorrow. It's very near. I think we need to boot up a little faster about the upgradation of our standards, upgradation of our education system, quality, etc. Now, I would like to tell something. Most of the things which we are seeing right now were fiction very long back. In 1980s and 1970s, we have seen many movies that speaks about, that tells us about watching and talking to somebody live, and on the monitor we can see the villains talking to the other villain or something like that. But now these things are realities right now, and I would like to bring one particular point here. There's a series, a sci-fi series called Upload, and the Upload is now screening in Amazon Prime, and I've watched it and I found it's very interesting. It's like what I felt a miniature version is right now with us. The question is to Mr. Cutter. It's all about metaverse. Can you speak something about the term metaverse?
Yeah. So yeah, it's a buzzword now, metaverse. For me, it's just a game. Is really all a metaverse is, right? And they've been around for a while. You have World of Warcraft is one of the first online metaverses where you could go in and you could talk to people, you can exchange goods, right? So these things aren't necessarily brand new, they're just recoined. So but what people are doing now in the metaverse is using it as not just a game or a point of communication where we can meet up and co-inspire to do things, but they're also incorporating commerce in there. So you see in Sandbox, the companies are buying land in Sandbox to have their brands in there for brand placement. So for me, it's a tool to get a message out is really what a metaverse is. It's just an engagement tool. And if you can gamify it, then you have more attraction in today's market. So, but for me, what really a metaverse means is it's a different place where you can create whatever you want, right? And for me at Earth Defenders and Wuji Games, we're trying to create a world that people want to be a part of. We want to create options and education inside a game, so people can learn how to grow their own food, how to build their own house, how to make their own energy. So a metaverse means it's an education tool to help teach people how to be self-reliant and how to be healthy and live in harmony with the planet. So you can use it for whatever you want. I've seen all types of metaverses. There's even ones where you can try to be the worst person possible and you get points for being the worst person possible. I've had enough of those type of games. So metaverse is for me, it's just a new place where you can get your message out and engage with people in a quicker fashion rather than previous modes.
Rahul, may I add on to that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so see, there is something called digital twin in the industry, wherein with the data, I mean, it is something similar to you learn mathematical equations, differential equations or partial differential equations. With that, we used to find how the input is transferred to output, called transfer functions. That's the earliest simulation for us. But now it is going into data where you get a lot of data and you try to see the output and you map it. So digital twins are virtual equivalent of a process, including people are thinking about a human body. We can really have a digital twin and really make things go wrong in that virtual body and to test certain, for example, vaccines and see how the reactions will be. So that is the digital twin. So metaverse is one extreme where physics equations are not used beyond a point. In engineering, in robotics, we use what is known as robot operating system, where I have all the physics equations in a virtual world, I can test my robots in that space. But in metaverse, what is happening, the physics is less, visualization is more dominant. Of course, the degree to which it is may vary. So I know companies have both physical twin and digital twin, and they use that experience to the customers and trainers when during training. It's an amazing space it is. And I would like to suggest metaverse can be used for education in the best possible way.
Thank you, Dr. Prahlad, for adding up that. And we have a great person joining us today, Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Kerala University of Digital Sciences. In fact, it's also called as Digital University Kerala, Dr. Saji Gopinath. Welcome, sir. I would like to introduce Dr. Gopinath. Dr. Gopinath served as the Chief Executive Officer to the Startup Mission of Kerala for 3 years and also worked as a Director of Indian Institute of Information Technology and Management of Kerala. Dr. Gopinath was associated with the Indian Institute of Management for over 17 years as its Dean Academics, Dean Development and Professor in Operations Management. He also serves as visiting faculty to a few universities in Europe and Australasia. He worked with L&T and ONGC before shifting to academics. He has several research papers in reputed journals and consults many leading corporates and national organizations. He also serves in several national committees on education and technology. He was also recipient of several awards from national and international bodies. So we would like to hear your great vision about the opportunities of tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you. And my apologies for being a bit late. I was stuck on the program. I just continue from where Professor Prahlad left. In fact, we spoke about the use of metaverse or the earlier version of that, this AR, VR in education. And in the state, I think now there is a big program which is happening. In fact, it's going to happen in few states in India, and Kerala is going to be a lighthouse state, where in selected schools, government schools primarily, where there is a move to develop content in the virtual reality space, and maybe later into the augmented reality space also. And especially very complex topics, which are very difficult for one to explain in a normal classroom situation, where people can actually experience it. For example, you know that when we do experiments in, let's say, chemistry or physics or something of that sort, more often than not, we don't allow a student to move and really do an experiment, no? Because we limit it to a particular boundaries. But in a virtual world, they can actually really meander and do that, and they learn in that process. And that is something which we are trying to do in this also. So that's coming up, and there are other examples of that in many different cases also. So I believe that in the larger context where we are speaking today, especially at the time of this Industry 4.0, where the digital technologies are actually being a key element to redefine processes in many of the areas, many of the industries. And that is the context in which we are speaking about it. So this can actually be looked at from two angles. One is you look at primarily only from a manufacturing angle. That's basically what Industry 4.0 is generally being spoken about. But it can be looked at from a larger perspective, where all the newer technologies, other technologies like AI, blockchain, data analytics, etc., are also going to be a very important element on it. So to put a parallel, we can say that think about a world before internet and world after internet. And we have seen how that has actually redefined the social order, redefined the way organizations work, redefined the way the industry work. Almost similar type is what is happening now. The next wave of technological change is actually happening now, be it in the transformative technologies like blockchain or AI in a larger way, where multi-purpose robots are actually being developed. In fact, Professor Prahlad is there. I don't want to speak about that because he's an expert in robotics, working in this area for several years. So he'll actually give you more detail about how multi-purpose robots are going to be making change. But in addition to that, the data analytics is actually becoming a very, very important element. Even when digital university has been formed, the state, our primary purpose is we look at how do we drive digital transformation in many areas. So industries are actually now building around the digital. You may be a civil engineering firm, but you build it around the digital aspect of it. Maybe a building management system, maybe your development system. Almost every industry is actually building around the digital per se. So this shift where digital is becoming a key element is actually the major trend which is going to happen. Along with that, there are trends in the social order also. So for example, today we trust each other far more than the others, right? Because when you are looking at the way we use ratings, we use collaborative platforms, we actually start working with people whom we have never seen, we use social media. All those things actually give a different level of social order per se. So I think that is a second trend. Along with the technology trend, there is a social order trend which is happening. The third trend, which I believe, which also we need to be aware of, or we need to be cognizant about, is we are actually moving away from a world of shortages to a world of abundance. It's debatable, but technology has unlocked quite a bit of hidden resources. And this actually gives you a different level of opportunities. Say, 10 years back, if a student has to do a course, he has to be limited only to the physical spaces of the college or school which he can access to. Today, that is not the case. He can actually learn any new technology from anywhere in the world because you have such abundance of that. If you want to develop a newer technology, you have tools available, which are many times easily accessible. So the third, there is an abundance mindset which is also coming up. So these trends have to be taken into account when you are looking and planning our future and our future career and future jobs per se. That's maybe as an introduction, that's what I would like to say.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saji Gopinath. Now we would like to tell you something to the honorable guests and the viewers. This is an official program of Central Board of Secondary Education. We have more than approximately 100,000 people watching right now, and we have with us a few children, or in fact, the Lifeology Youth Ambassadors, eagerly waiting to ask questions to you. Right, and this shall be moderated by Deepa. Deepa, would you like to call our children to the program?
Sure. But before that, thank you so much, gentlemen, for that amazing, discussion and for sharing your insights on this topic. This has been the most debated topic, and a lot of them have been keenly looking forward to your session. Thank you so much. Let's move on to the students who are here. So first, I would like to invite Lisa and Tejas. Are you both here? Lisa and Tejas, they have questions for Prahlad sir. So Lisa and Tejas, go ahead. Lisa, you can start first. Introduce yourself and please ask your question.
So good evening, sir. My name is Lisa Mary Ranjit. I study in 8th grade in Primus Public School, Bangalore. And I have a question for you. So my question is, what are the job roles and responsibilities of a robotic engineer, and why should you choose a career in this field?
Okay, thanks, Lisa. Tejas, you're asking. Continue, Tejas.
No, sir, there was just some background noise.
Okay, yeah. Lisa, that is an easy question to ask, but a difficult question to answer. Okay. To be frank with you, robotics definition has changed a lot. So it is an industrial robot. Now the things going to Mars and Moon, they're also robots. And though industrial definition doesn't really allow autonomous cars as robots, but for me, it is a robot also. Even a plane is a robot. And robots need not have to have is hardware. So software robots are also there. So if your question asking me where, it is going to be everywhere. So whether it is agriculture, whether it is traditional manufacturing, and now people are, because of COVID, people are talking about point of care in healthcare industry. You don't have to go to the doctor for all of your issues. So you can have a software system or a human like a robot being with you in an elderly space. And a robotic engineer needs to have a lot of mathematical knowledge if he has to or she has to work in robotics. But this robot is useless unless the contextual information is available. So if you have to apply this robot in a agricultural field, you need to have someone to collaborate with you to really have inputs from that space. If you have to really work with doctors, you have to have inputs from them. So it is a kind of space wherein you need to collaborate a lot, develop together, work together, and make it happen. So that is the best way to put it. So even if you are not a traditional robotics engineer, but if you know sociology, if you know psychology, and there is something called ethnography as an area, we need them in applying or utilizing robots in such a space. And so I made it in a very general manner so that I did not make it specific. So I'd like to ask you, Lisa, did I answer your question, or you can further deep dive specific?
Yes, sir, you did. Thank
Thank
you so
you.
much for answering.
Thank you very much.
So hello, my name is Tejas. I'm in grade 9 and I study in GIS, that is Global Indian International School, Singapore. I'm actually pretty near NUS. So my question for you, sir, is what is the most innovative solution you successfully implemented in the field of robotics?
Okay. So Tejas, I have come to your school a number of times, and I have a number of students from your school, both in the university as well as in the residential space where I live. Okay, so nice to, maybe we'll bump up on you one day. Yeah. So most innovative, oh my goodness. So I teach innovation enterprise, being an entrepreneur. So for me, I cannot grade an innovation on a scale. It's a value addition, even it is very simple, but it has got profound impact on us or the application domain. I would consider that as a great thing. But I have an innovation which I did at the grassroots level in India, in a rural village, which I could not take it forward. I would like to talk about that. So I used to bring students to live in a remote village in Maharashtra and Bombay, about 8 hours drive. And we used to live in a community hospital. And that space has a lot of jaundice for neonates, newborn babies. So the doctors said, can you use AI? This is not relevant in Singapore, because Singapore, if you take any space, HDB, Housing Development Board flats, the lighting is good and a lot of windows and a lot of sunlight coming in. But that is not the same in a village in India. So many a times, though traditionally our forefathers have said, or foremothers, whichever way, you take the baby out in the evening time when the sun is setting, or in the early morning, to get the sunlight so that bilirubin can be converted and thrown out to the urine. That's why the urine becomes yellow. And this bilirubin is not required after born. So how do you really sense that? So my students, with a mobile phone, this mobile phone is very powerful. It's more powerful than the computer used for Apollo mission long back, but we use it for other purposes. So what we did is we took a picture from the camera, and we did vision processing AI to detect jaundice is there or not by looking at the face and the chest of a baby, wherever it is. Okay, and I would like to say such innovations will have profound impact, though I could not take it forward because there are issues. Because if I had to use such data, there is something called Personal Data Protection Act, and you cannot take certain things outside India to research in Singapore unless there are certain legal contractual obligations provided. And in India, I could not continue because I'm not living in India. That's why I could not continue. So I would like to say, whether it is robotics or AI, what purpose it is meant for, and how that is really helping humanity to take care of themselves And that's how I position. So I don't have a specific answer, Tejas.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Tejas. We will move on to the next student, Tanisha. Tanisha, go ahead.
Am I visible? Yeah. So this question is to Gopinath sir. Sir, what is that one great advice that you want to give the students, and what is the greatest advice that you have received when you were a kid?
You're muted, Saji.
So it's not exactly an advice, but I think one thing which we need to look at, especially in the current world, is that the technology life cycles are coming very, very short, right? Because if you see that in the past, it took hundreds of years for a technology to mature and spread, but it now is 3 years, 5 years sort of a thing, which means it's important for us when we are learning something, we need to understand the process of learning. It is not that in the past we were learning a particular subject, but in the future, when you really wanted to succeed, it's important that the learnability is going to be a very important thing. How do you learn to learn? How do you actually know? How do you learn where to get the resources right? How do you actually use the networks right? So those are the things which are going to help you in the future. Because we today speak about robotics, we speak about data analytics. Tomorrow we'll be speaking something very different. Many jobs today which are there, which were very popular today, were not existing maybe 5 years before this. So you are seeing something like blockchain, for example. No, the best blockchain expert is maybe only 6 years old, six years of experience. So such newer technologies are coming in a big way, which actually is going to be the challenge young students like you will face. Because of that, it's important for you to create that learnability, how to learn and what type of resources to be accessed at different points of time to do that. I think that is something which from my point of view, that is something which we need to be clear in the newer technology as such. As far as you said about the great advice which I got, and I believe I agree with Professor Prahlad that especially I did most of my education in India. We always been told, and we have been given thing that the solutions which we develop have to be accessible and to solve the problems around us, which is an important thing, because many times when you develop solutions, they may not be affordable to a large number of people. But when you make such affordable solutions, it actually impacts the life of a lot of people. So that was the advice which is given to me.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. We will move on.
Yeah, I'd like to just add to that real quick.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just real quick. As far as if you're looking to get into a career, first find out what you really love to do, what you really want to do, and it gives you happiness, because you're going to spend your time doing it, which is the most valuable thing. And then combine it with your talents, right? With what you're really talented with and what you have natural ability, and then figure out a way you can benefit the world. And if you can do that, then you don't have to work. You'll spend your time being happy, enjoying what you do, and helping people, which I think are the jobs of the future, mission-driven jobs. So.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Cutter. And for Mr. Stephen Cutter, we have another student. Bhumi, would you want to go next? Bhumi?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, sir. Hello, ma'am. I'm Bhumi from grade 10 from school Carmel Academy SSC, India. So I have a question for Stephen, sir. I would like to know how you landed as a creator and the man behind UVGI Games. How is NFT, Metaverse, and UV and WUGI Games are interconnected?
Could you were breaking up a little bit? Can you repeat the last part of the question? How does NFTs and...
I have to repeat the question, right?
Yes, just repeat the question for me because you were breaking in.
Yes. I would like to know how you landed as a creator and the man behind WUGI Games. how is NFT, metaverse, and WUGI games are interconnected.
So how did I come to create this idea? As the creator is the question? Okay, that's a very good question. So for me, I've been in sustainability for about 11, 12 years. And the goal is to create a harmonious world for a brighter future. And I got into all different types of fields with that. I got into renewable energies. I got into regenerative agriculture, ocean works, kelp forests. So I went around and studied all of the solutions for the world. The last 10 years, I went around to conferences all over New York and San Francisco, London, Glasgow, COP26. And so for me, I've always been solution orientated. So I put all these things that I found out that could do good, and I'm putting them into a game. So if anyone that has access to a phone can learn these things, how to, and have action-oriented solutions. So my goal has always been how to get the information easiest out to people where it can be useful.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cutter. Thank you, Bhumi, for the question. Let's move on to the next panelist, our student panelist, who is Shreya. Shreya, go ahead.
Yeah, so very good morning to everyone present here. I'm Shreya Dinesh. I currently study in grade 12 Sharjah Indian School, Sharjah. So my question is to Dr. Saji Gopinath. Can you please give us a glimpse on the importance of the career and job profiles emerging in the area of data science, cybersecurity, management, information system, web development and coding, and cloud computing, as these being the most emerging careers in the current technological world? And how can we develop an interest in such subjects? And which are some of the good colleges or the universities to pursue a bachelor's degree on such subjects?
Okay, good. I think if you look at, we know that the last century was of oil and automobiles. The new century was for the data. That's what has been generally said. The data is the new oil as such. So you actually started looking at how do you bring intelligence out of the data, and different levels of data analytics actually helps you on that. So maybe in the next 50 to 60 years, data analytics is going to be a very, very key element, because we have in almost every organization, we have such volume of data coming from multiple sources, right? And you really require people who have got the right skills to use that, analyze the data on that. So I think this data analytic career on multiple levels of that is going to be a very key element which is going to be emerging. And you have data analytics programs now being offered by all top universities. We have online programs being offered. In fact, if you look at in India, for example, Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, has actually come out with a very unique program where any student doing any program in any college can also do a data analytics program along with that, and in large numbers. And most of the top universities in the world have got very focused programs on data analytics at multiple levels, at an undergrad level, at a postgrad level, or a doctoral level per se. So and you can actually look at most of the universities' sites for looking at that. Same way, as you said, since we are moving to digital, and digital transformation is happening in every region, every area, be it in industry, be it in agriculture, the use of technology, gadgets are actually increasing in an exponential manner, which also leads to the question of cybersecurity at the data level, at the instrumentation level, at the device level. That's basically where the cybersecurity becomes another very important element for us. And with such a huge volumes of data being available at public domains, and our decision making is going central into that, cybersecurity is going to be a very key element as such. But in all these cases, you need to have a reasonably good background in mathematics. Today we look at more through programming, but we are also coming into a world where low code models are actually coming in. So that is also going to be interesting area of twist. So in a sense, we are actually moved from a world where we were actually automated physical labor, which is what happened in the past. We are actually moving to a world where we are automating the cognitive labor. That's basically where the data science and the related aspects are going to be very important. So that shift is there, and it can be done from formal courses. It can also be done from informal courses or additional courses which being done with various universities per se. It's also possible.
Great. Thank you so much, sir. And let's move on to our next student panelist, Safura. Safura, go ahead. I guess you have a question for Mr. Stephen Cutter.
Yes, ma'am. Hello, ma'am, and hello, sir. My question is for Sir Stephen Cutter. Sir, could you please give us an insight on how you landed onto NFT Metaverse, and what is the game Earth Defenders all about?
Sure. It was for me. I've been in blockchain for about 7 years, all around sustainability and tracking impact and improving the earth. And it was about 4 years ago. I was looking at the gaming sphere and how many people are watching video games, how many people are playing video games, and I saw that as a great audience to get a message out and for the most adoption for blockchain. So that's kind of when I created the gaming. Woodgie Games is about 4 years ago, is when I saw gaming being a direct onboarder for blockchain and to get a message out. And yeah, the reason to create it is to make it easy to make action on this world. So imagine kids can sit around and play video games, right? Earth Defenders, and learn how to actually take care of the land. Even the geospatial land in their area will be able to upload everyone's even land there. And so you can learn how to improve it, learn how to work with the forces. The first things you'll be learning to do is to plant trees, and then you have to defend them, Earth Defenders. There's these giant monsters that will come try to destroy your trees. After you learn how to plant your forest, you learn how to plant food and how to grow your local native foods and learn permaculture practices. And then once you pass that test, you'll go on to learn how to build eco-villages and how to build your own home. So that's kind of some of the gameplay. There'll be all different types of gems and NFTs and things you can win, and play to plant is what we call it, not play to earn. So any transaction inside the game, whether it be from advertisements or for players buying additional things, proceeds will directly go towards our tree planting organizations that we work with. And then they'll report back to us the GPS location, what type of tree it is, who planted it. And then that will all go on chain. And then you'll see your NFTs in your wallet and your dashboard, and you'll see where the trees get planted. So the idea is that by playing games, trees will get planted, and you'll be able to earn NFTs and benefit everybody is the goal.
Thank you so much. And moving on to the last and final question for this panel, Tanmay. Tanmay, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone present here. I'm Tanmay Kumar, studying in class 9 at Yuva Bharati International School, Singapore. Today, I have a question for Gopinath sir. So it's great to know that you served as the Chief Executive Officer of the Kerala Startup Mission for 3 years, and also worked as the Director of Indian Institute of Information Technology and Management. And you were associated with the Indian Institute of Management for over 17 years as a professor in operations management. I would like to take this opportunity to know more about the emerging trends in operations management specifically, and what are the new career terminologies that have emerged in this field.
Okay, good. See, if you look at operations specifically, there are two major things are happening. One is that in the new world, you speak about machines communicating with each other, which is actually we know that automation happened, but machines doesn't used to communicate with each other in the past. So that's a one big change which is happening, which actually bring about a very different level of manufacturing environment as such. And you have a set of manufacturing analytics programs coming along with that. This is one trend. Second trend is there is also a move from large scale manufacturing to a small scale manufacturing at a very high level of efficiency. That's basically where we speak about additive manufacturing and 3D printing. Some of you may be already familiar with 3D printing, but 3D printing at an industrial scale is actually going to emerge, where manufacturing is going to be at the time of consumption sort of a thing. So you're producing almost at the time of a consumption as such. So today when we speak about manufacturing or operations, we are always speaking about large organizations, large factories and all. From that, you are actually moving to quite a bit of a decentralized model of operations, micro operations per se. Their newer technologies becomes extremely handy. And see, for example, Professor Prahalad works in developing metal 3D printers, for example. So some of those areas are actually going to be key things because it's actually going to revolutionize the way the new products are going to get developed. You design and you can develop a product immediately, sort of a thing. So this shift is actually going to happen, and that is also the reason why we see a large number of startups and smaller companies are coming in a big way today. So the next world is not about, a company need not take years to become large. There will be an exponential growth of companies coming. So at the school or college level itself, you should actually start working on innovative projects, translate them into entrepreneurship activities while you are at the school or college itself, so that you can launch moment you graduate from your studies and then scale it up to the larger level. So you do not have to wait for 20 years or 30 years to become a CEO. You can actually become a CEO in 3 years or 5 years if you actually do that whole thing during your studies itself. It also gives you a different way of learning your studies because you are actually implementing on live projects which of commercial significance. So some of these are important when you are looking at the new world of changes in the operations.
So I'd like to add on to that when Professor Saji mentioned about additive manufacturing. So one use case, say knee transplant. It used to take a couple of days, 3-4 days after diagnosing to really have a customized knee to be implanted. But with additive manufacturing and latest technologies, someone comes to the hospital, evaluates it, 3 to 4 hours, a knee can be transplanted. The impact of that is this individual is already suffering. He or she has to live with that suffering. So how soon that can be taken care of? And how many times the person has to travel to and fro from home to the hospital? And, and also the availability of several other things, and you have to fix an appointment later and all that. So such things are coming wherein interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary aspects are being useful to a lot of use cases and problems in various fields.
Thank you very much, all the youth ambassadors, for asking this question. And this session is going to end. Thank you very much, Mr. Stephen Cutter, Dr. Saji Gopinath, and Professor Prahalad Varkipat. But I want you to stay back for next 1.5 minutes also. One advice that you can give to your children, give to the new generation, how to prepare themselves to welcome the technology world. One single line advice. Can we start with Prahalad, Dr. Prahalad Varkipat?
Okay, be ready to learn and don't hesitate to learn. The brain is capable of doing wonderful things. It's our bias imposed by the society or whatever belief systems we have is constraining us. But I would like to say, you have certain special capabilities. I use what is known as emergenetics profiling. And if you have a certain preference, you should really understand yourself first and position yourself the best possible way to explore. But as you go along in life, you'll be able to know you better. You'll be able to learn more about you and others, and you'll be able to do great things. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Prahalad. And I would like to hear from Mr. Stephen Cutter. What is your advice to the next generation? How to prepare?
Do what you love and do something that's good for the planet. And you don't really have to work.
Unfortunately, you're not audible.
Oh, hold on. Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do what you love and do something good for the planet.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Stephen Cutter. And let's close this session, this wonderful session, with the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Digital University Kerala, Dr. Saji Gopinath. Sir, what is your advice to the next generation who wanted to be in the technology field?
Yeah, I think we used to say that Rome is not built in a day, but we should also know that Rome is not built by one person. It's always done by a group of people. So if you really wanted to excel in technology world, and a classic example is internet, for example, it's through sharing, it's through collaboration. So one important thing which we need to learn to excel in the new world is how do you collaborate and how do you work with each other.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Stephen Cutter, Prahlad Vadekepad, Professor Dr. Prahlad Vadekepad, and Dr. Sajeev Gopinath for joining us. Now we are moving to the next session. Deepa, would you like to take it further? Because next session is also very important. It's all about the biology sciences. Let's welcome our guest. Over to you, Deepa.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, we have Dr. B.N. Singh, Deputy Secretary, CBSE, who said it's a wonderful session. Please accept our compliments. Definitely. And of course, to all our panelists, thank you so much for sharing your views. And it's my absolute pleasure to welcome all of you to the next session for the day, which is again one of the most awaited sessions. We've been getting a lot of questions from the time we announced the session. It is, of course, about which careers are suitable for biology and life science aspirants and how to pursue them. So there is always the first thing that comes to your mind when you talk about biology and life science. For me, it is always being a doctor. But it looks like that's not just the only career option available for biology and life science, because we have such a rich panel here, right? So it gives me so much of pleasure to welcome the panelists. Let me just first call out their names. Ladies and gentlemen, my dear boys and girls, we have with us Dr. Smriti Krishna, Research Officer, Baker Heart and Diabetes Institute, Australia. Also, we have with us Dr. Parvati Prasad, CEO, BioRoute Exploration India Private Limited. So there you have an entrepreneur who's taken a biology life science career, and she's an entrepreneur today. And of course, we have with us Professor Dr. Sandeep Mishra, Vice Chancellor, President, NIMS University, Rajasthan, Jaipur. Please accept our warm welcome into this program. Let me just read out their profiles because it is so rich and that should really inspire all of us. Dr. Krishna's research focuses the translation of preclinical research into clinical research to improve the lives of patients with cardiovascular diseases. Dr. Krishna did her MPhil and PhD in India and then moved to Vascular Biology Unit, James Cook University, to take up an international postdoctoral position looking into genetics and epigenetic alterations in cardiovascular disease. Dr. Krishna has a strong interest in research for community benefit and has been involved in mentoring, lecturing, collaborating, and interacting with immigrant community, culturally and linguistically diverse community. She's also a member of Australian Mental Health Higher Education Committee, highlighting the importance of positive mental health for higher degree research students. Dr. Krishna's previous research has led to development of multiple animal models of cardiovascular diseases that aids in identification of novel pathways with therapeutic potential. She has strong ties with industry partners and her work has been published in many leading general and specialist journals. Let's welcome Dr. Smriti Krishna.
Thank you so much, Deepa.
Welcome, ma'am. Yes. And now let me invite Dr. Parvati Prasad. She's the Managing Director of BioRoute Exploration India Private Limited, which is currently focusing on advanced research in nanomedicine, lipid formations, cancer, organic health products, and infertility. She served as the Assistant Professor at Nurul Islam Institute of Medical Sciences from 2016 to 18. She effectively handled the role of research scientist in Reliance Life Science in the year 2007. A very dear friend, very studious, very focused. I'm so happy to invite Dr. Parvati Prasad to this session. Welcome, Dr. Parvati Prasad.
Thank you, Deepa. Thank you so much for introducing me. Thank you so much.
Let's move on to our next speaker, Dr. Sandeep Mishra, MD, DN, FACC, FSCAI, is Vice Chancellor or President, NIMS University, Rajasthan, and Professor of Cardiology and Director, Cardiological Sciences, NIMS Medical College and Hospital. He was former Professor of Cardiology and Director, Cath Lab at AIIMS, New Delhi. He did his DN in Cardiology from AIIMS and did his fellowship in Interventional Cardiology from Washington Hospital Center, USA. He was the first person to do virtual histology, experimental angiogenic gene therapy in India, and he developed the rat hind lamb The rat hind lamb is Kemia model for the first time in India. He has more than 200 manuscripts, abstracts. His book, as editor-in-chief, Cath Lab Practicals Manual, is a bestseller among cardiology books, and recent research and analysis in cardiology is another bestseller. He's been the guest editor of Catheterization and Cardiovascular Interventions Journal, editor-in-chief of Indian Heart Journal 2004-7, and so many more. Well, let's welcome none other than Dr. Sandeep Mishra also to the panel. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much for accepting our invite.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
And of course, to moderate the session with these three amazing personalities, I'd like to invite none other than career expert, alumnus of Harvard, Svetlana Ektarafi. Yes, Lana, the stage is all yours. And I would like to also say that, there's so many medical terms coming in between. I probably would have felt it's like almost like a tongue twister. But over to you, Lana, and I wish you good luck on moderating this session. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Deepa, for having me and for allowing me to moderate this session. I'm so impressed with the bios that you're just sharing for our esteemed guests. I mean, these are really, really accomplished people, and I can't wait to have a conversation and also to basically allow them to have them share their knowledge and experience with all the youth who have joined us today. Before we start, one thing I wanted to say to the youth. First of all, thank you for being here, and you've done such a great job on taking this step towards progressing your career, learning new things, expanding your horizons. I've been reading the chats on YouTube before I joined via the panelist link. I read all the chats. And so many of you are so eager to ask questions and so frustrated that your question is not being asked. Guys, there's over 100,000 of you, right, Ms. Deepa? There's over 100,000 people watching now live.
So many of them watching us live, and we've got questions like scrolling. I should actually turn off my camera and come this close to get to see the question. Yes.
Yes, I felt the same. So please don't feel bad if your specific question is not answered. We try to cover all the grounds, but do remember that, you have Lifeology with you forever now. You can always get on the website. You can always download the app. There's chat boxes there. There's a counselor that you can reach out for. So your question will not go unanswered. Just find more creative ways to ask it, because this 100,000 viewers, panel won't be able to answer all of you right now live. So please be patient. With that, can't wait to get our new subject that we're going to be discussing today with our esteemed guest. Which careers are suitable for biology and life science aspirants, and how to pursue them? So would really love to hear a little introduction from all of our esteemed guests. Maybe we can start with Dr. Smriti Murali. I hope I said your name correct. Please forgive me if I didn't.
Even though my name is spelled wrong in the Zoom, you pronounce it the right way. So Thank you so much, Deepa and Svetlana and Rahul, for having me here today. And just a brief introduction about my career path. So it's really interesting because I wanted to be an astronaut, and I ended up being a biology scientist. So I think it's not a big difference, except that you're zooming out and looking out into the outer world when you're being an astronaut. Whereas when you are a biology scientist, you're looking deeper and deeper into things which is right here on Earth. So I think I'm still exploring unknown territories. I should just give you a brief introduction about how I got the passion of science. So there are two main reasons. I would say I just have to take it back to my childhood, because my dad was a forensic scientist. So, everyone hates formalin smell and spirit smell, but for me as a child going into his lab, the most, exciting memory was the smell of formalin and, alcohol, where you have small specimens preserved in jars. So that's where my interest in science started from. And then I did my schooling in Trivandrum. I mean, from kindergarten to PhD, I did my schooling in Trivandrum, Kerala. So I have not done studies overseas. So the reason why I'm emphasizing on that aspect is that you can still reach reach for stars or reach wherever you want to be in your career, even if you're studying in your hometown. It's not just where you study, how you study, and what is the passion behind the study, which really matters. I mean, I'm just saying from my experience. So again, the second reason why I got interested was I was doing my bachelor's in Myrovenus, and we had a very fantastic geneticist, Dr. M.V. John, and he introduced me to genetics. And that's when I really realized that science is the field that I wanted to go. So I pursued my MPhil in Kairavatam in Kerala with Dr. Uman V. Uman sir, and then I did my PhD in Regional Cancer Center with Dr. Prabha Balram. So a wonderful, lineup of mentors, which is very important because the mentors, finding the right mentors is what keeps you in the field, because you really, having the passion is one thing, but you need people to nurture your passion and give you the confidence to pursue your dreams. So we'll come back to that later, but just taking through my life journey. So just as any ladies in my situation, I got married, I had twins, so I had to sort of choose between family and career. I didn't want to compromise on both or any, so I sort of took it both at the same time, and then I got the opportunity to do international postdoc position, moved to Australia again with my twin girls. It's a challenge. It was a challenge. It's still a challenge to be in academic career. And right now, since the last 2 years, I have kept one foot in academia and one foot in industry. So just as Deepa introduced me, I'm a translational scientist, but I'm now more of a translation from academic to the industry as well. So we'll talk about those aspects later, but this is just an overview. I do lecturing for medical students because knowledge is never, it's not just enough to have knowledge. It's important to share it and to mentor the next, generation. So I do lecturing also as part of that. So that's an overview of my career. More to come in the next segments. Thank you, Svetlana.
Thank you. Thank you so much for introducing yourself and saying what you do and showing how much passion you have for your career and for teaching as well. So we would really love to hear from Dr. Sandeep Mishra next. So please, if you, sir, unmute yourself and tell us a little bit about you and what you do.
So thank you, Deepa and Lana, for having me here. To introduce myself, I think I've already been introduced, so well. Basically, by profession, I'm an interventional cardiologist. And, one thing I would like to say is that, from my childhood, this is what I wanted to be. I wanted to be a cardiologist. And so I think, so it speaks something of a quick decision making of your career and trying to keep going and try to pursue what you want to do. So that is one. Although now I am a little bit of more expanded role. I'm vice chancellor of a university which has got about 21 colleges, which of course includes a medical college as well. So now I'm like quite a bit into management as well and administration. But professionally, I'm a cardiologist, basically. So that is the thing. And, the other thing that I wanted to say was that, you dream young and then you persevere for your dream. So you keep working towards it. And, there are a lot of successes, but even more failures, I think, for everybody. And I think this is something to do with biology. In difference with other sort of physics or maths, which are more exacting. Biology is something, I think, which is more abstract. It is more, it's very complex, and that is why the outcomes are not definite. So it is a bit you do the best and still you don't get the best outcome, and that happens in biology and does not happen that much in other fields. So I think these are some of the things that you keep in mind if really you want to become a biologist or to go further. One of the possibilities in biology is of course medicine, and so I think that is it, because you can go on and on, and so I just leave here. Anything specific you want to know, I would be happy to answer.
Absolutely, sir. We totally understand that, this is a topic where you could always go on and on and on. But I would specifically like to thank you for taking your time and being here to answer questions that is yet to come. And not only all of the panelists here, all of them here, because Dr. Smriti Krishna is joining us all the way from Australia. And I know that you are also into another workshop today. You told me that, but then you took your time. And Dr. Parvati Prasad is also in a conference. And then she's like taken her time away and she's here. So it's not that all of us, all of you panelists are at home and totally dedicated for this particular you're taking your time out, which shows why you're all successful in your own areas. Thank you so much, Dr. Sandeep. Yes, Lana, over to you. You can call up the next speaker.
I want to also say how lucky Dr. Sandeep is actually, because he knew from childhood what he wanted to be, and he pursued his dreams and he achieved his dreams. This is not very common, I would say, especially now we're running the sessions because so many of us are still confused about what profession is, feels good to us, what profession we need to pursue. So thank you very much for that intro. We will move to Dr. Parvati to say a few words, and then we will have some more specific questions for all of our esteemed panelists today. Dr. Parvati.
Thank you, Lena, for introducing me, and as well as Deepa. Thank you so much for introducing me. So myself, Dr. Parvati, I'm the founder of BioRoot Exploration India Private Limited, which is a biotechnology startup company situated in Trivandrum, Kerala. So before going into that, the role of entrepreneurship, I think I should explain what I have done first. So I have done my bachelor's in biotechnology. Then after that, I have done my master's in biotechnology. And later after master's, I was working in Reliance Life Sciences, Mumbai, basically in the regenerative medicine. I was working in ocular stem cells. And for some time, I even worked in Biocon also. And later, after working over there in Reliance Life Sciences, after my MSc, I understood one thing that, if you have to grow in your career, your growth should not be stagnant. So you have to grow in your career. So I think I was having a feeling that I should go for my PhD during that time while working. So I started applying for universities outside India. And I get into Monash University, Australia. So I did my PhD in neuroendocrinology. And just after quitting my job from Reliance Life Science, after getting an admission in Monash University, I got into my PhD program. I finished my PhD program. I came back to India after 4 years. Then I joined, like what Deepa has mentioned while introducing me. I joined as an assistant professor in Noor Islamic Institute of Medical Science in Trivandrum. Sorry, there is too much disturbance over here. I'm in between a conference, which is a Women's Summit conference, which is happening in Cochin. So I'm in between that, and sorry for the inconvenience. Once I joined in MIMS as an assistant professor in Department of Genetics, I was into teaching as well as into research part. So during that time, I was having a feeling that I have to do something on my own. It's not my cup of tea, taking a job, doing everything what I am supposed to do from morning till evening. But I wanted to do something by my own. So I started networking with people all around, how should I start a startup? And what are the formalities required to start a startup? So first thing I understood that it's actually teamwork to start a startup. So I started networking with people, and I connected with so many doctors, retired doctors, and finally I met so many good people around me. And finally we started a startup in 2018 with a young group of scientists, as well as there are scientists who are able to mentor me after their retirement. Also, they are in the BioRoot who used to mentor us for what we are doing. So finally, I ended up in quitting the job, and I entered into the role of entrepreneurship. So yeah, it's extremely different, and it's extremely challenging also when you enter into the area of entrepreneurship. But I think according to me, I love what I am doing. So I'm passionate in what I am doing. So for me, even if any obstacles or challenges come through my way, I'm ready to face it, and I'm ready to move on. I think in this 4 years of entrepreneurship, I should say that so many obstacles have come on my way. But God has helped me in moving actually forward with that, taking up all the challenges, and I'm moving forward. And we have come up with 2 innovative healthcare products as a startup company within this 4 years time. And as a startup, it's not about innovative healthcare products. We should also work on different tentacles to spread, to flourish as a company. So we are also into outsourcing works. We do take up internship programs, project works for students. We do train. And moreover, I should say one thing, that it's a women-oriented startup company. So we actually want women to be technically independent in what they are doing and to give more opportunities to skill or make the women more independent in what they are doing. So we always encourage women to come and join in our company, to take up any internship programs or any projects works. At the same time, if they wanted to collaborate with BioRoot in any of the areas they are looking for, yeah, do call us, because we are mainly focusing on, like what Deva has mentioned, we are focusing into cardiac purposes and into infertility areas also. So that's all about my journey as an entrepreneur. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank
Yes,
you. Thank you.
thank you so much. Yes, Lana, over to you. Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Parvati, it's very nice to hear, well, not only yours, but all of our panelists' career journeys and how they took their degrees and basically moved forward, maybe ventured out into different things and ended up where they are. I would like to go back to the title of our session today, which is which careers are suitable for biology and life science aspirants. So can we talk a little bit more about that? Dr. Smriti, if you can unmute and maybe talk about what type of career choices can students make if they are already in these fields of biology and life sciences.
So, Svetlana, I would say that this is an exciting time to be in biology field and take up biology as a career because of the influx of new technologies and I mean, there's no blanket statement to make here, like what are the most exciting careers to take up, because there's it actually depends on a number of different factors, because one thing is what is your aspiration, and second thing is what is your capacity, and what is it that you love to do. So based on this, you will have to choose the career. So I cannot comment on, okay, these are the top 5 things that you should choose, because it will be very personalized. But looking at biology as a field, we can say that there are few fields which are emerging newly, and those would be some things which you can pursue and which is exciting for the new generation, because we all grew up with in the standard way, like you do a bachelor's, then you do a master's, then you do a PhD, and then you get into an academic position, or you do an MBA, and then you do get into entrepreneurship. So that's the way we were trained, our brain was trained to do. But these days, the 3 terms I would try to emphasize on when you're thinking about a career is, it has to be interdisciplinary, it has to be multidisciplinary, and it is also translational. So it's very fluid. So you can start studying in one field, and then and once you finish that, you feel like, okay, this is not enough, I need to do something else. So you jump and learn something else, and take your career trajectory into a different path. Just as how Dr. Parvati was mentioning, I mean, she has done her master's in biotechnology, and now she's an entrepreneur. So there is no one blanket statement that I can make that, okay, if you're doing biology, this is the top few. But having said that, I would leave the medical sides of the profession for Dr. Sudeep Mishra to talk about, because medicine as such, which includes dentistry and all the allied health sciences, is a completely different track, and that's a very straightforward track. So as he mentioned, he had that vision to become a cardiologist. So you do your master, MBBS, then you do your MD, then you do your traineeship, and then it's a straightforward process, and then that's where you want to end. But the good thing and the exciting thing about life sciences and biology is, it depends on you. I mean, it actually depends on the individual as such, that where you end up. So if you, I'll just say an example of one career choice is, say, if you're someone who likes digital, technologies a lot, who likes, paintings, and, who is very creative, medical imaging is an exciting, a path to look into. You do your bachelor's or master's, you get into imaging, because it's all about images. And then if you are someone who is passionate about computer coding, the whole field of bioinformatics is open for you. And if you are someone who likes to play with numbers, biostatistics and big data science is a field which you can go into. So it all depends on what is it that you love to do, because the concept of going to work and working 9 to 5 just to to get your paycheck at the end of the month, that concept is no longer valid, because you're spending your valuable and the most efficient time of your life, you're putting it into your career. That has to be something really you're passionate about. So going back to which fields that which I would advise, I would first say that look at you as a person, who you are as a person, and what is it that mostly drives you, and what is it that you're passionate about, and then try to connect the dots and then choose the track.
That's a great advice, definitely. I mean, doesn't matter which field you start from, your own personality, your own passion, your own differences in character will really affect how you feel about the job that you end up in. So yes, absolutely. Dr. Sandeep, would you like to add something to that?
So I would say that, if you choose biology, then there are broadly 3 streams. So one of them is clinical stream, and which she mentioned briefly, which means you could go for being a medical professional, or you could be a dentist, medical, dental, nursing, pharmaceutical, physiotherapy, paramedical means technicians concerned with medical specialists, maybe radiologists, transfusion technicians, and diet. So these are in the clinical side. Then there could be a lot of technology side, so which means biotechnology, where you could go for food production specialist, or you could go for sustainable fuels, so that is another biology option, or you could go into new medicine, so pharmaceuticals, so you could medicine discovery, or medical use and regulation of medical. So that is yet another field. And last would be system biology, which means interaction of biology with other specialties. So as she said, like biology with let us say computers, or biology with the statistics, or biology with mathematics. So these are the bioinformatics are those areas where you could go. So basically broadly 3 streams, and you could choose one of them depending on, as she said, your kind of personality and your kind of passion.
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep. You put it very clearly and very sort of in a very organized manner. So there's 3 streams that are very different from each other, vastly different, that you could consider to continue your studies in biology from. That's great.
I'm sorry, I'll speak very less, but maybe, just summarize the things, right? Because others get confused when you keep these long speeches you give, then people get confused, I think.
No, thank you. Thank you very much for your clarity. And Dr. Parvati, I would like to give a word to you as well.
Yeah. What I have to tell is that I totally agree with Dr. Mishra and Dr. Smriti has told. Basically, it actually depends on a person that what they are looking for and what they wanted to study and how do they want to build up their career. Because it's totally depend on person. The one thing I wanted to add is that you should not keep any barrier for yourself. Like in my case, like usually what Dr. Smriti was talking about, there is this common strategy that, after your BSc, you will again go for MSc. Then after MSc, people will again looking for a job. Some people enter into jobs. Some people like that, they will prepare for CSIR, that is basically to get into a good institute for PhD program in India. And if you wanted to go abroad, of course, you should start applying for universities abroad, depending on what area you wanted to do PhD. So it all depends on what you want and what you're looking for. And the one most important thing is that if you are passionate about something, then go for it. Don't keep a barrier for yourself. If you have done something in BSc microbiology and you wanted to jump into genetics, or you wanted to jump into neuro, it's like go for it. Of course, you have to start from the scratch, everything technique wise and reading wise, theoretical wise. But it's okay. It's always better to gain knowledge in different areas, and gaining experience in different areas is always better for your career. And if you have that in mind, if you are passionate in what you are doing, and if you are ready to jump into different areas and looking for different career options, it's always better. But you should have the courage to do that rather than going for the typical traditional strategy, which is being followed for so many years. In terms of career wise, like other than this PhD, then people always go for postdoc and all. So that is one way of going, a typical traditional way. Other than that, you can also go into teaching professions, normally into teaching. If somebody is after PhD or postdoc, if they wanted to enter into research institutes, purely on research oriented works, you can go for that. And somebody like me, if you wanted to enter into entrepreneurship, definitely you should come up with ideas. You should have the concept to visualize things and coming up with a commercially viable product. Like when you start up a company, and if you can come up with a commercially viable product eventually, which can launch into the market and very helpful for the common man, that is also one way. So it all depends on what you wanted to do. But if you are ready to come up into the entrepreneurship area, especially in the life science field, there are Kerala Startup Mission in Kerala, the state government, they help us, especially for women entrepreneurs. They help us a lot in terms of funding and all. Definitely central government, DBT grant, GST grants are there. But definitely one thing you need to keep in mind, I have to tell you again, that if you have the idea of for some commercially viable product and the concept to visualizing, that's always better to get a grant move. So these are the points I think we need to take care of when a person who wanted to enter into the entrepreneurship and coming up with a product. Other than that, these are the areas that usually being taken up by any like irrespective of gender, people used to take in the normal traditional pathway. But I have to say that don't keep any barrier for yourself. You have to keep your mind, ears, and open to the world and think what is happening. You should keep update yourself and look for different opportunities, because opportunities will never come twice. So grab it when it comes and look for it and do it.
Thank you. You know, speaking about keeping your eyes open for opportunities, the session before this, I don't know if you had a chance to attend it, you know, dealt with metaverse and NFTs and robotics, you know, robotics engineering and subjects like this. And a lot of the talk was that, you know, so many careers are being replaced by robots, and so many careers are on the decline whilst others are on the rise. So Dr. Sandeep, I would like to give you the word back and would love to hear your opinion. Is your job about to be replaced by robots? Are jobs in biology in general going to be replaced by robots? What is your opinion on this?
So, I mean, look, you know, if you look at medicine, because I'll speak of medicine and I'm sure it applies to many other things as well. So medicine is all about prolonging life. And at the same time, when the life is prolonged, having less sort of morbidity or less problems while you are living. So more safe and longer life. So this is, I mean, in 2 words, this is medicine. So you just want to prolong life and to make it safer and easier for the patient. Now, in that, you know, so for achieving that, you know, robots play a role because they can become, so the things are moving from into less invasive. So what we want to do is, if there is something which can be done surgically, we want to do it interventionally. So we want to do it interventionally. And if something can be done with just medicines, then you just want to move on to medicines and try to avoid even intervention. So this is one way. So being less invasive as possible. And robots will help you there to be less invasive. But look, there is a difference between robots and let us say human being. And the essential difference is that robots don't have this ability to have a choice of what they are doing. So they will do something, they have a program. If this is this, you do this. They don't have 2 options that if this is this, maybe you choose this or you choose that. So robots will never replace human beings because decision making, especially biological decision making, especially in medicine, will always be done by humans, because robots are like, you know, machines. So they can say yes or no, but in between they don't have anything and they have only one answer. They don't have 3 or 4 answers. So that is why they will never replace a human being. They will take away some of the work. What human beings don't like is a repetitive work. If you are a lift operator, every time you are pressing button, going up, down, every day, you are doing the same thing, you will get bored and you will be sick of your own life, I think. This is what I feel. So that's why you like challenges, you like variety of work. And for repetitive works, you would like to replace yourself by these kind of things, robots who will be doing repetitive things, same thing they will do again and again. So, in short, philosophically, my feeling is robots will never replace human beings. They may help you with some of your work. So they can be a good assistant, but they are not going to replace, period.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for that. That's good to hear. And Dr. Smriti, do you agree?
I totally agree with Dr. Sandeep. It's robots are never going to replace human beings, and they function based on our commands. So we use a lot of robotic assistants in our labs, but that's all programmed by us because it's designed for us to reduce our workload. So when it goes back to the number of jobs being replaced, yes, there are jobs being replaced by robots, because if I have 3 technicians to run something overnight, I will only require 1 technician, because that technician can program and run the machine overnight to do that. So it does replace the number of jobs, but not the efficiency, or not to the extent that we will not be having jobs, so yeah, that's never going to happen.
So because can I say something? Yeah, fair enough. What I would like to say is that they can take care of some of the work, but because they take care of some of the work, a lot of new avenues will open, and the people who are decision makers or who can work on choice can be moved to a different profession. So it's not like they are going to starve to death if robots come. It's like they will be utilized in a more efficient way in something which others cannot do. So this is what I feel. So, it's not like they are replacing your jobs. They are doing something which you don't want to do, or which you are bored enough, and you can move on to higher things. My feeling.
Yeah, opening new avenues basically for people within
because
the
they'll
same
open up a
field.
lot of opportunities once they are at it.
Well, that's great. So what are some of these, maybe Dr. Parvati, you can chime in and say, so what are some of these maybe new technologies or new advancements in the field of biology that were not known before, that are just coming up and becoming more and more popular?
And can you repeat the question, please? Because it's too much voice here. It's not clear for me, actually.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we do hear a little disturbance from your end, but it's fine. Your voice is loud and clear. So my question is, so what are these new horizons or new avenues in the field of biology? What are these new emerging careers that are coming up that were maybe not around a few years back, and how to be on the lookout for them?
Coming to the career-wise, actually, career-wise, like I was mentioning in the few minutes before, you have to keep your eyes, ears, and mind and open to the world, because its technology is developing each and every day. So nothing like any limitations for anything. And moreover, like in India, especially, they are promoting more into technology as well as for life science, basically to come up with indigenous formulations and indigenous ideas. So that is one of the important things that I wanted to say. And like government is supporting too much. Previously, earlier, it was not like that. Now it has been coming up in different areas. So it's not something like you have to, I have done some stream of biology like BSc biotechnology or MSc biochemistry. Like, am I able to do something like into robotics or something like into software development or hardware development or something like IV fluids, like, or into drugs? It's actually possible. If you have a group of scientists and if you have the courage to do it, you can do it basically. But it's, I'm not telling that it's very easy. You have to take so many initial steps and advice from the people. And if you have a person with that career background, that it's more easy. So it in terms of technology wise, like biotechnology, biochemistry, microbiology, there is always a career options, like people like what they are looking for. You can always work as a microbiologist after microbiology, and biotechnology as biotechnologist. It's there. But like what I was telling, basically, if you wanted to come into something like your own and developing something, yeah, you need to work on it actually. But in terms of that, like I have done something like I have done my doctorate in neuroendocrinology. It doesn't mean that I cannot go into develop into a drug formulations. But of course, if you have an organic chemistry person background or a person who can assist you in your company, that would be more useful and easy. So it's actually career-wise, like what option, what you want to do, it's like it's up to you. But options are there, career opportunities are more in India. Like previously people used to go outside for like masters, bachelors and all. Now in India also it is coming up, so many institutes are coming up and already existing institutes are there. They can opt into genetics area, medical coding, so many are there. So it's actually, you have to look upon what you want to do. So that is what I have to ultimately tell you.
Thank you, Dr. Parvati.
Svetlana, can I just interrupt there? I mean, a couple of points which we have not touched, especially in this topic of emerging careers, because I just want to take it back to a couple of new or exciting career paths, like say data scientist. I don't know if you mentioned about it. I mean, if a student is passionate about numbers and computer, that's a very important field, especially with the current genomic data and the post-COVID data which is emerging. There's so much of data out there. It's very hard to actually keep up with the pace of how much data is generated and how meaningful results are being generated out of it. So there is a big gap there where students can actually enter into that and straight away get their career set. And the other aspect is clinical trials. There's so much of clinical trials going on. If you're passionate about management, you don't have to do an MBA, but if you have the life science background and then if you're getting into clinical trial management position, that's an exciting career because you are being part of a huge research program which is multi-center, and you develop or you generate a lot of soft skills along with that, which is translatable. So later on, if you want to move from one career to another, those are translatable skills, all those management skills that you get. The other aspect that we didn't touch upon is the ethics aspect, the law and the ethics. There are many students who do bachelor's and master's in biology and then do a law and get into ethics side. And that's, again, if you have that passion of law and international law, bioethics, that's an important part, both in clinical and in research, biology, life science research as well, because especially these days, research is multi-centric. So that's an exciting and very interesting field. The other one which we didn't touch upon is the commercialization field. There's a huge demand of people who have got the commercialization knowledge, which we are lacking, because post-COVID, even in countries like Australia and other countries that realize that there is a requirement for quick generation of products, quickly bringing things into the market. So that commercialization skill is a very important skill which people are very keen. So you can do a bachelor's and master's and get into the commercialization stream, and the whole world is open. I mean, not just in the academic, in terms of grant writing and looking at the grant proposals and WHO related, but also in industry. So I just wanted to touch upon those important.
Thank you so much for adding to that and allowing us to see more streams. I know Ms. Deepa came on screen.
Yeah, Lana, I think Parvati.
Yes. Ms. Deepa came on screen surely to remind me that I need to stop asking my own questions and we need to give time to youth ambassadors.
No, not at all. I mean, yeah, of course we do have that, but I think Parvati wanted to add something. Yes, what was that, Parvati?
Yeah, I totally agree with the points like what Dr. Smriti was talking about. So I just wanted to add in the part of commercialization, like what she said is right, because rather than looking for the grants which is given by central government or state governments, there are options like you can even have an LOE, going and talking with the pharmaceutical companies. And if you have a commercial viable product which you wanted to launch into the market, definitely they are there to help you, pharmaceutical companies, because mostly they are looking for ideas. And other than ideas, if that product has a market size and a market value, they will definitely help you. So meeting with pharmaceutical companies or clubbing with pharmaceutical companies will also help you to launch your product into the market. So that is one good area which, like what she was talking, that I wanted to add.
Sure, Parvati. Thank you so much. Yes, Lana. So now I'm here to remind you that we'll have to take questions because Parvati told me earlier that she has a conference. She is in the midst of a conference. She needs to leave now. So shall we move on to the student panelists and their questions?
Absolutely. Let's get our youth up on screen and have them ask us some questions.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Lana, for coordinating this so beautifully. Let me first invite Jason and Mosmi because they had questions for Parvati. So Jason, please go ahead, turn on your video and you can ask the question, and Mosmi, you'll go after that.
Okay, ma'am. Good morning to everyone present here. My name is Jason. I am from 8th grade studying in Abu Dhabi Indian School, Abu Dhabi. And my question to Dr. Parvati Prasad is, can you explain the trends that are transforming the life science industry?
Yes, thank you for the question, Jason. So Parvati, the question is, can you explain the trends in life science industry, right?
Yeah, exactly. So there is basically different trends that's going on, like what I was saying before. Like if you are a person into biotechnology, like in your master's or bachelor's, after that with master's biotechnology, you can always enter into some industries working as a biotechnologist, because taking as biotechnology as a subject, you will have you will get exposed to different areas of biotechnology subjects like microbiology, industrial biology, cell biology, so many subjects, because if I keep on telling, it will not get finished up. So I just don't want to get into all subjects. That's one area. So it's actually, if you're taking an MSc biotechnology, and then there is always an option for you to enter into a PhD program if you're interested into research, or else if you can even move into industry, basically as you can work as a research associate or a research scientist, entering into an industry, getting experience and then going for PhD program. That is also one way, because I have done that way. Because most of the students I have seen that, like after BSc, bachelor's, master's, like any stream of biology, like biotechnology, microbiology, genetics, cell biology, like coding studies, data collection studies as a one area. So any area, like it's up to you, like which area what you wanted to switch after your master's or bachelor's. So after your master's, some people, they enter into universities, they are interested into PhD programs, so they prepare for that and get into good top institutes in India or abroad. That's one thing. Or some people, they enter into like industries looking for job, getting experience. Because as a student, when you are finish your master's, you will only get limited exposure to lab equipments in your college. Like it was the same thing for me also in India, because you will not get exposed to all the equipments, because there is limited equipments in universities or colleges. But now the things has grown, more fully equipped labs are there in colleges as well as institutes. But at the same time, an industry exposure is very much required as a student, because you will get exposed to more things, and you will be able to network with more people for your future career programs, or to get into jobs into other areas. So that's one thing that I have a feeling that it's always better to have a hands-on experience or practical experience rather than theoretical knowledge, and then going for PhD program will be more useful for you, because you will become more independent in handling things by yourself, technically as well as theoretically. That is one thing that I wanted to tell. And other than that, some people after PhD, they go for a postdoc, because they are only interested in research oriented things. So coming up with papers, getting your papers published, you're inventing something and getting patents, something like that. But there are some people, like they don't want to sit and earlier was Mr. Sir was talking about life. Like your life will become monotonous, because every day as a scientist, you have to keep your eyes and ears open. At the same time, what I have a feeling is that you should get exposed to new things, and you should actually get a chance to learn new things every day. So that means your life will not be monotonous. So getting into one lab, doing every day same work, you will get stagnant. Your growth will be stagnant, and you will also feel monotonous, that you wanted to switch on. So it's always better, if you have a feeling like that, you should switch on, look into some other areas, like where you can have opportunities like data scientists or clinical research associates, or getting into other stream of lab where you will be exposed to different lab works, different instruments you will get to learn, which you can apply into commercialization purpose also. Like when you are coming up with a product, when you wanted to start a venture on your own, that is also one way. So it all depends on like what you wanted to choose and how you wanted to move on.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Jason, for your question. And thank you, Parvati, for your answer. And is Mosmi here? I don't see Mosmi in this session. I think she's facing a technical issue. Well, I think that's it for Dr. Parvati Prasad. Thank you so much, Dr. Parvati, for, I know it's been difficult, but thank you for, attending this session for a brief period of time. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, I'm here.
Oh, thank you, Deepa. It's my pleasure.
Parvati, she's here. Your second question is also here. So just give us 5 more minutes. Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. And my today's question is for Dr. Parvati Prasad. And the question is like, can you please explain if bioscience and life science both are the same?
No, it's actually depends on different things, different factors are involved. Bioscience, basically, you can even enter into biomedical research or biomedical business. The life science means entirely you can into different areas, either into life science and finally into a venture of your own, or life science into research oriented things. So I was telling the same thing previously. It actually depends on what you wanted to do. Because if you wanted to come up with a biomedical instruments or biomedical, like developing something like in terms of software, hardware, or like she was telling previously, robotics related equipments. It all depends on what you wanted to do. Clinical scientists, data scientists, they all actually acquire the knowledge or the data and in doing things like that to develop a area as in terms of data scientists. But in life science, like mostly what I've come across in my life is basically people, there are so many people, they're very passionate into only research areas. They don't want to come up with a commercial viable product, or they don't want to come up into a technology transfer program. They're more into inventing something like and working on it and publishing papers and all. So it's actually a different way of doing things and the different way of thinking and how you wanted to think and how you wanted to come up as a person, as an entrepreneur or as an individual, anything. It actually depends on you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, so that's it. Thank you so much, Dr. Parvati Prasad. Now we'll move on to the questions for the next panelist. And Dr. Parvati Prasad, you're free to leave. Thank you so much for accepting our invite and being here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure talking to all of you. Thank you so much.
Yes. All right. So now let's move on to the next. Suviksha. Suviksha, please go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Suviksha, and I would like to continue my career in the field of forensic science. So can you specify which subjects are included in this subject and what are the things that we should consider, most importantly, to pursue a career on forensic science? And which are the colleges offering bachelor's degree for this course and the fee structure for such courses?
Okay, that's a pretty detailed question. Well, about the career options and the courses, who would want to take the question, Dr. Sandeep or Dr. Smriti Krishna?
So far as the medicine part is concerned, there is something called forensic medicine, where you look at there are various aspects, and to pursue that career path where you become a forensic medicine specialist, you first need to do your bachelor's. In India, you need to do bachelor's, that is MBBS, and after you could do MD in forensic medicine, and that will give you, a perspective, a medical perspective to the forensic science. So it is not, a technical or not on any other perspective, a medical perspective. So, for example, there could be cases related to poisoning leading to death. There could be other situations like suffocation, drowning, etc., which have got a medical component. The cause of death is naturally a medical situation, and the real cause of death and that, etc., you can pursue. The other kind of cases where forensic medicine comes is let us say, sexual assaults, where you need to prove that this has been actually happened, and so you need some medical or need those biological proofs for this kind of situation. And then there could be some psychological things where the psychologists may be also involved. So these are broadly areas where from medical perspective, forensic medicine person would get in. But I'm sure there are other issues like policing issues. So there you could be a part of it, or law issues, so you could pursue forensic medicine from the perspective of law and perspective of investigation, the police investigation, and there could be medical investigation.
Thank you so much. I'll also add to that, Deepa, which is the genetic aspect, because the paternity testing and identifying a culprit based on the crime scene specimens is another field, and and mostly done by laboratory techniques like PCR and DNA fingerprinting, DNA matching. So that's all coming under the genetic stream. So if you are pursuing a biology career or a biology track, you can still end up getting into the forensic field from as a technical person. So you don't specifically have to do a course in forensic itself to get into that. You can still do a science a bachelor's or a master's in general biotechnology and still get into that. But if it's your passion to be focused on forensic, you can look into the courses which are offered by Indian universities. But I would definitely say that it's good to start off in a general, like, when you're fresh out of school, you don't know which stream you want to go. You might be passionate about forensic at the moment, but 3 years down the lane, once you finish your bachelor's, you might want to do something else. So if you are doing a bachelor's in forensic, you're stuck in that field. It will be difficult to change. So whenever you're doing a graduate course, I would encourage the students to keep your eyes open and broad, so that you have the options to jump into some other field as well. So that's something which you will have to see, like, is that the main goal, that you want to be a forensic scientist, or that could change in the down the lane. So keep that in mind when you're choosing your courses.
Sure. All right. Thank you. And we'll move on to our possibly, in the interest of time, maybe the last speaker, a student, Lavya. Lavya, are you there? Lavya? Okay, so Lavya, have you joined us? If not, we can move on to the next person, Vidisha. Vidisha Datta, please go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. So I am Vidisha Datta, a 12th grader from Carmel Convent School, New Delhi. And my question is to Dr. Sandeep Mishra. So, sir, what is the process of becoming a microbiologist, like from the start of high school? And also, if I've chosen biotechnology as career for say, what is the career progression I would get transformed into a microbiologist? Thank you, sir.
So as far as I see, there are two pathways to becoming a microbiologist. One could be a medical line. So you could do your MBBS, and then after that you could do your MD in microbiology. And so you will have a medical kind of perspective. The other could be the biology perspective. You could do bachelor's in BSc in human biology or something like that. And then you could do your master's in microbiology, or you could take biotechnology as your initial thing, as you just mentioned, and then you could do masters in microbiology, and then you would be looking at the the physical aspects of microbiology. So for example, how to grow the virus, how to grow the bacteria, fungus, etc. And what is those kind of technical issues you would deal with if you pursue this particular stream. And then I'm sure there are advanced opportunities after you pursue your biotechnology. If you do your PhD, then you have the opportunity of either working in the medical college kind of environment where you could become academician and take up the faculty position in a medical college from your biotechnology background as well, or you could go to industry and be involved in a lot of biotechnology areas, for example, those related to, let us say, milk or food processing, or so many other things. So this is the whole field you could get into. The third aspect could be that you could be in a medical industry. So you could be in a diagnostic lab and help with the interpretation of microbiological interpretations. So these are some of the possibilities. And lastly, of course, as ma'am already, Dr. Smriti already told, you could get involved in the clinical trials in some of these diseases as well. If you pursue this specialty and then you take your MPH or, in Masters in Public Health or something like that, then you could even pursue this stream. So a lot of options, and with, genetics coming in a big way and personalized medicine coming in, I think there would be a lot of role for biotechnologists, because they would tell us which drug would work well in which patient and which one will not work well, and which drug would work in which kind of biological environment and which one will not. So a lot of options for biotechnology. Personalized medicine is something. The other thing is, which is very interesting, is regenerative medicine. So basically trying to extend life, and knowing the genetic background, you could predict what are the diseases that are likely to happen. And there was one movie I would encourage you to watch that movie, where they were predicting which one will have what kind of 50% chance of heart attack, 75% chance of cancer, and at what age they will have. So that kind of prediction, once the child is born, or even when it's not born in the womb of the mother, if you can take a sample and process the genetical structure, and you may make these kind of sort of astrological predictions of what is going to happen medically to this particular person. So I mean, there's a very exciting field, and the future is personalized medicine, regenerative medicine. So these are some of the things that are and chronobiology, how these biology impacts with the environment. So these are, I think, some of the interesting. And the microbiology is one part of it.
Thank you so much, sir. Before we move on to the last question, our next guest is here.
Ma'am, actually, I'm here now. Am I audible?
Yes, don't worry. I will give you a chance. Don't worry about it. I just want to acknowledge the presence of our next guest here, who is Mr. Ashok Ramachandran. So thank you so much for joining us. Just give us 2 minutes. We have just one last student waiting to ask a question, and then we're going to wrap this up. Okay?
No problem.
Yes. All right. Okay. So Lavya, the stage is all yours, and go ahead quickly.
Okay, so my question, I'm Lavya Balagan from class 9, studying in Yuva Bharati International School, Singapore. My question is actually for Dr. Smriti Krishna. So ma'am, actually I'm quite interested in biology and life science. So in accordance to that, can you specify some subjects under biology and life science which will be in great demand over the next decade?
Okay, so again, going back to the next decade, it's all about data. So I would say that if you are really someone who loves genetics, who loves numbers, who loves computers, then data science is one field which you have to look into, because there's so much of data being generated, because we are doing, say for example, SNP studies, looking at big, high content screening, so many aspects which we are doing. The data generated is enormous, and we really can't keep up with the amount of data being generated. So you really need good, people who are skilled in using this data to transform that into meaningful results. So data science is one field to look into, and it's just, you can get into, say, for example, if you're someone who wants to work in WHO, or in NIH, in some international organizations like that. So that's a huge demand, especially post-COVID. so much of data is being generated about, say, I'm just giving you an example how COVID or long COVID affects subsequent disease generation in humans. So that's a huge area. So you need to have people who are skilled in using bioinformatics and coding and all those things to make meaningful results out of data. So data science is one field to really look into.
Thank you so much, Dr. Smriti Krishna. And thank you, Lavya. I hope you're happy that you got to ask the question and your question got answered. Thank you so much. Well, I know we had Vishwalochanan and we had Anandita also, but don't worry. We will try to, take you up on another panel. Thank you so much, all of you. We need to wrap up the session. Lana, closing remarks from you, and we can move on to the next session.
The only closing remark from me can be thank you. Thank you so much for all the panelists, all the esteemed guests that we had that brought so many beautiful insights and things that we may not have necessarily thought about. They've really opened up eyes of our teens, I think, to all the different streams, different possibility, emerging careers in biology and life sciences. And I cannot thank you enough for that. I mean, this is exactly what we were hoping to get out of this session. So thank you, and
thank you so much.
I'm out.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sandeep Mishra. It was amazing having you. And thank you, Dr. Smriti Krishna, for joining us, from your busy schedules. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So we're moving on to our next session. And what is the next session all about? It's exciting. Which careers is suitable for commerce and management aspirants, and how to pursue them, commerce and management aspirants. We had a lot of questions specifically on this area. Get ready to get all your answers, all your questions answered. And to invite our esteemed guest onto the panel, I'd like to invite Praveen Parmeshwar, CEO of Lifeology Foundation. Praveen, the stage is all yours.
Yeah, Diva, thank you very much. So good afternoon all, good afternoon every child and parent and officials, principals listening to us over the 6th day of Lifeology National Guidance Festival. So we have a fantastic guest with us to talk about the careers in management. Let me introduce the esteemed person to you. I mean, every person who has into an escalator or an elevator should be familiar with the company, the name, the brand which this person is leading. Let me introduce Mr. Ashok Ramachandran. Ashok Ramachandran is the CEO and chairman to Schindler India. He has joined Schindler India as a quality engineer in Schindler, Australia in 2006. 2009, he became the regional general manager in Queensland. 2012, managing director, Schindler, Vietnam. After successfully built the company there in Vietnam, he moved to become the managing director in Schindler, Malaysia. After building the company in Australia, Vietnam, and Malaysia, in 2018, he was appointed as the CEO, Schindler India. And from 2019 onwards, he has been the president, CEO and president to Schindler India. And more than this experience, he has some notable achievements connected with his name. He's the youngest country head in Schindler Group ever had. And he's a recipient of Economic Times 40 under 40 in 2019. So we have a fantastic person with us to talk about careers in management. And let me tell you one more thing. Why did we select Mr. Ashok Ramachandran to interact with you? There would be a lot of CEOs who are doing their job perfectly well, same like Ashok Ramachandran, but there are very few CEOs who are very, very passionate about human development, extremely passionate about human, extremely passionate to talk to youngsters and motivate them, energize them. And Mr. Ashok Ram is one of those people. So we are getting Mr. Ashok Ramachandran to interact with you. So over to you, Ashok Ramachandran. We would like to listen to your story for some time initially, then we go for an interaction. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Praveen. And it's wonderful to be interacting with one of my favorite audience, which is all the students from school and all the other esteemed panels and guests who are listening in today. So let me give some context before we get into a bit of Q&A and stuff. I started my life in Chennai as a school student. I was born and raised in Chennai. I went to Padma Deshadri school in Chennai, and I after my 12th, I moved to engineering like most people. And when people ask me why did I do engineering, I had no idea. I think it was kind of those days. That was only kind of important choice we had, either medicine, doctor, or commerce. In hindsight, I probably would have done different things, but those were the times when we didn't have much choice. And I did my engineering for 4 years. I would say that I really struggled. I was not, I realized that it was not a strong point for me, which was technical education. I had multiple backs and, failures in my engineering. Thankfully, I graduated in 4 years. But what was very fascinating for me those days is, and those days, it was not very common to have part-time jobs and things like that, but I used to do that. I used to, after college or even weekends, I used to go and do a lot of simple things, like doing sales in a shop or door-to-door marketing. All those things I did, which really taught me soft skills, which I did not realize at that point of time. But today, when I look back and see why did I grow my career so quick, I can almost attribute it to the fact that I did a lot of these side hustles, as we call it. Then I went to Australia to do my master's. And I would say that that was very life-changing because, as a typical Indian student, we are very cocooned by the family. The parents are taking care of us. And even when I had a lot of my failures in school, in college, my dad used to always tell me that, I know that you will do well in life. Don't worry about all these failures. And I think with all that hope, I went to Australia. And it was again very, very challenging those days because unlike now, going overseas wasn't that common yet, number one. Number two is I went right after September 11 happened in 2001. In 2002, I went. It was very difficult. The economy was very tough. Market was very tough. Jobs weren't available. I did not get a scholarship. I had to take a home education loan with mortgaging my house. And there was a lot of burden on me, to make sure that I do well because we were just a normal middle class family, so it was education loan that helped me to go. And after my engineering, I couldn't find a job as well. So it was like 1.5 years of call center work where it was a boom of call centers in India. I didn't have a choice because I did not get an engineering job. Obviously, because I did not do my engineering very well. So it's a story of a person who was not very confident, who was facing multiple failures in school and college. And there was just this one burning ambition to just prove to myself that I can do something good. It was not even about proving to anyone else. So with all that hope, I went to Australia and life was chill. It was life changing. I had to take care of myself, do odd jobs, make money for living expenses, and then go to college. I used to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning, work in the coffee shop till 8 o'clock, go to college 8:30 to 5, and then take another train, go to another second job in a car wash till 8 o'clock in the night. And then after that, I went and did, cleaning in some houses, came back home at 10, then cooked. So it was like really a lot of hustling, which I really feel that it set my success for future. I think as a leader, I learned during those days that you should treat people for not what work they do, but how they behave with you, how they are as a person. So even when I was a cleaner, nobody looked down upon me. If I tell them, that I was just cleaning, that is probably where my mentality started changing. And when I came back to India, I never used to make my maid. In fact, we used to call them servant before. I stopped using that word. The word itself, it sounded very derogatory for me. They are helpers. They're there to help us, and they get paid for doing something. So it's a proper professional job. And that's what I realized that I should be treating them like. And that set the foundations for my leadership thought process. It started evolving that you respect people and you be a servant leader. For government, we say they're government servants, but many of them don't behave like one. Our goal is to be really, in corporate, I feel we are really a servant leader. Our job is to serve our employees. to help them achieve their success, their ambitions, and so on. So that's how, I started my life in Australia. I graduated from a master's. I joined Schindler as a graduate engineer. And it was a dramatic journey of growth. I think it probably makes a lot of people jealous of the growth, the kind of growth I had in a very short period of time. I started my career very late at 26, but 28, I became a GM. 31, I became a managing director in Vietnam. 35, I became managing director in Malaysia. And 38, I became the youngest CEO in India. And I always think about it as to what worked. I think a most important thing is keeping my mind always open for feedback. I never feel that I'm a CEO and I know everything. Always open to learning from everyone and implementing it. Secondly is the hunger for developing people. The hunger for constantly saying that I don't mind even if one day my direct report becomes my boss. Because what is important for me is that person's growth, not my personal ambition only. And third thing I would say is positive thinking. I'm a very chill person. I don't take stress a lot. I'm always thinking the bright side of world. This is what I think helped me. But this, I hope, sets the context for, our discussions about how do we help students become successful in their own personal life and professional lives.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ashok. So I have a question here. It's like, so for a student who wants to get into management, whether it is into HR or into product management or into the total management activities. So what do you think? It's like, they do a specific, I'm just getting into a micro question, then we go to the macro. It's like, they do a specific domain course like in engineering or in biochemistry or in biotechnology or something, and then take an MBA and go forward to a management career. Or there are courses like BBA, BBM now available. Do that and then go for an MBA. So what do you choose? A domain expertise plus management or directly into the management? So what do you think?
I think the first question they should ask themselves is, why do I like to do management? Why do I want to be a manager? Let us talk about hard facts, right? Management is nothing but managing people. I think I have a fundamental problem with the word. You don't manage people, you manage resources. You manage inventory, you manage non-living things.
Okay.
If somebody comes and tells me that, hey, I'm going to manage you, what is the problem with me? That they have to manage me, they have to lead me. They have to inspire me, right? So that's why in Schindler, we refuse to use the word manager. We use the word leader.
Okay.
Because, your company can make you a manager, but only your people can make you a leader. Right?
Correct.
So first of all, the students should ask the question, why do I want to become a leader? What quality in me that I feel makes me feel I can become a leader? And because most people, especially in developing countries, want to become a manager, or they want to do a management program because that's the only way to earn more money. If I become a boss, obviously I'll be higher paid.
Correct.
But to become a boss, you have to be a student. You can't directly become a boss unless you are the son of Mr. Birla or Mr. Tata or Mr. Ambani or not Mr. Adani. So I think it's important that, and a lot of people, this is a struggle we face in organizations. They would come out of a college and say that, hey, I've done an MBA, now I should be the boss.
Correct.
MBA doesn't give you the right to be the boss. Your people, so what you have to do is first you have to work in any domain, doesn't matter what domain, you can work in any domain. Come up the ranks is what I call it. And doesn't have to be too long. You don't have to do it for years and years and years. But some years of working in the front line will bring a lot of credibility to your management degree as well. And I have not done a management degree, Praveen, till now. I'm not an MBA. I've done a master's in engineering. So you don't have to do an MBA to become, take a management career as well. You can do anything. You can do commerce and science or arts or mathematics or whatever. But if you show the flair to becoming a leader, and who is a leader? A leader is someone who can influence people, who can actually help them, take them to places which they have not dreamt of. A leader is someone who is able to help them achieve their ambitions. So that's what I believe is very important is number one, understand why you want to do management degree. Number two is get some experience. So you don't have to do a MBA, BBA, MBA necessarily. You can do any degree, doesn't matter. Go and do some work and then go for a management degree. Management degree is ideally better to do after minimum 5 years of experience.
Okay. Okay. So that means I think the primary, if a person is dreaming to get into the field of management or into leadership, they first ask themselves, why do I want to be there? And number two, once they're very clear about why do they want to be there, get in there with any degree of their choice and start working over there, learn about things. And maybe after 3 to 5 years, I think in many of the Western business school, minimum 3 years of experience is mandatory to get into the management, to the management school. And then they can get into the management job. That's what you're trying to say, I believe, right?
Yes.
So I want to go back to your starting days in Schindler. It's like, so when you joined Schindler, was you very clear that I want to be a manager, a leader, a top profile person in this company? Or, did you have a vision regarding that when you started working in the company?
No, I did not. I don't think, especially after all these failures in my college, I was just happy to get a job, to be honest, and I don't think there was a lot of exposure to management and everything. It was more of a, let me do my current job very well so that I then take up the next position, right? That was the aspiration always about, for me, the aspiration was, how can I do my current job so well that everybody should think, this is how you should do it.
All right.
And I wanted to become the best. So I did that. I did a great job in my everyday activity in my first role. And that's how the evolution happened.
Got it. So, Ashok, I have another question there. You put it very clear about what exactly the mindset of a person when they're entering to management. So how to explore and when to do the course and move forward. You put it pretty well. So for many of the students who are into schools, they have a doubt in mind, like, so I'm not asking a question to related to the subject management, but altogether after listening to your career story. So hard work versus smart work, because people are pretty confused, like, people who are putting a lot of work or hard work, some other people say that don't do hard work, do smart work. Okay, so there is a confusion or a tug of war in mind, hard work or smart work. So from your experience, can you just define this and shower some light on that talk? That aspect.
I think I firmly believe that when you're starting off in your life as a young professional, you should do both hard and smart work. There is no compensation for hard work as well. When I say hard work, of course, you have to enjoy what you're doing. And I don't want to get into the debate of 18-hour workday. People got into trouble for saying all those things. I think what I'm trying to say is this is the age to explore a lot of things. You really don't know what you want to do, right? Like, I don't think many people, when you're even 20, 21, you know exactly which company you want to work, which industry you want to work, because you've not done everything. So this is a time to try different things. If your family situation allows, unless you are the breadwinner in the family, then it is different. But if you're not the breadwinner, then try different things. And what is the safest way to try different things? When you are doing your college, go and do internships in various industries and various companies.
Very
so you get a hang of things, Okay, yeah, engineering mein aisa hai, management mein aisa hai. What are they doing? I'll tell you, Praveen, a lot of people call me and say, like, especially the MBA grads, they say, I only want product manager. I said, very good. So what do you think a product manager does? Oh, I don't know that, but I want to be a product manager. So you have no idea, you don't even know what they're doing, but you just want to become product manager. And why? Because it's become very cool.
Got it.
Somebody has told them that product manager is a cool job. Amazon has made product manager very fancy. So everybody wants to become product manager without even knowing what is a product manager.
Got it. So exploration through internships, so short work experiences or attachment with companies or summer work, those kind of things would make a lot of sense for people to choose career. That's what he was trying to say. Wonderful. So Ashok, we have a couple of students with us. A lot of questions are coming in chat over the platforms. So we have picked 2-3 students to ask you directly the questions. And my colleague Deepa will be directing the questions to you. Deepa, over to you.
Thank you so much, Praveen, and thank you, Ashok sir. So it was an amazing session. We can see the feedback and the excitement from students on this. Thank you so much for very specifically addressing the issue. So we do have 2 of them, as Praveen said, not 2, I guess 3 of them we do have. So first I'd like to invite Naja Fatima. Naja, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
Hi, Naja, how are you today?
I'm fine, ma'am.
Great. So welcome to the panel. Please introduce yourself and go ahead and ask your question.
Yes. So, good morning to everyone. I'm Naja Fatima of grade 12, Sharjah Indian School, UAE. So, my question is to Amrish Datta, sir. So, could you...
Naja, we are having Mr. Ashok Ramachandran with us now. So, Schindler, I think, so you can ask the question. So you made the name right. Sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
So, sir, can you please explain me the possibilities of a financial analyst and how can I pursue a career in that specific stream?
Okay, so first of all, finance analyst is now becoming very popular in the industry as well. And we need to remember that along with the data analytics, all the database courses are also important. So I would certainly say that, any courses on data management and data analytics will also help from a financial analyst perspective as well. And finance analyst, there are people who make some sense out of the data. So, for example, there's so much of information available in any organization. So an analyst is mainly there to decode the information and bring out value add, not solutions, but inferences. What is happening? Like you must be able to read a set of data points and say, this is what is a trend, this is what is happening, this is what is possibly going to be happening. And for that, I think finance analyst is it's a very, very crucial role that is becoming extremely important in many organizations. I would even say that before you go into the role and start enrolling in a college and studying it, try to work with some current finance analyst and ask them to show you what they're doing. Ask them to share with you, what are they actually doing? Because I don't want you to take a course because it sounds very cool. There's a lot of things written about finance analysts these days. And a lot of students make that mistake, So get to do some homework and then you go and join the course.
Got it.
Thank you so much, Ashok, for answering that. And thank you, Naja, for the question. Let's move on to the next student panelist. And the student is, just give me 1 minute. Yeah, the student is Dhanshika. So Dhanshika, please ask your question to Ashok Ram, sir. Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, sir. Myself, I'm Dhanshika of grade 9th. I'm studying at SBOA Public School. My question to you is, sir, what if I'm interested in commerce, but my marks aren't exactly good? Whereas my marks in biology are good, but I'm not really interested in that subject. So should I pursue my career in commerce or biology?
What do you think?
I'm confused, sir.
Okay. Well, the reason I asked this question to you is it should not be about the marks. It should be really about what you enjoy, what you feel you're going to be doing better. And in India, in exams, you can just memorize and vomit and you will get your scores. So maybe you were, good in biology and doing that and maybe not so good in commerce and doing that. I would still say that you should go for commerce if that's what you are interested in, because you are interested in commerce and you should pursue it.
Okay, sir.
I think, Ashok, I have a question here. It's like, before going to the next student. So now people who are getting into management, who love to get into management, as you rightly said, they should ask them first, why should I get into management? But most of the people who wants to get into management, so they are, BBA is there as an option many people choose. But there are a lot of people go for commerce also, like, the BCom course. So, and after BCom, they get confused. They go for MCom or for MBA, or with the BCom, what they should do, kind of that. So, how do you think, what would be the value the course like BCom or BBA would add to a person if they don't want to get into commerce activities, but mostly into the managerial activities of companies?
It won't help much. It will just help you to get to do the MBA. Yeah, I mean, end of the day, like I said, maybe after BCom, I mean, if you do BCom, MCom, then you do chartered accountancy and you become a commerce, you become an accountant.
Yeah.
But if you want to do management, then you have a lot of options. You can do a basic degree first, then do some work experience, and then go and do an MBA.
Got it. So one more question I have in mind before go to the student. It's like, the technology, we see that the technology is evolving, like a lot of data analysis, AI, so ML, a lot of things are getting in. So a person who is getting into the management aspect, so how deeply or the person should understand the language of technology if he is getting into an industry which is not tech? It's like a person who, yeah.
There's nothing, you can't run away from it. It's there everywhere now. Anywhere you have tech now. It doesn't have to be a technology company. So you have to know at least some basics. You can't, even elevator company, we are so digitalized. You can't, help it. You have to know digital even for elevators. So I would say just better go with the flow and learn something.
Got it. Wonderful. So we have another student with us. So Deepa, I believe we have, yeah, Deepa, over to you.
Yes.
I
think my network is troubling me. Let's invite Manan Mittal. Manan, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. So first of all, good afternoon, sir. It's great to listen to you. I'm Manan and I'm from grade 12. I've taken science. So my question to you is it true that multinational organizations, Indians aren't given preference for managerial roles as we are known for our technical mindset? Like very rightly said by, Praveen sir right now, tech is everywhere. But we Indians are known for our technical mindset, for our data, for our tech roles, things like that. So are we even considered for managerial roles? And if so, how does one reach to the top of such roles like you have? Is it all about a degree, or is it about interacting with people in the right sense, or is it, maybe luck plays a factor?
Okay. Well, I must tell you, starting off to say that today, I think Indian origin leaders are much more in senior positions than any other nationals. So it is certainly a myth that Indians are only in tech. I think only when you go to countries like Singapore and all that, the taxi guy always asks you, are you working for IT company? And I tell them, no, I don't work in IT company. And in fact, Manan, I personally, I used to hate coding. I used to hate software. I used to hate all the computer subjects. I didn't do very well as well. I'm probably the only person in my class of engineering who did not do anything on engineering and tech at all. I went into management very quickly. That's the first part. So you don't have to worry about that. You can definitely become a leader and stuff. I don't think one can. That's what I was saying in the beginning, before. So, one can't say, okay, from beginning, I'm going to be the boss unless you start your own company. If you want to be a CEO in a multinational company, you have to work through the ranks. And these days, it's becoming easier to shorten the time frame of work through the ranks. Previously, it was like government companies, right? You have to do 5 years, 7 years. Abhi aisa kuch nahi hai. In fact, in my own company, I have 26-year-olds running organizations for us. We have 45 locations in India. Hyderabad, for example, is led by a female operations head. She's 27 years old. I have in Vijayawada and Vizag in Andhra Pradesh, for example, same thing. I have in Sonipet, I have in Gurgaon, I have in Mumbai, I have in Pune, so many places. And they're all between 25 to 30 years old. But they all started in a certain role. They started as a salesperson, or they started in operations, frontline. They got their hands dirty. At least they did about 5 years before they could become a middle manager. So it's possible. There's nothing like that. I think your aim should be to get into a good course and a good college, not from a ranking perspective only, but more from their, how are they exposing you to corporates? But I personally think, see, colleges are only teaching you, they're not teaching you how to excel at work, how to excel in life. I wish colleges will start teaching, for example, financial planning. Because, after getting your first job, you get a first salary. Now, you are not taught what to do with money. That should be part of education. And not only in college, but even in school.
Yeah.
They should invite a financial planner and teach kids how to handle money. What is profit, what is loss, what is basics of finance. Similarly, communication skills, networking skills, ability to influence people, executive presence, all these are skills required for a leader. And I don't think education institutions do it. And maybe we can't expect them to do everything as well, because they have a curriculum to follow. They have boards they have to be accountable for. That is why I'm a big fan of you doing yourself side hustles. You work in different, internships, assignments, freelancing. In fact, last week, 2 kids came to meet me, 16-year-olds. They were studying 11th standard, and they have a 65 people company. They run their own metaverse company. They have 65 employees. I asked them, which school do you go to? They said, we don't go to a proper school. We just preparing for exams like IIT exams and NEET exams and board exams. I didn't even know there's something like this is possible, Abhi, you don't even have to go to school. You can actually clear exams and, have a career. And this guy is 16. I was just thinking, my God, at 16, I was just busy going to tuition classes and school, and maybe playing with friends. Yeah, which is not a bad thing. I'm not propagating everybody should be an entrepreneur at 16, but the world has changed. So there's a lot of things you can do.
Got it. So, Ashok, I have a question. It's like, see, the title you carry is CEO, and I mean the president and CEO. And before that, MD in 2 different countries. Then before that, GM. So CEO, the title CEO is a fantastic one for every youngster to dream to become. So how exactly your day is, and what is the amount of work you do as a CEO? I mean, it would be great if you can show us some light on, like, I mean, what exactly a CEO does, and so what's the level of pressure you manage, the work you manage? So, on that aspect, please.
CEO is nothing but basically the father or the mother, whatever you can call it, of the family, right? You have to make sure that the ship is going in the right direction. The people are well fed, well taken care, are happy, and the customers are kept, happy, delivered the expectations. So it's like an overall responsibility of running the organization. And the job is not to go and do anything yourself. It's about developing, bringing the right kind of people so that they can do the job and you empower them to do their job. Most CEOs have given an impression that they're very busy, that they are under a lot of pressure, and that, they sleep less hours. And we have an image of a CEO shouting at people, throwing tantrums, all those things. But I think those days are gone. Today, you want leaders who are very humble, who are down to earth, who are prepared to listen to you, prepared to take your feedback, take your opinion, develop a strong set of senior management who would also be the same. So I personally, for example, don't work long hours. I'm home at 5:30 every day almost. I like to spend my evening with my kids. I have 2 little young ones, 5 and 9-year-old. In fact, I get amused when CEOs say they're very busy. If they have a strong team, they cannot be busy, because like in a lift company, I don't have to go and sell elevators myself. I don't have to go and install elevators myself. I don't have to service elevators myself. This is only 3 people who should be busy. Those who sell, install and maintain. बाकी सब लोग उनको मैनेज कर रहे हैं. तो आप कैसे बिजी हो सकते हो ना? If I am 24 hours, I am stressed out and I'm busy, then I don't have a good team. That means it's a problem with me. They should sack me immediately, in fact. If I am working 15 hours, 18 hours, the first thing company should do is terminate me. Because that is a culture I propagate. If I'm sitting in the office till 9 o'clock, the whole team is sitting in the office till 9 o'clock. when I'm leaving now, I walk around the office and I tell everyone, come on, let's go home. It's time to go home and be with your family. You're not married to the company. You're married to somebody else at home. So that's my take on it.
Got it. So yeah, Deva, you want to say something?
No, I was saying that's very interesting. And yes, definitely, if you're still busy in spite of having a team, then there's something wrong with you or the team. So you need to identify what's wrong.
Exactly.
That's amazing. Yeah. Yeah, Praveen. So our student panelists are done. We had 3 questions that we chose, and that's it. Thank you so much for answering the questions. So Praveen, if you do not have any other questions, we are ready to wind up.
I do have 2 more questions to ask to Ashok. It's like, so Ashok, you put it very clear, like, so how exactly a person in the school should plan their career. Talk about internship, work experiences, apprenticeship, put their hands on multiple things, get into a job and get into a job which they have a calling in, and start working into the job, spend time, hard work during the initial days, and then find why exactly I should get into the leadership and be the leader. So, I mean, that's the point which you were talking about, right? So there is always a question in the mind of people, which somebody has already asked, but I just want to re-articulate in this way. It's like, there are some careers which we are extremely passionate about, very, very passionate about, but those may be very niche careers. And there are also some careers which are having mass number of opportunities. It can give you quick opportunity, a lot of opportunities in front. So people should go with their passion, or people should go with the number of opportunities around. It may be a doubt in my mind also, asking to you as a person with experience in the domain.
So, sorry, I was getting a little bit cut. Your question was, one is there are a lot of mass opportunities, and there are some jobs where you're passionate about.
Absolutely. Should I go with the mass, or should I spend time on the passion mostly?
Like I told you, I mean, see, I always tell people, one thing I want to talk about is passion, right? People say, follow your passion, do what your heart says and all that. Ye sab sunne ke liye bahut acha hai, but if it doesn't feed your family, if it doesn't put food on the table, passion is very nice to have, but there's no point. I was also a very passionate musician. I was a singer. I was wanting to take it as a career, but I figured out that I'm not excellent. I'm very good, but I'm not excellent. I'm not a prodigy, or I'm not extremely talented that, A.R. Rahman will, wait outside, for me, in my house and all that. So I felt, okay, chalo, actually, I'm still singing. I do it for my passion, but I got a career. So if your passion can put food on the table, money on the table, please go and pursue it. It's great. Otherwise, keep it as a side hustle. You don't have to quit.
Got it.
When it comes to career, I think, that's what I follow. You should, of course, even if you follow a mass available job market, you should still like it. Like I love my job. Within my organization, I have found a role which I like. So that is important.
Fantastic. So we go to the closing remarks, Ashok. So would love to listen to your closing remarks to our students, teachers, and parents.
Thank you. So first of all, as a school student, it's the bright age to start venturing to different things so that you can figure out where do you want to lead your life. And second point is, you can never say that this is the only thing that I'm going to be happy about in life. It'll keep changing. As you grow older and older, your mind will always say, hey, but I wish I studied that. I wish I studied this. You have to find happiness in whatever you do. You can't just keep changing it will happen, but you have to learn how to control it. And for that, I am a big believer that spiritual way of life is important from a very young age. Whatever religion you follow doesn't matter. If you don't follow religion, also doesn't matter. But get into the habit of reading books, mindfulness, meditation, yoga, prayers, whatever is a good form of relaxing your mind, because it gives a perspective. I often wonder, like I'm now a CEO, what next? It can keep going on and on and on and on, and some point of time I have to say this is enough. I'm going to be happy with life. So start. I know it's getting a bit, philosophical, but I think this is what students miss. I wish we were told. I'm very lucky that I went to a school where we had morning assembly of prayers, where we had meditation and yoga every day. Today, my son goes to international school and there is no morning assembly, there is no concept of prayer. And prayer is not about religion at all. Prayer is a way of meditation. When you're chanting a mantra, you're focusing your attention. These are small things I would like the school students to take, inculcate in them. Dabble with different things. Learn to be thankful with what you have, both for your parents, teachers, school, everything. I think we're all blessed to be sitting in front of a monitor, listening to somebody speaking. This is a gift, and we should cherish this gift. And for which we need to learn how to be happy with what we get in our lives. So overall, just go and explore a lot of things in your early 5 years, 7 years of your life. Figure out what you would like to focus more on and then start your journey there.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ashok Ramachandran, CEO, President and CEO Schindler, for spending around 45 minutes with us. Enlighten our students with your wisdom, your experience and your words. The 3 key takeaways. Number 1, so understand what do you want and try to pursue the same. So number 2, so get into something, do things, internship, work experiences. So understand things around, and then that would help you to take the right decisions. And number 3, and most important, have a spiritual way of life, irrespective of whichever religion or whether you have a religion or not, and try to identify the full of yourself and explore the same and move forward in life. These are the key takeaways, and more are also there. Thank you, Mr. Ashok Ramachandran, for joining with us, spending your, I would say, very, very busy time, even though you said you're not busy time during the weekend for all of us. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much on behalf of CBSE and Lifeology. Thank you. All right. So that was Ashok Ramachandran, and the session was about which career is suitable for commerce and management aspirants. And now we have how to pursue careers in banking and finance. We already have questions coming in on that. So we were waiting to have it redirected to the next guest. Who is our next guest? Praveen, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deba. So we are having a great guest to interact with our children and parents and teachers about banking and finance. Let me introduce. So we have Mr. Ambarish Amardatta, Director with BSc Institute. So Ambarish carries an experience of more than 28 years. So in banking, in building businesses, growing businesses, and also dealing with numbers. So, and Ambarish is currently leading the India sector skill in banking and finance, and he is also taking a deep dive into the education aspect of banking and finance. So we have Mr. Ambarish Datta with us to talk about careers in banking and finance. So Mr. Ambarish, we would like to take your half-an-hour session like this. Would be great. You can give an opening remarks from your side, and we will be following with questions. We will be joined with a couple of students also to interact with you. So over to you, Mr. Ambarish. We are so happy to host you on behalf of CBSE and Lifeology Foundation. We welcome you to the session, and we are excited to listen to your opening remarks.
Right. Thank you, Praveen, and it's an honor and a pleasure to be here with all of you and the entire group of students. I'd like to thank Lifeology and the CBSE board for giving this opportunity. So what I'd like to do, and I of course kind of overlapped with the earlier session, and I enjoyed hearing some of the questions. So instead of making a unidirectional, instead of making a one-directional interaction, which I don't want students to do, I would rather spend more time taking questions and probably clearing some of the doubts. But having said that, I think the good thing about banking and financial services as an industry is that, as a sector, it has multiple roles to play. So first and foremost, for any country, including India, banking and financial services are an important toolkit for the government to drive inclusion, diversity, and also ensure that the country as a whole moves forward with an inclusive growth agenda, which therefore means that for a country like ours, we have a huge opportunity to work on the sector, bring better solutions to all the citizens, and also make life easier for all the business to operate and work here. This automatically means that the industry is vibrant, it contributes very largely to the overall country's growth, and is a very important vehicle in the government's agenda. Therefore, as an industry, it goes through quick life cycles of innovation. There are product changes, there are new products being introduced, new regulation which are brought in, and there's a huge opportunity for all of us to come and work in this industry. So these are exciting times to be in, and since the time business has been around, banking and financial services has been an integral part of it, therefore making it much more interesting for anyone to be a part of it. It's of course fast-paced, it is very dynamic, changes by the hour, but it's extremely exciting to be in as well. So for children who are trying to build up a career in this industry, this is something which they should happily look at, and of course ensure that they're equipped before they begin that career. So that's all what I'd like to share, Praveen, and I'd like to take it as we go ahead.
Amrish, I have a question. So it's like, many times or many students ask when we go to the student schools and interact with people. So students are concerned about one thing. It's like, so they are listening to a lot of technology coming into the job sector, and the banks are getting more and more automated. The financial institutions are getting automated. So will the careers in banking and finance sector would be mostly automated in future, whereas less human and more people? Because many times people quote like, so the lesser strength in banks and all. So how do you take that? I mean, how do you take that point?
Yeah, so, actually, if you see technology impact on job roles happens on all kind of jobs, right? It's not just that it happens in banking and finance job roles, it happens everywhere. So, for example, if I can rewind and go back 100 years back, the way someone would probably sow a field would be very mechanical, but today you have tractors to do it. So it is not that any sector is immune to technology. Technology obviously is a way of life, and it is something which everyone will adopt to bring more efficiency, to become more efficient, and to increase outcome and output. However, in banking financial services, what happens is that this impact is seen much faster because adoption is quicker, and there are many more opportunities to automate. And therefore, it kind of is more visible because we also use this as a service. But having said that, it doesn't mean that jobs which are done by human beings will be fully automated by machines. Yes, we've been in different stages of adoption. We now have maybe artificial intelligence and machine learning to help us do that. But it also means that as human beings, we move up the ladder of innovation, and we start doing things which machines can't do. So, yes, I mean, it's something which adopts technology faster than other industries, but it is also something which is extremely exciting to me in this well.
Got it. So if you, from the future job perspective, so if you say to the students, because we are joined by students from grade 8 to grade 12 in CBSE school across India and outside. If you say, so what would be certain job roles or certain career paths, so in the banking and financial segment, which they can plan for, they can dream about, they can think about?
Yeah, so actually, this would probably be a very incorrect way to look at the industry, because when you start looking at job roles, it actually does two things. First is it actually skews your mindset to look only at that job role as the outcome. And it therefore makes it very myopic for the person trying to see that to attempt and build a career on. The second thing, what it does is that for some reason, if that job role is not available to that person because of their performance or attitude or skills or knowledge, they're up for a very high level of disappointment because they've geared up for that job role. So I would actually not suggest to do that at all, because when you finish school, you are at a very early age of your career, and you should probably, or one should probably, look at the entire industry with a much wider perspective and probably see the industry more as a whole and try and do a few things to kind of get a sense of it. The second is, because you're trying multiple things, it also gives every student an opportunity to kind of figure out what they like doing it. So, every job role is not the same as it appears to be. And at the same time, every job role that looks very fashionable is not something that is interesting. And it takes a while for every student to kind of discover that. So my honest suggestion is that every student must not only have a very open mind, but must explore, experience, discover, and then probably narrow down a few job roles as they move forward. Having said that, I also want to highlight something. We are probably talking about students who are born post 95, 96, who are what we call as Gen Z. It is very important to know that unlike the earlier generation and of course the generation who have already come to the workforce, this particular generation will have probably about 4 or 5 careers in their lifetime. And these 4 or 5 career opportunities will be very disconnected with each other. So there might be a financial analyst who might run a music festival, or might be an archaeologist who are financial planners. So getting boxed very early in a career choice is not something that they will do. And therefore, as much as they remain open-minded and open about their career choice, they'll probably do much better than just identifying a role and kind of working towards.
Got it. Wonderful. So, Mr. Ambarish, so we have 3 students joining us from 3 different schools to ask you questions directly. We were getting a lot of questions in chat and we picked 3 of them to ask you directly. And we will be starting with, we have Alona with us, Alona Merenshribi. Alona, you can unmute yourself, open your cam and introduce you and ask to Ambarish the question.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Alona Merenshribi. I'm from Sharjah Indian School, and my question to you is, career opportunity are more in commerce and banking. So can commerce student become a data scientist, and what is the scope that we have, and what is the starting package for freshers in the sector?
Absolutely, and thank you for the wonderful question. So first and foremost, until some time back, it was assumed that you could do data science only if you were a science student or an engineer. The fact is that it no longer is true. In fact, just yesterday I was interacting with some college students, and I was talking to some BSc biology students, and I was telling them how there are software companies who are looking at clinical research associates who have a background in biology, but also know data science. So if you are a commerce student, then you actually have a much better opportunity to do data science because you probably understand numbers much better than the others. You can analyze the sector, you understand the economics behind it, you can read a balance sheet, and you can probably work on numbers. However, having said that, I think more than what stream you take, what is important is that you must have reasonably good mathematical skills. And when I say math skills,
Ambarish, sorry to intervene. So I think your voice is breaking in between.
I see. I'm sorry. So the point I was trying to make is that that you must have basic math skills, and irrespective of what stream you come from, basic math skills are very important. Which also means that if you're a commerce student, don't drop your maths at class 10, carry it till 12. It will come very handy. I see a lot of commerce students who don't like math and usually tend to drop the first thing after they finish their 10. My advice is don't do that. Not just school maths of class 10, but so if you look at the 11, 12 syllabus of CBSE, for example, there are a lot of concepts which comes very handy when you start working. And it's not just calculus, but there are a lot of other things which are taught, which are useful. So it might look a little overwhelming, but just be at it, carry it around till 12, and you should be doing good. So to answer your question, yes, if you're a commerce student, you indeed can build up a career in data science.
Got it. So thank you, Alona, for the question, and thank you, Ambarish, for your response to that. We have Akshat joining us. Akshat, you can open your cam, unmute, and share the question.
Yes, sir. 1 minute, sir. Actually.
Okay. Akshat needs some time to settle down. Good. Oh, yeah.
Hello, sir.
Yes, you are on screen. Go ahead.
Sir, good morning, sir. So my question is that, sir, which career in commerce involve creativity and leadership so that I can be more presentable and be motivated towards the career?
Yeah, good question. So, you said creativity and leadership, right? Can you hear me right?
Amrish, sorry, I think we are getting with your
Okay,
audio.
so I just wanted to check that you asked about creativity and leadership.
Akshat, would be great. You can
Yes,
make.
sir.
Akshat, would be great.
Sir, I was talking about the creativity which is needed in any career, or presentability which is needed in career. So which career should I means I should opt for?
Okay, so see, creativity is a subset of many things, and the general perception is that you need creativity only in creative jobs, but that's not true. So to give you an example, we run a BSc data science course where one of the subjects we teach is actually storytelling using data. We actually teach them how to say stories using data, how to use visualization tools to convey data, how to use different colors to make impressive presentations. Now, you might think that these are part of creativity, but these are actually part of any leader who wants to successfully convey a story. So all of us are conveying stories in our life, right? Right now, as I'm speaking, I'm actually telling you a story. I'm visualizing. I'm helping you visualize about a job role, and I'm telling you how you can apply creativity in your job role. So basic creativity, ability to look at colors, ability to enhance the presentation, ability to look at creativity as a tool for problem solving is something all of us need. So you can't remove that from the job role. So whether it is commerce, science, arts, or deep tech, you probably need that. That's number one. Number two, to my mind, leadership is all built with very foundational skills. Leadership is not a capsule that you can go buy from the shelf of a medical store, swallow it up, and then suddenly you become a leader. Leadership is a combination of not just foundational skills, but also performance, ability to work on them, and then build it up from there on. So if you're in your class grade 12, then my suggestion to you is not to just actually look at leadership skill, but to actually build a portfolio of lot of skills which will help you become a better leader, which includes things like working with data, ability to work with teams, handling conflict, working for social cause without any apparent return in financial terms. So those are things which I think are more important rather than saying that how do I develop leadership skills. Leadership skills are firstly very difficult to teach. Second, leadership skills are built over a period of time, and leadership skills are not something that you can just go to a shop and buy it. So you should work on your foundational skills and create a body of work which helps you develop some of these, which can be useful when you become a leader.
Got it. So thank you, Akshat, for the question. So Amrish, I have a doubt. It's like, a student who is into school now, into 8 or 10 or 12 grade now, and wants to get into banking and finance sector in a larger one. Okay. So how exactly they should prepare themselves during the school days? I mean, do you suggest any courses to take, any things to understand, any aspect to learn about, any skills to acquire? So is BSc is having any programs or activities for that? So how exactly a school student can prepare themselves early to get into the career?
Yeah, very good question. So yes, we do work with school kids. So we write test books. For example, in Bombay Municipal Corporation, we've just introduced financial literacy for school kids for all their schools here. But having said that, when you're, let's say, at your post 8th grade and you have a little bit of visibility about what you're good at and what you're probably not so good at, and you think that banking and financial is an area or a domain that you want to explore. I think some of the things that one must focus on is a few skills which will come handy as they go by. So one is ability to look at data and find patterns in them. So when I say this, I'm not just asking anyone to look at any data. I'm saying when you look at data and you see any data, try and see the story behind that data. Try and see what is that data trying to convey. Try and see is there a pattern in that data. Try and see if there is a synergy among the data that you see, and can you kind of create an inference from that data. Now, this is very easy to say, but it's not very easy to do because we are not taught how to think and reflect. We are all taught to look at something and quickly make some observation and move ahead. So this needs a lot of practice. And, one thing which all the students at 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and obviously subsequently later is to be observant about the place they are. For example, I heard Anand talking about mindfulness, and I'm so glad that he brought it up. But the problem is no one teaches how to be mindful, right? I mean, we all know how to do it, but no one teaches how to do it. So one of the things is to be observant, about the environment you are. We are all staring at a lot of data during the day. Data about sports, data about cricket scores, data about market, data about growth, data about number of goals the European leagues are playing, and stuff like that. The question is, can you look beyond it? I think that's the first thing to do. The second, I think, is a general awareness and sensitivity towards tech. A lot of us are very tech averse. I see a lot of kids who come to our courses at a grad and master's level say, "Oh, I don't know anything about tech." Now, and it's very similar to math. You will find that in a workplace, a lot of people say, "I'm not a math person." Now, this is a very sad thing to do because mathematics and tech are a way of life. You use tech every day to send a WhatsApp or to receive a video or to airdrop a file. Now, I don't expect kids to write a line of code in Python, but I'm saying be aware of tech. So, for example, one of the ways to be aware of tech is to find out where are the new applications of tech. When they say there's a robot being used in a bank, find out what does the robot actually do. Does it actually serve customers? Does it actually solve customer problems? Does it actually open bank accounts for someone? So being aware about tech, I think, and it's very easy. All you need to do is to probably have a little bit of sensitivity and time and say that, okay, let me find out, what is tech doing? So that's probably the second thing to do. The third is, of course, to understand how businesses work. So for example, and this is not very difficult. This is about going beyond what it is. It needs a little bit of Google skills. But for example, how does Zomato make money? How does a bank make money? How does a Flipkart make money? And the reason why I'm saying is because in commerce, whether it is business, banking, or finance, unless you understand how business operates, whether you're an analyst or you're a CFO, you will never be able to make sense of it. So, for example, all the services we use of Google are free. So, how does really Google make money? Is it just through advertisements, or there are other ways? And if it is through ad, then how does the ad platform work? So, I think these are 3-4 things which I would like every student to do, which is, as I said, ability to look beyond the numbers. Second is have awareness about tech. And third is understand how business work and how do they make it. I think these 3, if they do it for a period of time and are able to kind of get a sense of it, you'll be much, much more better prepared as you step inside the industry and build skills from there on.
That's great, Amrish. What a wonderful advice and very comprehensive. And one more thing I want to ask you is, see, a student who is doing all this and getting into the banking and finance industry. So, what would be some of the areas which he will be working on maybe after 5 years in the industry? Because a student who is into 12 now would be getting into the industry maybe after 5 years. So, after 5 years, what would be some of the areas? Because people heard about actuary. They hear about investment bankers. They hear about insurance. Advisors. So what would be the areas which they work on? Because these names many times motivate people, help them to connect with, help them to research on. So what are some of the areas which they will be experiencing with maybe after 5 years in the industry?
So, Praveen, I have some good news and bad news to share on this. Okay. The bad news is that all the job roles that you're hearing today will not be available after 5 years. They'll be redundant. And the good news is that there are job roles which will show up after 5 years, which hasn't even showed up as yet. So there'll be a job role called AI financial analyst. There could be an algo coding expert. So there will be different job roles which are not visible as yet. And the job roles you're hearing now, they'll be dead, sadly, they'll be redundant. So my advice is actually not to get mapped to a job role, but to build generic skills when you step inside an industry, and especially your 12 plus 3 years. And, along with the skills which I was talking about, I think there are a few other things which are grossly very important. And I think Akshat asked that as well. So for example, one thing is that, how can you work with people in a team? For example, even during your 11, 12 or 10, you work in teams, you do group project work. A lot of people have difficulty working in teams because we are not taught how to do that. Along with working in teams, what comes handy is that how do you handle conflict? People will have diverse views. How do you not shut them off? How do you take them along? How are you inclusive? These needs practice. Unfortunately, by the time they come to the workplace, they have never thought about these things and they have neither experienced about it. So they land up into a scenario where they can't handle, and then they kind of get very repulsive about it, and then they need help to get around that. I think those softer aspects needs more attention along with some of the other things. And like I said, they'll probably have 3 or 4 careers in their lifetime. So they need to develop multiple skills and not just get boxed in one domain at all.
Wonderful, Ambarish. Thank you very much. I think we are nearing to the end of our session. So we would like to listen from you, your concluding remarks, your parting remarks to the students, parents, and teachers.
Yeah, so I think, if you're a class 10, 11, 12 grader, you are in a very crucial stage of your life. Sadly, this is also a stage of life where you receive hundreds of suggestions about career prospects. Not just from your immediate family, but also from strangers and from people who have probably never met in your life and who probably don't even have any interest in what you want. Now, this makes life very difficult because you're balancing your school expectation, your own expectation, what your parents bring on to the table, and then trying to figure out what will work for you. At this point of time, what probably is important for all of you is to probably remain calm, which is difficult, but at the same time, keep an open mind to find a path as you move forward. What comes handy is that is that building these foundational skills, and along with that, there are 3 things which I would love every student to do, and I'm going to tell this to you so that I want to share this with every student so they can probably see if they can practice. I think the first thing I want every child to do is to make a list of 50 things which they have never done in their life till class 10, but they want to do. And I want them to write this after they give their class 10 board exams, because that's their first log gate, and they need to clear their board exams. So when you get that summer break after the boards, make a list of 50 things that you want to do, but you've never been able to do it for whatever reason. They can be as atrocious as they can. It can be something like climbing the Mount Everest or going to Antarctica or learning scuba diving or learning how to make Italian pasta. Doesn't matter. What matters is that make a list of 50 things which you would like to do. The reason why I want you to do this is because I want you to develop a body of knowledge which is outside your academics and which doesn't have any parental influence. Okay, so that's number 1. The second thing which I want you to do is to volunteer for social causes or any cause which doesn't give you any financial or academic benefit. Now, this is something which is very difficult to do, but we all want to do it, but we don't. Now, the reason why you must do it is because volunteering develops a huge amount of things. First is it develops empathy skills. It also gives you an opportunity to do things for a cause without looking at any return. Usually, all our tasks are built with economic evidence, which means that we only do things which has an economic benefit for us. Either it pays us or it builds our knowledge. Volunteer for social causes, it could be as simple as organizing a birthday party in your society. It could be doing a cleanliness drive in your neighborhood. It could be anything, but volunteer, and volunteer for a good cause. It could be anything for the good for the country as well. Number 3, travel as much as you can, and travel without parents. Carry a backpack. You don't need too much of money. You can take a student railway pass, but travel and see the country. If you can, then travel, see outside the world as well. But travel for God's sake. Go and see that there's a world beyond the cities that we all live in. We live in a very, very privileged environment where we have drinking water, we have a place to stay, we have a roof on our head, we get food on our table. But go and find out, where does this all come from? In fact, you'll be surprised that every onion and potato that reaches your plate, which you don't want to eat every day, and the green leafy vegetable actually travels miles away from the farm to the fork. Travel also allows you to experience different ecosystems and will build your knowledge and your ability to appreciate how life in general happens. These 3 things is what my suggestion is. Some of you might want to do it, some of you might want to ponder about it. But even if you can do half of it, I think you're good about it. The objective is experience as much as you can before you start working. Because once you start working, some of these are not doable at all. because then life takes a different trajectory and you get busy into many other things. But if you can, right from your class 10 till probably your workplace, which is about 5 years or 6 years, go for it, do as much as you can in this.
Ambrish, thank you very much. So you not only give them understanding regarding what's happening in the banking industry, the importance of understanding data, importance of understanding tech, importance of understanding how exactly the business works. And also you showered light on so the vibrance of the industry and how broadly you have to look into the same. And also you were mentioning about the job roles now may not be the job roles in future. And on top of all this, that means I have to prepare for a larger game. And on top of all those, you also mentioned about the bucket list and also about the travel and also about doing the voluntary works. So it's not only, even though the session was on banking and finance, you would in fact gave them understanding regarding the larger aspects of life. So thank you so much for joining us, spending your precious half an hour in between your tight journey and tight schedule. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambrish Datta, for joining us and also talking and interacting with our students. Thank you on behalf of CBSE and Lifeology Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you, Praveen. Thank you. It was a pleasure interacting, and I hope this was of value to all your attendees and students, and look forward to interacting.
I think at least 20% of these people will be creating a bucket list right away.
That's right. Thank you. I think that'll be a great success. And if they can share with you as well, I think it will be a great achievement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambrish. Deepa?
Right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Praveen, for moderating this session. And thank you all for joining in this particular session. I'm sure it's answered quite a lot of your questions. And let's move on to our next session. So a big shout out to all humanities aspirants out there. How many of you are humanities aspirants? Come on, give me a high. Yes, cool. Yes. Keep it going. Come on. Yes. So, gone are the days when you feel that, okay, if not for science, computer science or biology, there are no many career options for the other streams, because today we have on this biggest platform that CBSE has ever organized in the nation for this particular, community of students on the National Guidance Festival, we have a dedicated slot for what careers to explore for humanities aspirants and how to pursue them. So we've come a long way from believing that, probably we need to look at humanities only if you do not go in for science, or if you do not go, pursue an engineering career, then you need to, then probably if you do not want that, then you can probably go for humanities. But today, humanities is emerging as the first choice for many. And for them, what are the career choices available? And to invite our guests, I would like to welcome Rahul Nair. Please go ahead and invite our guest for this particular session.
Thank you very much, Deepa. Thank you very much for the great energy you're continuing today from morning onwards. Well, when you asked that how I wanted to go for humanities, I wanted to raise my hand. Unfortunately, I couldn't do my humanities subject when I was in my 10th standard. After 10th, I wanted to do that because of certain reasons I couldn't do that. Well, anyhow, coming back to the part, what is humanities? See, the word humanities, though we say it's not only humanities, there are different other things in that, like humanities, arts, liberal arts, etc., will be coming into one simple umbrella. So we have two great personalities. The importance of humanities are going up high every day, day by day. The people from humanities are in huge demand because of several reasons, because we are in a great society and human beings are social animals. So the importance of humanities, let it be from the horse's mouth. And we have two people joining for this discussion. Let me invite the guest by introducing them, Dr. Santosh Kumar Sahu. Dr. Santosh Kumar Sahu is the Assistant Professor of Economics, Department of Humanities and Social Sciences from IIT, Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. His research interests include energy economics, applied microeconomics, industrial economics, and economics of global climate change. He is an affiliated researcher at the Center for Technology and Policy at IIT Madras. Prior to joining the IIT Madras, he was teaching at the Madras School of Economics, Chennai. He completed his doctoral research at IIT Bombay in 2013. His dissertation focused on the economics of energy use in Indian industries. He received Excellence in PhD Research Award 2012-2013 at IIT Bombay. He is one of the recipient of Professor Raghuram Rajan's Young Scholar Grant Program to attend the National Bureau of Economic Research summer program in Boston, USA. Dr. Santosh Kumar Sahu, welcome to this program.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the introduction.
I would like to introduce the next guest also. Next guest is a great person who is a coach, mentor, and trainer, a teacher, you name it. He is the director of Lumina Talent Enrichment Center, Mr. Dheeraj KR. Dheeraj is a master coach for various entrance examinations for humanities, social sciences, and arts. He is having more than 12 years of experience and excellence in grooming youngsters for humanities and allied stream. You know, these days, entrance examinations are not only for the science and technology subjects. These days, most of the universities, especially central universities, are conducting entrance examinations because that is very much needed. They felt, I mean, the organization bodies are thinking that an entrance examination is needed. And in future, it's just because the demand for humanities subjects are so high these days. Let us begin the session with an opening remark from Dr. Santosh Kumar Sahu. Dr. Santosh Kumar Sahu, we would like to hear from you. What are the various opportunities in humanities and what exactly humanities is telling the world now these days?
Thank you very much, Rahul, for the wonderful introduction. So I work in a technology-dominated institute, one of the fastest growing institute in India, where I interact on a daily basis with tech graduates. Also, I deal with students from humanities and social sciences. So the moment we talk about humanities, it is not limited to only humanities subjects, rather than it also talks about social sciences in particular. So I draw my introductory remark from the previous speaker who emphasized on conflict, right? So the conflict cannot be managed only through technology. We need a human dimension to understand the world as it is and how the world is going to survive and how the world is going to change over a period of time. And that's the role we bring out the importance of history. We bring the importance of social sciences in general, and definitely economics is the important one, drives the entire idea of technology. Unless technology is economically viable, it won't be accepted by the market. So gone those days when students and parents were thinking humanities is just a subject if I don't get into tech courses. But I see large scale engineers from IITs are also interested in learning poetry, learning history of science and technology, the medieval period medicines, which gives a lot of emphasis on learning and doing and coming up with different type of innovations in their labs. Nonetheless, economics, history, political science have got large scale emphasis today as compared to what we had earlier. Now, if you look at the growth in terms of the subject being changed in terms of the dimensions, for instance, look at IIT Bombay. They started a BS program in economics, right? Look at IIT Madras. We are starting a master program, 2 years master program for economics, English studies, and development studies. Look at other IIT policies. Private institutions, they have come up with liberal arts as one of the most emphasis and most important subject that today goes in line with the engineering and management practices, right? And of course, the demand for students in humanities have grown in terms of scholarship, in terms of fellowship, in terms of mobility, and etc. For a long time, we generally do not get emphasis on the humanities, social sciences, because probably it doesn't have the tech component. But today, if you look at the association of technology with humanities and social sciences, language studies, for example, right? I mean, a student or maybe you and me, we bought an Alexa and say, Alexa, please turn the light. Now we have so many languages in India. Can we translate them, use technology to make user friendly? That's a challenge, and it can be done only with the understanding of language, right? So many different of dialects, so many different languages that comes into picture. It's only a humanities and social science student can give adequate information to the people who are writing the codes. So therefore, it becomes a backbone of technological innovations, right? For example, understanding farming communities' behavior in terms of a particular technology. It cannot be done at a laboratory which has 4 boundaries. So therefore, I always think humanity and social science is a lab that is entire Earth, and we have to deal with the problem at a very dynamic manner as compared to technologies they deal on a daily basis. So hence, the demand for humanities subjects, particularly interest on humanities subjects, is ever growing. In fact, if you take a correlation of our UPSC qualified people, why many people opt for humanities subject, right? And look at the managers. After doing a technology degree, why people get into MBAs? Why people get into public policy? Why people get into decision science? Of course, decision science does not talk about humanities in terms of the connotation because of the marketing capability, but decision science is something related to economics and behavioral science. Right? The book Nudging becomes one of the important issues today, because you develop a technology, you cannot make it adaptable unless it touches the human being in terms of adaptability and use in terms of the perspective. So that way, I would start with the discussion about the role of humanities and social sciences has a lot of contribution to the current economic social dimensions as compared to what it was doing. Because we always talk about technology, right? Technology sometimes creates an inequality. If I don't understand the technology, I understand the adverse effect of technology. Right? Many people started using the word called WhatsApp University. Where does it come from? Right? I mean, it's a simple thing. We use this word WhatsApp University from either from debate discussions or even a general talk. WhatsApp is an precise information of how technology can drive our communication network. But in absence of humanities, social sciences, in absence of knowing the government policies, it is easy to become a generic critic. It does not value add to the government in terms of coming up with new public policy. Right. So that's where I leave it right now, and I'll come back again. You can please go ahead right now.
Thank you very much, Dr. Santosh Kumar Sahu. That was a nice opening. We'll definitely come back to you because we'd like to hear more from you, especially on the opportunities and how students should groom up themselves from the childhood onwards. I know people who are listening to this will be having a lot of doubt. We like to take those questions immediately after the opening remarks of Mr. Dheeraj Kher. Dheeraj, how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you, Rahul?
Great, Dheeraj. Dheeraj and Dr. Santosh Kumar Sahu, I would like to tell you something about this program. This program is conducted by CBSE in association with the Lifeology Foundation. Your talk will be listened by more than 100,000 students. And the people who are listening will be definitely looking forward to hear more about humanities, because as part of this particular festival, I traveled pan-India. I traveled to northern part of India. I can say, Himachalam, I traveled. So I went to different places and everybody was asking about what are the opportunities in humanities. And this is a common question. And this is a very, very important topic. And now I would like to hear from a coach or mentor, somebody who trained and helped many children to get admissions in various universities. Dheeraj, would like to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Rahul, for the nice introduction. And I'm very glad to be a part of this session and more lucky to share screen with such an eminent personality like Dr. Santosh Kumar. And see, coming to the humanities career related, as a continuation with the what Santosh sir said, humanities are those disciplines of knowledge which are broadly connected or concerned with human thoughts, creative expressions, culture, which we normally classify as non-science academic disciplines. There is a normal, or I would say rather, it is a traditional thought that humanities never go hand in hand with physical science or natural science. That was said by Sir also. There are many debates related to this assumption. But we should all understand that in order to develop a better knowledge system or knowledge base, we need an interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary approach. Fortunately, we had a program in IIT Madras, 5-year integrated program for +1, +2 students. Unfortunately, from 2023, that program is not going to happen. And that was sad news from your institution, sir, because I was training many students for the last 12 years to IIT Madras. And there are very many students who were expecting to write this exam in the next year. And coming to this the concept of multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary approach in humanities and social science. It has an important role in everyone's career enhancement. Humanities and social science have more to interact or collaborate with natural or the physical science also. See, I'm trying to establish the scope of humanities and social science in the coming future. But unfortunately, in my experience, what many of us or the students are doing is they will not think beyond their specialized subject. And normally, we will confine ourselves to a particular subject in which we secure the certificate. A creative intervention is required here. See, normally we say this as an humanities and art subject. Truly, it's an art subject because everyone cannot do this. If you see in the if you see the 90s, what the thing is actually, those who are not getting a science program will unfortunately choose this humanities subject. But now the trend has changed. If you see the crowd, those who are willing to go to humanities stream, every students are scoring about 95, 98, 99, even 100% in their +1 and +2, and they have a very specific objective to their higher studies. Their short-term objective will be to have a humanities related undergraduate or postgraduate program from a premier institution in India, and their long-term objective will be to do some researchers, to write civil services, as Santosh sir said. So that will be their long-term objective. And there are many premier central universities in India who award these type of programs like IIT Madras, developmental studies, English studies, economics. And in many other central universities, they have political science, the masters in political science, integrated program with a quitting option after 3 years. If some students need to quit after 3 years with a degree, they can quit after 3 years. They can move to other campus like Delhi School of Economics, Madras School of Economics, even London School of Economics. So there are many options to the students.
Right, Dheeraj. There are so many courses where you will not even get admission because of the competition. Like, for an example, engineering, economics and management. Engineering, economics and management, which is a course taught in University of Oxford. It's very tough to get an admission over there. And I'm sure Dr. Santosh Kumar Sahu will also be able to tell a lot about it. And the humanities subjects, all the superstars in our country, for an example, Shashi Tharoor is coming from the humanities stream. So we are going to hear more personalities who did excellently, extremely well in humanities segment in future and also. And I think, can I add something over here? Because what I learned from one of my teachers who taught me his history is that just like the technology, the evolution of technology, the behavior of the technology has changed a lot. Similarly, the similar kind of changes are also happening in this humanities subject. Long back, maybe when I was studying in my school, or even at those times, the BA history, they were teaching about the Mughal Empire, 1526 to then, like that. So Babur, Akbar, Humayun, Shah Jahan, this kind of words will be saying. But now these days, it has gone up to a little more higher level, like it's called applied history, to identify the age of a coin, or to tell the world a better story. What was the impact of old wars or civilization, and how can we take the best practices from there to implant in the modern day world to have a better human society? So humanities subjects, would like to hear more from Dr. Santosh Kumar Sahu.
So, see, let's try and understand why there was not a phenomenal demand for humanities and social sciences from the beginning after independence, right? That's something which can give both parents and students an emphasis of the transition that has happened from humanities, basic science to engineering sciences. See, India as an economy was largely, underdeveloped economy. We wanted to create employment. And employment and short-term employment can be created by science and engineering subjects. Right. And engineering subject got an emphasis after the
I think there's a slight technical glitch for Dr. Santosh Kumar Sahu. We will take this discussion to Mr. Dheeraj. Dheeraj, well, I think you are more into the training and mentoring and coaching, grooming children for the same. So how do you see the competition these days, and how can a child prepare themselves when they should start to get a better admission in the universities? Foremost, can you say some great universities in India to pursue?
See, there are a lot many. See, if I say the names of the university, if you take the banner of central universities, obviously in India, central universities will be the best universities to learn. Because if you see the infrastructure, it's huge. The acres, it's huge. If you see the Banaras Hindu University, it is almost around 2,500 acres of university. The campus itself is 2,500 acres. Okay, if you see some state-owned universities, it's pretty small. Okay, and coming to the importance of the selection of universities like Banaras Hindu University, Jamia Millia, the Delhi University, Central University of Hyderabad, then English and Foreign Language University. So there are a lot many central universities. So primarily for a student to focus on a central university, the main thing is the place or the university from which the person is getting the graduation certificate. It matters a lot. That is the exposure that they're going to gain from the campus. They spend for next 3 to 5 years time, automatically they come out with a prestigious degree certificate. But the word exposure, it is a huge canvas. There are a lot many tangible and intangible benefits that they are going to gain from the campus. For example, a student studying in a humanities program, or let's say any other programs from a state-owned university compared to central university, both may come out with a graduation certificate and both are equally qualified to apply for a particular job where graduation is the minimum criteria. But when they sit in front of an interviewer, the interaction between the both qualified graduates will have definitely a big difference. You got my point? What is that? Going back to the word exposure, in terms of infrastructure, the faculties, the expertise of the faculties, the facilities like libraries, labs, then recreation centers, everything. It is unmatchable. It is very unmatchable. And the qualifications and the quality of the faculties of the central universities of the national importance universities like IIT Madras, the seminars, the symposiums, the festivals, the cultural fest, everything. All these things gives exposure to a particular candidate. It's not just getting a certificate. Okay, so what I mean to say is that all these exposure may have weightage than the certificate. Again, to the other point, like interacting with the students. If you see the state-owned university, students in state-owned university, they will be interacting with students who are generally in the 10 to 20 kilometers circle. But if you see the students in the central universities or the national important university, they are getting a cosmopolitan crowd where they get a chance to interact with students from various parts of the country. A student from Jharkhand may get a chance to interact with a student from Andhra, from Maharashtra. So their network is getting built. So that is also a very good exposure where they will get the difference in their thought process. They will get the opportunity from various parts of the country. So all these matters. This is one of the primary things.
Okay, this is the agreement that the cultural mix is one parameter, and yesterday cultural mix is one of the parameter, and also the academic rigor. I think that's the best word we can use over here. The academic rigor that's happening in this kind of great universities or institutions like IIT. I think we lost Dr. Santosh Kumar Sahu on the way, so he's back. Sir, would you like to continue?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really sorry for the technology issue. That's why important. That's why humanities is important, right? So, yeah.
Great.
So, see, today we have become an emerging economy, and we are not like those 1970 or 1960, 1950 economy where everybody want to get into the job market, whatever is required to sustain a family. So now the world is competing. World is definitely going in terms of a competitive humanity studies, because we need to know cross-culture studies, as well as we need to understand the role of technology by reshaping the idea of humanities and social sciences, particularly how society governs itself, right? For example, look at the voting behavior, and look at how many industries or how many units were created to understand voting behavior in 1980. How many psephologists used to be there in 1980 and how many psephologists are there today, right? How to understand the psyche of a voter and what is the requirement for a voter to kind of agree to vote for a particular governor. So that's a humanity and social science approach to understand what a person thinks, right? So these are certain areas which are opening now where students can focus on, which is largely comes under the digital humanity framework. So history, as Rahul was telling, history was taught something else yesterday, but today history is more scientific. The employability by completing a history subject has more market value than it was there earlier. Industries are for example, look at the CSR, particularly corporate social responsibility. How many people are required to understand the CSR, its impact on the society, who are definitely not engineers, right? Because an engineer can create a product or create a process design, but end result is what a particular human being is enjoying and what is the utility that is being maximized. Who can basically explain these answers? We need humanities, social science experts to explain these answers. Even today, I just give us a lighter note. If I ask anyone listening to this talk, can you name 10 great historians in India today? And the same time ask the question, please name 10 scientists in India today, right? We may have plenty of scientists as an example, but we don't have 10 of great historian by name, that we can't say, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, these are the 5 or 10 historians, right? Similarly, public policy experts, how many public policy experts we know today, right? So we need to create a large scale amount of social scientists who can understand the phenomena and can contribute to the economic growth. We have created enough infrastructure for engineering, science related fields. We need to think more about humanity and social sciences. Now, coming back to the areas of interest, right? Digital humanities one. Rahul, am I audible? Yeah. So digital humanities one. Language processing. Everybody talks about artificial intelligence, right? So the role of artificial intelligence in social sciences is much more than anybody can actually think about. Then we have economic analysis, we have social analysis, we have to deal with the externalities and conflict analysis. And these things cannot be dealt with simple understanding of technology or science. It needs to have a clear-cut understanding of humanities and social science dimensions. Psychology, one of the most important subjects today, that many students are stressed out. Many students do not know how to handle the stress and the competitiveness of what happens from the family to the market outcomes. So we need to focus on more on that. Who better can understand the role of rural development, rural economy, than a person who expertise in humanities and social sciences, right? Public relations. That is one of the most important things that happens today in the management areas. Public relations cannot be dealt unless you have a clear-cut understanding of historical to the scientific advancement of a particular society. Right? Inclusivity is one important aspect which was discussed in the previous session as well. Who better can explain inclusivity other than a social scientist? Of course, we need to create more sociologists to understand the social dimensions, right? Foreign language. So when India tries to bring out FDI from different countries, I can give you one example. And think about the Russian investment in India. particularly in the aeronautic field, right? HAL, Hindustan Aeronautic Limited. Nearby that region, the university started offering Russian language, because we need to have people who can understand the language which can be adopted in Indian context. So when others are investing in India, particularly with multi-language capabilities, we need to create our human resource which can understand their language. So there is a competitive market which is going to come for foreign language and understanding the foreign language. Hospitality industry, again, hotel management industries are not pure science-led industries. And we are targeting to grow the tourism sector. We are targeting to grow the hospitality sector. We are targeting to grow the sectors which are service sectors. Who are going to fill these gaps? And let us also understand this fact. Who should be better fit in a financial market? An economist or an engineer, right? But nonetheless, we need to also accept the fact that we cannot run away from mathematics. We cannot run away from statistics. We have to bring statistics and mathematics as a daily, reading habits. So mathematics is important, statistics is important, data is important, because now everything is becoming data-driven governance, data-driven public policy, data-driven employment. So that should be one of the interesting element to read by all students. But make sure that you are getting into the subject of your interest, not by an externality of pressure by either the peer group or the parents or by the society that, this is that engineering is always interesting. Then we declassify, right? Within engineering, computer science is the best, right? And then we get into the job market, which is banking and financial institutions. So at a parental level, in fact, I am a father of a daughter. I would like to ask my daughter, what is your choice of study? Do you really interested to look at humanities and social science as one of the options? If answer is yes, the market is wide open. There are a lot of opportunity that is coming up through the development process. And as Dheeraj just pointed out about the interdisciplinarity and the multidisciplinarity concept. Institutions of eminence and importance of national importance institutions are now creating various courses which are multidisciplinary and transdisciplinary. Those days are gone when a physics expert will only talk about physics, right? Or a mechanical engineer will think only about mechanical engineering, or a chemical engineer will talk about chemical engineering. Today we need to have interdisciplinarity as one of the benchmarking. As an economist, when I interact with chemical engineers, I'm able to explain energy economics better than I was able to explain, without interacting with the chemical engineering. So my first request to the students and particularly the parents, please do not compare between subjects. Each subject has its equal importance in life, and there is adequate employment opportunity in each of the subject of interest that is classified within humanities and social science domain. May it be language, may it be history, political science, international relations, psychology, hospitality industry, management. Please do not compare between the subject, that this subject is better than the other subject. Believe me, the reason is I don't have an expertise on the other subject. Therefore, I go by the crowd that determine the subject which is good. Right, and then I end up doing an MBA program, which is again under the humanities structure, and get into the job market. So why can't I prepare my kid efficiently in terms of getting into the job market by adopting humanities and social science subjects?
Thank you, Dr. Sandesh.
Yeah.
So we would like to take some questions. So we have two teenagers of Lifeology youth ambassadors are joined here to ask a couple of questions to you. And over to Deepa. Deepa, would you like to invite them?
Sure, definitely. So thank you so much, both of you, for your insights. And two of our eager students are here from different schools across India and, of course, outside India. So we've chosen two of them to be here with us today. I'd like to invite Malavika and Jyotsna. So Malavika, you have a question for Mr. Santosh Kumar. Go ahead and introduce yourself and ask your question.
Hello, sir. I am Malavika Tekil, a student, a 10th grader at Woodland Park, Ajmal. and I'm planning on taking the stream of humanities in the coming year. So my question is, which are the qualities required to be employable in the area of humanities and liberal arts, and how can we develop those qualities?
Yeah, great, Malavika. That's a very good question. See, the humanities and social science components require, the first thing is you should have a clear-cut interest that you want to develop your understanding in humanities and social sciences. Please increase the study hours. Please increase the reading of original text, may it be history, political science, or economics. Textbook is important, right? Don't leave textbook away. Of course, you can read from Kindle. I have no problem in that, but please continue reading textbooks. That is number one. Because these days what happens is we prepare only for exams, right? And exam is just a quantification of what you have understood and what you have written. It is not a, kind of understanding of how you can project yourself to become an argumentative Indian, as Professor Amartya Sen says. So please keep up the habit of reading and reading more and more, because humanities and social science requires a lot of reading. Also, please remember, humanities and social science is only subject that allows to critically think. You can become a critic, you can support the argument, you can come up with an argument of your own, but you need to have a good number of teaching hours for any course that you take up. Second thing, if you do not like quantitative analysis for some reason, there are many reasons people don't like quantitative analysis, please develop the idea of qualitative analysis. And believe me, qualitative analysis is tougher than quantitative analysis because they do not have any algorithm, right? It again goes back to how many hours of study you design yourself, how many different texts you read, and how do you develop a critical thinking about these things, right? So it doesn't mean whether you are a quantitative researcher or quantitative oriented student or qualitatively oriented student. Keep up reading the textbook. For example, if you look at the advertisement, the successful people still continue reading textbook. I'm not telling just read fictions, non-fiction, stuff like that. Read as much as you can outside the boundary of your syllabus. Please do not stick to the syllabus because you are in the domain of humanities and social sciences. The world is wide open to study. Open up yourself in terms of the ideas of different types of study that you can do at this age. The more we study, we create a more understanding of the society, and then we can become successful in one area that we are interested in. Right? And not for only you, Malvika, but for others, whoever is listening in this program, reading habit has to be a continuous and self-satisfying, target. It is not that I'm reading because of 10th standard, 11th standard to fetch 99% or stuff like that. And humanities social science gives you benefit in terms of a cumulative benefit. It's not one-time benefit that you can arrive at by probably learning law of physics and deriving law of physics, right?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We have another student, Jyotsna. Jyotsna, you have a question for Dheeraj sir. Go ahead.
Good evening,
Hi, Yeah.
I'm Jyotsna Karthikeyan from grade 9, studying in Vadnam Park School, Ajman. So it was a very informative speech given by Mr. Dheeraj sir and Mr. Santosh sir. I would like to give my personal thanks to them on it. So my question to you, sir, is how can I choose the most appropriate education institute to learn a course which can make a person prepared for a career in liberal arts?
That's a good question. See, basically, after completing your +2, normally everyone will inquire about various types of colleges. But I always recommend, so there's a trend to search for colleges, but this is the time to select the universities, not the college. Okay. The thing is, when you complete your undergraduate degree or postgraduate degree, the university is going to award you the degree. There will not be any name of the colleges which you have studied. You got my point? So the comparison should be whether to study in a state-owned university or to study in a nationally recognized universities or campus like IIT Madras or central universities. So I would always recommend students after +2 to have a national exposure after their +2. So in that case, the central universities stands first in the list. And obviously for multidisciplinary programs, IIT Madras is one of the best institution. Unfortunately, for you people, you have to complete your undergraduate degree to join this program. And even Central University of Hyderabad have a 5-year integrated program, even though they give a certificate in postgraduate in a specific subject like history, political science, economics. But for the first 3 years, they also have a multidisciplinary approach. So that is one of the wonderful campus. And if you are a literature aspirant, you can always select English and Foreign Language University, which is one of the internationally recognized universities in India. And that is one of only university in Asia which is purely focusing on English and foreign language. And other universities like Jamia Millia Islamia University, they have n number of programs, 3-year programs, honors degree programs. Delhi University, they have various programs. So whichever programs you have choosing, as rightly said by Santosh sir, every subject is having its own opportunity and potential. But the matter is the campus where you are going to study. Always nationally recognized central universities will have a higher edge. And the central government has introduced an exam called CUET, Common University Entrance Test, from 2022. CUET. Earlier, before this, every independent central universities were conducting their own exams. Like Central University of Hyderabad will be conducting their own exam. BHU, Banaras Hindu University, will be conducting their own exam. Then Tata Institute of Social Science is conducting their own exams. But from 2022 onwards, they have came under a single umbrella with the name CUET, Common University Entrance Test. You got that? Common University Entrance Test. And the National Testing Agency is conducting this exam, and they will distribute this scorecard to various universities where you have opted the subjects, and based on your marks, you will be selected to various central universities in the country. Okay.
I would like to add something here, Dheeraj. This is a most asked question when we give this kind of guidance to the children. So all the points which you said are actually the primary points. Along with that, we'd like to add something. How to select an institution. Please don't select an institution just based on the infrastructure, what they have. You know, these days, education has become an industry. You know, we could see big Taj Mahals and greater monuments, and they put in the brochures and all. But no, that's not. That's, of course, we need infrastructure. I'm not blaming that. But however, along with that, the word is this, not that. Along with that, we say, what is the kind of academic rigor that is happening in the institution? Number one, who is teaching there? It's very easy to find out who is teaching there. For example, if you go to the IIT's website, you'll be able to see the profile of Dr. Santosh Kumar Sahu. Excellently, it is written about him, where he did his PhD, where he did his activity, what are the various articles which he has written. This is very, very important. Who is teaching you? The person who is teaching you should be having deep knowledge on that particular subject, and also an ability to inspire children. So that we will be getting, because years of experience needed to become a good teacher. Along with that, and another one is that alumni. Okay, alumni, that's very important. Alumni association who cleared that particular course. And are there any famous people in that? And you can find it from the LinkedIn, or you can find it from any websites. All right. So I'm saying the recency you should take, not the one with 10 or 20 years before. Well, I have. You know, we have seen sometimes way long back, maybe 50 years before, somebody came as a superhero and as part of great moments in our country. But thereafter, the quality has gone down. No, not just based on that. Well, I'm not bringing in any kind of controversy, but however, this is also one parameter, right? And this should be, and if possible, visit the university, visit the place. And I'm sure if somebody is walking into IITs, Dr. Santosh Kumar Sahu will definitely agree with me. You are willing to welcome them, we are willing to talk to them. And I'm sure there will be an information desk that can give an idea about what is this university all about and what is the academic rigor over there, right? Thank you. And I would like to quickly ask one question to Mr. Dheeraj. how to prepare for this exam. Can you please give it 30, 40 seconds?
Yeah. See, basically for preparing any type of this all India level exam, every students have to go through a test where they will be analyzed with their quantitative ability, their logical reasoning ability, then their verbal English language skills, and obviously they have they should have some knowledge on the current affairs and general knowledge part. And there's another test where domain specific subject, the expertise will be checked on their subjects which they are looking to join. So that is also there. So quantitative aptitude, logical reasoning, general knowledge, current affairs, everything matters.
I believe they should start from the 8th standard onwards as a habit, right?
Definitely they should start from the 8th standard. Not just starting the preparation. This is actually the preparation is not just taking some book and study. It have a lot many, see there, the experts like you, there should be some psychometric analysis that has to be done for every student, because there are limitations for the parents, the relatives, the other social networks to give suggestions. But definitely.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, we have other guests waiting for the next program, but I have 10 seconds. Dr. Sahu will be able to tell me that. Who should come to humanities? One line.
Those who have genuine interest in doing some research, understanding of the course, and have no comparison with science and technologies should come to humanities and social science. And I just want to add in, so Dheeraj said, prepare from your textbooks. Textbooks, the questions from the competitive exam do not come out of the syllabus. They are from the syllabus. But the only thing is, please read the textbook in detail, including the footnotes. That's where the preparation should also start with whatever is given you as a syllabus, because as a part of various examination committees, we are strictly told not to go beyond the syllabus. Right? So this is what I wanted to add. And of course, the kids should identify the subject they want, discuss with the parents in detail without fear, allow the parents to talk to their peers and family members, and take a call whether which subject of humanities and social sciences they want to enroll for. And I guarantee they will be success in their life.
Thank you, Dr. Santosh Kumar Sahu and Dheeraj, and
thank you.
Everyone who's listening. CBSE also, CBSE officials are also part of this particular discussion. Thank you very much, Deepa. Now we move to the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us. Thank you, Rahul Nair, for moderating the session. And thank you all for asking good questions to the student panelists. Thank you very much for joining us. Next, we have an extremely interesting topic. I think we've been getting questions on our live streaming platforms on how to, frame a career in media, because media is, I'm not sure how many of us actually see it as a career. Like media immediately comes to us as in terms of an actor or an actress or movies and, television, but there is so much more to it. And, there is so much that you can take up and pursue as a career to it. And that's what we're going to discuss today. The next session is which careers are suitable for media and entertainment aspirants. I take a lot of pleasure and a lot of pride in inviting our guests for this particular session here. And I'm sure all the students out here are eagerly waiting to hear from them. So on behalf of the National Guidance Festival, on behalf of CBSE and Lifeology Foundation, I'd like to invite our guests for this very special session, which careers are suitable for media and entertainment aspirants. Our first guest for the day on the panel is Mr. Mohit Soni, a highly driven entrepreneurial self-starter with more than 18 years of experience of heading online marketing, media planning and buying, brand communication strategy, research for product designing, and competitor mapping in education and media industry. Proficient in developing new business alliance, channel network, unique business models, and setting up partnership with international and Indian academic institutes, universities. He possesses expertise in working in multicultural environments with the distinction of understanding and exploring new markets for business growth and setup, streamline operations. He has a proven ability in managing P&L for business divisions and assisting in setting up and promoting the service from the scratch. skilled in overcoming business challenges and making high-stake decisions using experience-based judgment. He has a strong work ethic and an inapproachable integrity, an exceptional communicator and negotiator with demonstrated skills in making tactical plans and strategic plans of business, as well as developing large diversified teams. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my proud pleasure to welcome Mr. Mohit Soni to this discussion. Welcome, Mr. Mohit Soni.
Thank you, Deepa, and I'm really thankful to you for such a lengthy introduction. I don't know how you were able to manage this, but thank you. Thank you for putting
But
this.
that's about your profile. I mean, you have such a rich profile. I could still go on. All right.
Thank you. Thank
Let's move on to the next speaker who has joined us right now, Mr. Abhik Santara. He's a marketing and communication professional with 18 years of brand building experience across India and Southeast Asia. He's managed the largest offices of global agencies, digital transformation and relationships in most complex metrics organizations. He's built and nurtured powerful global brands in India that have won consumer confidence and delivered outstanding business results. He has intense exposure to a broad base of industry verticals with specialist skills in telecom and FMCG marketing. He's focused on creating innovative integrated solutions across industries and geographies, including extensive use of digital marketing strategies, a proven ability to develop cross-channel, strategic and creative solutions that build brands. He increases customer relationships and drives quantifiable results. Ladies and gentlemen, my little boys and girls, let's welcome on behalf of CBSE and Lifeology Foundation, Abhik Santara to the discussion on careers suitable for media and entertainment aspirants. Welcome, Mr. Abhik Santara.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And it was as lengthy. So
yeah,
I'm feeling very proud of myself that I have so much. So I have done so much in my career.
Yeah. I mean, it could still go on. It could still go on, but I've just kept a stop to it. All right. So we are also expected to join by two more guests because this discussion is expected to be very intensive. So we've got two more guests who is going to be joining us in a short while, Mr. Vinod A.S. and Mr. Ketan Yadav. I'll read out their lengthy profile as they join. But as of now, I'd like to invite Rahul Ishwar, co-founder of Lifeology Foundation, to kindly step forward and join these guests on the panel to moderate the session, along with Mr. Mohit Soni and Abhik Santara. Over to you, Rahul Ishwar.
Thank you so much for your very vibrant and energetic intervention in the beginning, Deepa. I doubt whether I'll be able to match it, but I'll try. So, we have a very fascinating session for our students in CBSE Lifeology National Guidance Festival. We'll start with Mr. Mohit Soni, and we will come to Abhik Santara. So, Mohit Soni, your introductory remarks, sir, please.
First of all, Rahul, I really want to thank CBSE and Lifeology for giving me this opportunity. It's always as wonderful to talk to these budding creators, as much as I could say. And I think there's a huge scope which this country has because of these budding, talented, creative minds, which we for sure understand that this industry will be able to leverage upon and take. So I'm really happy about it, and thank you for making me to be a part of this program as you continue with this.
I think there was an audio issue.
There was a slight audio issue. Please do check. I'll just come back to the slight audio issue because the audio kept on dipping.
Am I audible to you now?
Yeah, you are audible, but the voice was dipping in between. I mean, we'll just come back to you while you check. And Abhik, your introductory remarks, because students are fascinated. When we had very many interaction with students, one of the most student panel interested. People were interested in asking questions to this particular session because they are all fascinated by media, entertainment industry. They would like to know what are the realistic things. It's a very dreamy, glittery, glamorous world, including media and entertainment. So there are many associated professions too, along with the glitz and glamour. So they would like to have an overview, understanding of nuances of this. So Abhik, your opening comments, please.
No, I think, thank you very much, first of all, CBSE and Lifeology. It has been really an honor to be able to share my experiences and have a point of view on how this industry as a whole has always behaved in a certain way, and with with infusion of a lot of new technology, a lot of new development in the industry. It is in a very, very interesting phase of development right now. But as Rahul rightly mentioned, I think the outside perspective about this industry has always been a lot of glamour, lot of glitz, a lot of show off. But the fact of the matter is, just like any other industry, there is a lot of hard work, there is a lot of dedication, there is a lot of preparation that goes into, for people, for candidates, for our teams, for every bit of person who is involved in making a substantial product in this space. That has to go in. It needs a lot of skill set. It needs a lot of preparation, and that is what I think makes it very interesting for people to opt for this, because while it is a lot of hard work, but it is also interesting to know that this is a field which offers a wide variety of things. It is a field where you are not restricted to doing the same thing over and over again. Every day poses a new challenges. Every day poses a new thing to you get engrossed with. One gets to interact with multiple different disciplines, different kind of work. So that's what makes it very interesting, and that is probably the reason why it needs a very different kind of preparation as against any other more straight understandable profession like a finance or a engineering or a doctor. Here the variety of knowledge, variety of experience, variety of expertise that one needs to gather to do well ranges from many different things. So I think that is what Rahul, Mohit, and rest of everybody is going to be speaking about today.
And to Mohit and Abhik, day before yesterday, we had Mr. M.K. Anand, the MD and CEO of Times Network. And he was very impressed by one question student asked, and he said, will artificial intelligence be dictating journalism and writing articles automatically? And he said, it's a very pleasantly surprising question. Maybe 20 years down the line, nobody knows. Maybe we will incorporate some elements of artificial intelligence too into it. And Mohit, we have a panel of Lifeology youth ambassadors who are engaged to ask you questions. But before we move into it, where do you see the Indian media and entertainment industry going? What are the trends, or what are the aspects that you see evolving in the next 5 to 10 years? This will be very good because there are a lot of teachers involved in CBSE who will be listening to this, parents involved in CBSE. So they are more skeptical about this whole aspect of media, whether it will be more stable. Apart from the usual doctor, engineer professions, is media a realistic option for them? So what are the career trends that you see in the next 10 years evolving? Your views, please.
So, Rahul, I think this is one answer which we have been giving over the last 20 years as to what are the career opportunities in the M&E sector. And this question will be asked even 20 years from now, because this is one industry which has been promising, has been growing, and has been considered as one of the most, promising and rewarding sectors when it comes to whether it is in terms of recognition, whether it is in terms of salaries, or whether it is in terms of the credits which you get when the movie finishes. So this is one sector which has seen tremendous growth over the last years. I'll not take you too back. Last 2 years, during the time when we were at COVID, ask people, is there any web series left on Netflix or Hotstar which they have not watched? Ask the kids if they have not enjoyed those learning exposures and sessions which their teachers would have not been able to give them. So go back, ask everyone, and they were thrilled and excited, and they were some other way taken off from the side of the impact of COVID, because this industry was there supporting them all the time. And we have seen technologies change. We have remembered those days when we used to watch Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi, to those serials today which we see on our channels. We have seen the era of those movies which were made in black and white to the RRR and the Bahubalis of the world today. You will also experience something which will be very soon called the metaverse of education. So, those are the technological advancements, and as technology progresses, this industry will keep on opening doors for you. Imagine, today you are having a chauffeur-driven car and you are reading newspaper sitting on the back of your car and enjoying the view, but think of an automated car where there is no driver, and you have 1.5 hours driving back to your office with a tablet on which you are either reading a newspaper or watching a content. Look at the demand which will grow. Your Devices have replaced everything today. They have replaced whatever you can think of, whether it is your books, whether it is your picture halls, whether it is your friends. It is going very, very digital now. And I think this industry opens multiple pathways for you. It is a drawback that we have always been linking it only to films, games, and animation. It goes far beyond it. Today, when you go out on a Saturday and enjoy in a water park, it's a part of the media and entertainment sector. When you go to a picture hall and buy a kind of a ticket there, it's a part of the media and entertainment sector. You think of it. You have a festival at your home. You enjoy dancers. You enjoy the musicians. This is all a part of it. This industry has demanded more skilled workforce than we can even think of. The reward which comes are exemplary. I can bet on it. Somebody who owns a camera of 50,000 bucks doesn't sit idle at home earning less than 50,000 rupees a month. So this is the rewarding career, the opportunity which lie. Only thing is, I feel what we have to look at is why are we still only focusing on IT, management, and medical as a career? Are there no other streams? Today, the complex of the operations which have to be done, the doctor first does it in a virtual environment. Today, before the car is developed, it is designed in a 3D environment. Before you run on a flyover, it is designed in a 3D environment. You name it, I can tell you this industry has taken over all other industries, whether cutting through horizontally or vertically. We need people to that extent that you come in from any background and we welcome you. We don't matter whether you are an engineering student, a mass communication student, or you are not even a student. We want to have people who come in with a passion and a flair for this line. And this is what we want to appeal to all our parents, all our teachers, and all our student communities who are here, that, look at it as a serious career. Look at it not as something which you do in your school as a dance class, as a music class, or as a hobby class. It's far beyond it. It has grown significantly. And while we are talking about it today, there may be another technology which is being in progress, developed, worked upon. And as the technology opens, we will have more departments which will be functional and operational, asking for more people. So that's what I see. I'll answer this question 20 years from now also, again, if you ask me, and you will see the same passion which will continue. Because I remember as a student, I used to have these programs in my syllabus. And even as a professional today, whenever I get time, I enjoy working on it. So I think that's the core mantra, which I believe nobody in our industry retires. Till the time they could hold the mouse, they are there. And till the time they can, tell a story, they are there. So I think that's about this industry, all I could say from my side.
Great, amazing. Thank you so much, sir. But before we move on with the questions, Rahul Ishwar, we're also joined by Vinod AS. I'd like to acknowledge his presence. Hi, Vinod. How are you doing? And thank you so much for joining us. And let me just go on to your profile. With over 21 years of experience in 3D animation and visual effects, a graduate from University of Pune, Vinod has a certification, Advanced Animation and Visual Effects in Silicon Graphics platform. One of the early artists to get trained in Alias Power Animator on SGI platform, he started his career with Silicon Meadows, Pune, the 3D division of Tata Elxsi, and worked on Alias Power Animator as a 3D artist. He's also worked with many major studios in Mumbai and was associated with many top advertising commercials and music video albums and Bollywood movies. He's worked with INVIS, which is, I hope it's Invis, has worked with Invis Multimedia as a 3D generalist and worked on many 3D game projects and with MUV Tech Chennai, again as a 3D generalist. He has a certification in Maya from Alias Wavefront, worked as a lecturer in animation and visual effects with NIFT, which is National Institute of Action Technology, and currently working as the Vice President, Training and Academics, Toons Animation Technopark Trivandrum. Vinod is also a national jury member of the World Skills Competition for Graphic Designing and 3D Game Art for World Skills Competition 2022. Vinod, thank you so much for joining us. It's an absolute pride to welcome you to this panel. And yes, we know each other. In Technopark, we've met many times. So I'm so happy to welcome you to this panel. Over to you.
Likewise. Yeah. So, Yeah, I would like to share a PPT, just 5 to 6 slides. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hope it's visible.
Yes,
Everyone?
very much.
Yeah,
You
okay.
can put it full screen.
So good afternoon. Yeah, just I've been asked to talk about and the opportunities in the creative media and entertainment sector. So I just compiled something for youngsters, just few slides. I don't want to take much about introduction about me. Given a
Yeah, but Vinod, it would be great if you can like put it up on full screen, presentation mode.
Yeah, just a moment.
Yes, perfect.
Yeah, okay. So I
No,
wanted to.
it's still not on presentation mode. I think it's on. No, we can see the slides on the side as well.
Okay. How about now?
Yes, perfect. Please go ahead.
Perfect. Okay. So out here, I would like to take you few slides for the youngsters, for the young folks and parents out here. So it's just about what is creativity. Now, creativity is an act of turning new and imaginative ideas into reality. Like we all know, like when I started this my career, my parents were just, for them, creativity was just drawing, pop singing. That's all. Beyond that, they had no clue. Both of them are government servants and engineer by profession, and mom was into legal profession. So for them, it was drawing and singing. Other than singing, nothing else, or dancing, probably third form. Now it's changed. Now in this current 2022, this year, like what we face is like we have like n number of opportunities. If you look at the artworks here, the thumbnails over here, you have painting, you have graphic designing, video editing, films, augmented reality, script writing, then a lot of areas, visual effects. So kids have plenty of opportunities. Unfortunately, a lot of youngsters don't really recognize, identify their skill set at a very early level. So that's why I thought I'd take them through the next slide. Yeah. So now they hardly know like where exactly the creative jobs lie in, like in the media and entertainment sector. So if you look at the overall from a generic view, like generally someone who is very creative, who is into drawing, who love films and all, or someone who has got inherent skills, like drawing, photography, passion towards any art forms, they have opportunity in cartoon animation, animation for films, animation for advertisements, architectural pre-visualization, medical animation, education content creation, then advertisement then explainer video creation, game design and development, virtual reality, augmented reality, visual effects, and graphic designing, motion graphics. There are plenty of opportunities. So the best thing, especially the school level, at school level from 10th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th students, should definitely, if they're creative or if they would like to pursue a creative career, they should look at identifying where they fit in, where they fit in. That's the most important thing, because a lot of students don't understand, they don't understand how it's going to benefit them. Why creative career? Now, creative career, I would say the most important thing, the biggest advantage of choosing a creative career is you have an opportunity to pursue your passion. That's the first thing. Then another important thing is the reward of and is the joy of indulging in creativity itself on a daily basis. You work on creative areas and you focus on creative tasks. That itself is very encouraging and happy to moment. And then very attractive salary, even from a beginner's level job like designing, basic graphic designing, film editing, coloring, animation, visual effects. The salary is really, really going high. Youngsters just after 12th, they have started earning very big salary. I've seen through in my career with Toons, I've been with Toons for 19 years. And I've seen many youngsters who got trained from us. They are in US, Canada, Australia, and Europe, part of Europe also. And they all have that passion, the real passion to pursue creative career. And within India, you have so many companies. The job demand itself. I was going through the AVGC data, it says like 70,000 to 1,35,000 jobs, coming year. So that itself is like very, very enticing for a youngster to take up a creative profession. And another advice I would like to, I'm just getting the, coming out of the PPT, I would like to talk for a few more minutes, like about youngsters who are interested in taking up creative careers should definitely look at using open source softwares right from their school days itself. Even teachers and parents should encourage them taking up open source softwares and practicing them, because nowadays computer is a very, very common thing. Like almost every home has got 1 or 2 computers. So, and these open source softwares are available for graphic designing, for animation, for visual effects, or even for stop motion or many other creative areas. So the most important thing, or the first stepping stone, would be attending workshops at a very early level, and then using the open source software to nurture your skills, and eventually by the time you complete your 12th or your graduation, take up a professional program. So by the time you definitely have a strong foundation, using by learning, going through these levels. And that tunes, we always encourage conducting workshops and free demos on free applications. So anytime interested, if any youngsters are interested, you can get in touch with us, or the MESC team will be happy to help you. And my biggest advice would be pursue your passion. And I have one more thing I would like to show, the last slide. Which is very important for an artist. Yeah, is it visible? The most appropriate word of importance for a creative professional. So I think you should answer. You should use the chat box and answer to this. All young minds, and I guess there are many students also participating in this session. So if you, the most important, what's it, Rahul and Deepa? What do you feel?
Well, the most appropriate word for importance for a creative professional, I think passion.
Is it money, fame, passion, social status, or job? It is passion. That's what I told. No, you need to like really pursue your passion from a very young age. Unfortunately, we all had to go through the 3 to 4 years of degree program, then come back, learn, and we had there was like no opportunities. Now we have plenty of opportunities. So pursue your passion. That's an advice for all youngsters, and parents and teachers should encourage kids to use the open source softwares. I can definitely share details about that and use it through a mail or probably a PPT format as an information for the students and parents. Encourage your kids. That's the best way to step into the industry. That's it. I'm open for questions. The time is too short. It's just 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I had to cut short. Yeah.
Right. Well, thank you so much, Vinod. And I think it is very important that students pursue creativity and their passion, but at the same time, it's even more important that parents and schools actually encourage them to do that. Because many a times, a student has something in mind, but parents would say no. I mean, there are reasons. Of course, parents are totally justified. I'm a parent. I think I might even respond the same way, considering that we are not aware of the prospects in this particular domain. So that's where we come in, and you've shed a lot of light on this. Thank you so much for that. I would like to acknowledge the presence of another guest, Mr. Ketan Yadav also. Mr. Ketan Yadav, Chief Operating Officer, VFX producer. Ketan Yadav is a renowned name in the industry, not just for his vision, but also for his leadership skills, youthful energy, and strategic abilities. Ketan currently helms the business development and operations for both divisions, redchilies.vfx and redchilies.color. That's amazing. So we have Ketan Yadav here. Ketan, I would like to welcome you to this particular interesting session on how to pursue careers in media and entertainment. So we are looking forward to hearing your opening remarks. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here among the peers and the young minds as well. The future.
Yes, we have actually thousands of students and lakhs of people, like including parents and principals and teachers, everyone who are actually viewing us on different platforms. So yes, you are among a mix of minds. Yeah.
Okay. So thank you so much for having me over. I've been told it's a lot of the time is short, so I'll just come straight to the point. In the media and entertainment space, there is a certain space called the AVGC sector, which is basically called the animation, visual effects, gaming, and comic sector, which currently is the golden spot or the focus industry, also from the point of view of the growth as well as the point of view of the Indian government as well. Like, we are working towards a national AVGC policy, which hopefully will propel India the same way the IT policy propelled India into the world space in the 80s and the 90s, where the Infosys and the TCS and the software giants of the world were born. So yes, the idea and the thought process is the same, that we want to make India the global hub of the entertainment and media industry, especially the AVGC sector, which is animation, visual effects, gaming, comics, which is the industry I represent or I am from. Just my advice to the young students is that yes, it is going to be the golden sector. It is going to be the fastest growing sector in the coming decade. A lot of international work on films, OTT, games, comics is all coming to India. A lot of big international studios, are also setting up shop in India. So they have already recognized the potential of what role India is going to play in this industry in the coming years. Let me tell you a bit about our industry. Our industry exactly works like an IT industry. You're sitting in front of a fancy machine with big monitors and very powerful software and hardware. And you're actually delivering something which is a combination of creativity and tech. Okay. So you use the fastest, best possible hardware, software available in the world, and you are creating out something which are shots from the films, from the shows, the simulation, fire, water, you name it, it's all possible in the world of visual effects. Coming to the career path, the industry, as I said, works exactly like IT. So we have a huge demand for, let me start with the support structure first. I'll move on to the creative part later. But in the support space, we kind of need the best hardware software. That means the best of IT engineers, BTechs, BEds, are the ones who are our company CTOs, technical officer, technology partners, technology officers. We have the data analysis, data management, MIS as a career as well. Our industry employs a very, very high end coders and, programmers, people from the IT background as well. We also have our industry also has a very, very integrate HR divisions where the HRs are also, as important as any other industry. Then comes, so these are the support structures, which our industry, and they are in very high demand. Okay. Because of the specific nature of the industry, people who get into these kind of support structure within our industry are usually sought after and are paid handsomely as well. Then comes the production pipeline, kind of which drives the entire studio floor. Again, line producers, VFX producers, associate line producers, they are the ones who are again very, very highly sought after and in demand. And the demand is exponentially increasing month after month. And then comes the main creative part where we call it artists, who basically sit on the machines and actually deliver the shots to make a film look, say, like Brahmastra or Ravan or Avatar or Jungle Book. So these are, and currently we are in a very, very high turnover demand shortfall. There's a very huge shortfall in the industry, and the demand for talented artists, it's quite high, and it's a very stable job. It is something the entire studio, the entire industry post-COVID is going through a change cycle. We moved to a 5-day working week. Most of the studios, the timing is almost it's not that you do not have a work-life balance. You do have a very good work-life balance in our industry as well. There are times when, of course, in every industry, because the film release is something which cannot be changed. There are times when you may need to work hard and work on late weekends, but most of the time it's a very structured industry, which it was not some years back. But currently it's kind of moved to a very systematic, mandate driven approach kind of industry. Having said that, you do not need to be, of course, you can be BEds, BTechs of the world, you can be engineers, you can be software programmers. But in our industry, the beauty is that, everybody who knows how to use technology to get out something in terms of creativity, if you have that amalgamation of a creative mind and a technical, logical side as well, you're going to most probably do pretty good in the industry. And now with the education sector focus happening, where we are planning to introduce all these courses at the school level, at the college level, at the university level, degree level. We are trying to, Mohit is there, Mohit, and we have been working towards structuring the education sector as well. This industry is going to have a tremendous growth in times to come. And there is, of course, an opportunity. Some people call it talent drain, but the VFX, Hollywood hub of VFX is Canada right now. And in our industry currently, a lot of people had got that opportunity to move to Canada and work there and maybe settle there. Okay, I don't know how that's going to shape up in the future, but there are a lot of international studios who will go and sought you after, maybe in India or maybe abroad. And if you're good at your work, you're going to have a very amazing career. I think that's what I have to say. Anything you guys need to add more, please let me know. Thank you, guys.
Ketanji, that was very insightful. Thank you for those comments. We do have a lot of questions from many students. But before we go to the question, there is one query from a principal regarding, is there the idea of job stability there in this particular field? Because many parents, especially from the middle class background, would like to know regarding the old concept of job stability, if I understand what his question is right. So what you are coming to him?
Of course. I mean, right now, there is a huge shortfall of talented artists and support staff or support structure in the industry, because the industry suddenly boomed up, and the resources which are available in the country are not enough for the demand because of the OTT platform, Netflix, Amazon, Disney, locally grown film industry, the South Indian film industry. The job security was always there. It has never been a stage where every industry goes through its ups and downs. But right now, for the next 10 years at least, the Indian AVGC sector is going to be on a boom stage. So it is 100% job security. In fact, right now the situation is that I don't remember our studio has fired anybody in the last 10 years. It is just the people who have left us and we've been begging them not to leave, but they have moved on for greener pastures. Some have got employed abroad. Some of them have moved on to big international studios who have set up shop here. And every week, a new studio announcement is happening, either from Hollywood or somewhere. They are setting up shops in India. So in some time to come, India is going to be a competing hub versus Canada for the Indian AVGC sector. And that's something which has a very, very exciting news for us. So yes, 100% job security. Anybody who doesn't have a job right now, please get in touch with us. We are dearly in need of people.
Wow. Well, that's a really good hiring call. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, that was amazing. I mean, it also means to show that, there are so many opportunities. I mean, if people are leaving a company for greener pastures, it means that there are greener pastures available in this particular industry. And there's a lot of trust increasing day by day by the, by students, by their families, that this is a career to pursue, which
and it is changing. We are using now Unreal, a gaming engine, okay, which is going to completely change the way we do visual effects. There is virtual production, which is coming through. So there are a lot of AI, machine learning, you name it, we use it. We are a very, very tech heavy, tech savvy, and always on-demand industry. We use the best hardware software available, and that is still not enough for us. So yes, the industry is always very high demand, and there's a beauty about it because no two jobs are same. You will never repeat anything which you have done earlier. You gonna basically be doing different things. Every show is different. Like say we did Zero, we did Shersha, we did Gunjan Saxena, we did Bulbulaya 2. Somewhere you're gonna make a horror film, somewhere you're gonna make a a war film, sometimes you're gonna make a sci-fi. So it's a very interesting job because you're never gonna get bored. There's always a new challenge around the corner.
Absolutely. I think this was one of the most enlightening sessions we've had because, there's a lot of doubts around media and entertainment, but then a lot of it got cleared. And I think it almost looked like a really good sales pitch out there. You put up, we are here, we are all there and you're all welcome to join us. So I think that was amazing. Thank you so much.
And Abhik, one more query from a media before we go to the questions. Abhik is a branding expert and you have been in this field for long. The whole perspective regarding branding and marketing has really changed and evolved. So do you think digital branding or digital marketing is going to take over in a huge way, or there is going to be more of a hybrid nature? Because there is still considerable number of debate, what is the way to pursue? So when students, especially when they want to pursue this as a career, which is going to be an evergreen field, branding and marketing, which will be a right path? So what would your take on that?
No, I think whatever has been said about the entire production, film, animation industry applies the same for advertising per se. In fact, we are in such a short of talent nowadays because the entire business of communication, while creativity still remain at the core of it, and that will always be the case. So a creative bent of mind will always be valued in our industry. But the fact that how the communication is getting delivered, how that is getting optimized for every consumer, the tech has started playing a very integral role. For example, you spoke about some time back about AI taking over writing scripts. AI has already taken over writing scripts. English writer, copywriters are soon going to be, not much in demand because even if you look at how Facebook is doing, you are customizing advertising, which the machine is doing, depending on a consumer's behavior and everything. So the point I'm making, and that's everybody knows that's no new news. I think what I'm trying to say is that the scope of this industry and especially from people who are today natives of this world, who are using technology not as only as an education, but it is part of their living, how they are embrace technology. If those people come into our industry with a certain bent of creativity, I think those are the people who are going to be taking this industry forward for the next 30-40 years. And that's where the scope lies today. Any youngsters who comes to me and tells me that, okay, I can do this for you, but I will bring this intervention through a blockchain, through a data mining, through a any other AR VR, for example, we lap onto that guy. We never let that guy go because that's the kind of talent which will deliver for this industry going forward. The immense scope. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you very much there. So let's move on to the questions. Rahul Ishwar, are we ready for the questions? Great. Okay. So we have, we did have a lot of questions. In fact, there was a question how to pursue a career in singing and, more on a performance front. Okay. I think that's where students have a lot of doubt on, can it really be a career? Is it stable or is it more about luck? So I think there were a lot of questions there. I would say it's more about perseverance and, going on trying for things. But it would be great if you can drop a word on it. But in the meantime, let me also call in our student panelists. All right. So we've got three of them. We've got Richa Yadav, we've got Sara Alagar, and Vishwa Lochan. So are all three of you in? Yes, I can see Richa and Sara and yet to see Vishwa Lochan. So let's get started with Richa. But before that, would you want to shed some light on that aspect, on the performance aspect of career, which is more about the glitz and the, the fame and, that part of it? How much can that be a career? Anyone? Or Is it a difficult question?
You
Anyone?
want me to take this, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, so by singing, what is it that we actually gain out of it? When we sing, what do we gain out of it?
Well, satisfaction, like happiness.
Okay, so
someone who
happiness,
sings
should I take
well.
that word as happiness? So if you're happy about something, you would like to do that again and again.
Right.
You would like to enjoy it. Today, these platforms or these arts, when we talk about, we have never thought what possibilities of career opportunities are lying there. It is not about singing as a playback singer. It's not about just singing in front of the audience. It could be, something which you love to do and showcase it to everyone. If you are a very good singer and if you have that appetite and, that hunger, go on YouTube, just post your video.
Oh, yes.
If it goes viral, you are a millionaire next day. So I would say the opportunities are ample. What you have to look at is where do you utilize them? See, it's not about just singing. It's not just about music. It's not just about performing arts. It is how well are you aware that where all can you use these artistic and creative forms? I think the challenge is that we still have not been able to understand where all these students can enter in our industry after having one small skill set.
Right.
If you're good in drawing, good in painting, I'm sure Ketan sir is here with us. He would make you a magician in 1 year time. It's like, how do we take it? And are we aware about those opportunities?
Right.
Are we seriously doing our research about it? And this is an industry which does not make you just happy. It makes other as well follow to you. So I think when it comes to singing, when it comes to music, in fact, I'm not sure how many of you may be aware, but sound and music is amongst the 8 champion sectors in the country today. And if you see a movie or if you play a game, let's say does not have a background music. Let's say does not have a music at all. Or watch the best movie you ever saw with a mute on. Will you really like it? So I think when you talk about any of these creative arts, I'm not just naming about singing or music or dance or anything. I think there are tremendous opportunities. There are a lot of these TikTok stars today. There are a lot of these YouTube short makers today. And there are opportunities which you see not just nationally, but even internationally. There are several platforms which are there on live TV. You can be on Saregama, you can be on Indian Idol, and so many of them which we are not even aware about nationally and internationally. It's just how and well are we aware about it. So I think the part of the council and all our industry partners is to make these kids know that we are there for you, like you said, and we will like to not just support you in learning those skills, but also offer you a platform where you could utilize these skills and form a career around it.
Perfect. Perfect. Great. Thank you so much. Thank you. So now let's move on to our student ambassadors, our student panelists, I would call them. So Richa, go ahead. You're first.
I'm Melissa. This is Richa. I'm a student of City Montessori School from Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh. So my question to you is, how do you get internships for media and entertainment, and how do you qualify for them?
Okay, so Richa, first of all, it's a great experience talking to you directly on this platform. And Lucknow is a beautiful place. I love it. I go to Imambara a lot. And there are a lot of opportunities where I have seen, the most talented singers and musicians arriving out of UP belt of our country. And what you really look at is when you talk about internship opportunities, today our industry does not call in for you to be on the place of the job. There are serious opportunities which you can join in with our industry, being from wherever you are. And I think this is one great possibility where after doing your program of class 12th, or maybe while pursuing your program, we would offer something for you which can be called as an apprenticeship. Apprenticeship is a much better word to be used than internship. Why I'm saying that is, one, it's governed by law. Second, you have better possibilities of learning and understanding and being on the ground with your people who can train and nurture you. So while you complete your age group of 17 or 18, you could be an apprentice with an organization and we can facilitate you after your program. And the moment you touch 18, although in our industry, it's not a hazardous industry, most of the programs could get you an apprenticeship as soon as you graduate or maybe a job as soon as you pass out from your class 12. But just to gain experience, I think apprenticeship could be a better route for you to take up. Join that for 1 year or 2 years and then get into a full-fledged job.
Great, amazing. Thank you so much, Mohit Soni. Thank you, Richa, for that question. Let's move on to our next panelist. I think next panelist could be Sarah. Sarah, go ahead. You can ask your question.
Thank you, Deepa ma'am. Good evening, sir. My name is Sarah, and I study in 9th grade in Global Indian School, Ajwan. So I would like to ask this question to Abhik, sir. So can you explain some courses coming under media and entertainment sectors that can actually prepare students to become business managers and leaders with a media and entertainment edge?
Yes. Hi, Sarah. So where are you from? Sorry, I could not get that. Which part of the country are you from?
I am from United Arab Emirates.
Oh, you're from UAE. Okay, lovely. Yeah, so there are a lot of courses. See, I'm not fully familiar with all the courses in the universities are offering today, but I for sure know when I meet youngster who comes from a lot of media and journalism courses which are available to all the big universities have that as a course. Also the upcoming universities in India which are like Ashoka or Vijay Bhumi, who have a lot of hybrid courses which offers media and entertainment and journalism with other allied field as well. So for example, I've heard that Ashoka has courses which combines journalism, branding and law, for example. There are courses in Vijay Bhumi University where I heard they have combined finance. So there is a one core function which is media and journalism, but there is also a non-core function which makes you a holistic profession. So we have to go and find out those courses, but many universities offer very specific media and journalism courses. There are of course institutes which train you further for animation and those kind of industries, the CG, animation, 3D, AR, VR. Those are different. They may not have university courses for that for full 4 years, but there are specific courses from institutes which offer short-term and long-term specific vocational building of skill sets. For you particularly, because you asked me this, I would say that to join advertising, any of these generalistic courses are good enough as long as you have a creative bent of mind. You can join in advertising. There are many different divisions, right? There is a creative writing, there's a creative art, design part of it, there is a business management part of it, there is a strategic management part of it, there is a media management part of it. So all those things will not come only from one particular degree. Like a normal person who is even a graduate in English can become a copywriter in an advertising agency, right? And they are the normal people who become writers, normal people who would have a design design course, for example, from JJ School or Delhi College of Art or NIFT. Those are the people who get into designing. Or MICA, for example. MICA is a place you must definitely look for, because it is an institute which is only for advertising and media and journalist kind of for professionals. But yes, as long as you have a generalistic degree, but you also have a creative bent of mind, I think getting a opening in an advertising is very easy. Sustaining in advertising is very difficult because one needs to continuously upgrade himself or herself. But yeah, that's all I can say.
And Deepa, just one query for Mr. Vinod too. We have a vibrant parent community who's also watching, who wants to be a part of it, called Super Parent Community. So Vinod, the question is, what is the right age that you identify these creative inputs or creative proclivities of a student so that they can be oriented according to you?
Okay. Based on experience, we feel like from 8th standard onwards, kids should be oriented towards creative learning. Like if a kid really shows talent in drawing, probably from 8th standard or before that itself, we can be trained in drawing and painting or certain skills like that. But very much focused on digital arts or the one which deals with MESC deal with. I guess before 12th, by the time they complete 12th, they should have a creative portfolio. Parents should try to understand that the biggest takeaway a student should have is not a certificate. It should be a compilation of the artworks he have done through his like right since childhood. So try to save all the works he have done, compile all the artworks you have done, like whatever paintings, drawing, or story writing, whatever done, compile that to a portfolio. And nowadays you have great platforms like Behance and even online blogs where you can post it. Try to compile a portfolio. That's the best thing to do at an early level before learning. So identify from 8 to 12th would be very critical. 8th standard to 12th. Because 12th, I found that based on the Indian educational method strategy, parents put a lot of pressure on kids to, by the time they reach 12th, there's a lot of pressure. So they might not get a lot of more time to focus on. But they can start compiling their art portfolio right since 8th standard onwards.
Right.
And I wouldn't recommend, even from 8th standard onwards, they can even look at exploring the free softwares, the open source softwares available. That really adds well. Nowadays, for every industry-oriented software, for every software, you have an open source software, which is equally good to learn to begin with. So parents can encourage that. So 8th to 12th, and 12th, obviously, with the decision-making time, parents would put a lot of pressure. And so I guess 8th to 12th, so they have more time to focus on. And have a creative portfolio. That's my advice.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Vinod. Thank you so much. So I hope that has answered the parents' question. The last question that will be on this panel is Vishwalochan. Vishwalochan, are you there?
Yeah, ma'am.
Please go ahead, introduce yourself, tell us where you're from, and ask us a question.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone over here. My name is Vishwalochan. I'm from Great 10 in Abu Dhabi. And I'm very much interested about careers. So my question today is to Mr. Ketan Yadav. How are you doing, sir?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great, sir.
Please tell me, what do you want to know?
Okay, sir. So now with a large number of sports being esports and a lot of social media careers emerging, like right now we have lots of internet celebrities in TikTok and Instagram. So is it still possible to have a successful career in the media and entertainment sector? What do you think about this?
See, as I said earlier, when we talk about media and entertainment, you're basically talking about a very, very big industry, okay? It includes your online stars, your TikTokers and YouTube stars, the technology which goes along with it, the creative content which goes along with it. Then comes the film industry, where you basically are looking at, a mainstream theatrical content creation. Then comes the OTT platform, like the Netflix, the Amazons of the world, where you also have a similar kind of skill set required and career required. The beauty about all this, in also the games, also the gaming industry, the animation industry, the visual effects industry, the sound industry, the editing industry, the color grading industry. None of you guys know that when the film is, or anything, any content, whether it's YouTube or TikTok, anything which is shot, it has to go through a editing process and a color grading process, okay, which is called, used to be called DI, digital intermediate. Now all these industries, your skill set is interconnected, okay? You basically, most of the skill set you learn, okay, or whatever the path you take, the specialization you look into, that specialization can be, whether fully or partly, used across all of these verticals. So if you learn sound design, you become a sound engineer. You do TikTok videos, you do films, you do web shows, you are basically working for games. Everybody who basically needs a sound design, you're gonna be there. You are there as a career option. Advertising, sorry, I forgot about that as well. Corporate AVs, anything, wedding albums, and everything needs that. So basically, Your skill set is across multiple verticals. Then it's up to you which vertical you like the most or you prefer the most, and then you can either specialize in that, or you can be a generalist where you work across multiple verticals, but your skill set is going to be useful fully or partially in almost all of these verticals.
Thank you, sir. Have a nice day ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vishwalochana. Thank you for your questions. All the student panelists, thank you so much for your question. Before we move on to the next session, closing remarks, Rahul, you can go ahead and take closing remarks and we'll move on to the next session.
We have a quick closing comments from everyone. It was a very informative session. I believe it was very comprehensive, and that was very nice. And I believe we acknowledge the presence of Dr. Biswajit Saha, Director of CBSE, the vibrant backbone of this entire program, who has been instrumental in channelizing, energizing the entire school educators for this. Saha sir, I know, happy to see you here. And maybe the last comments, starting from Abhig, A for Abhig. Abhig, your last comments, please.
You're on mute.
Yeah, your body language really speaks well, but the voice might be better. Yeah.
Yeah. No, thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity. I would have loved to interact with more students, but I think this is a great step towards giving the comfort to the students that this industry is really a vibrant one, giving assurance to parents that it's a very stable industry, it's a growing industry. They must encourage their kids to pursue this. There are ample of opportunities. So I hope we can see this as the starting point to have much more richer and more enriching discussion going forward, even with the students and the parents. So thank you very much.
Mohit, please.
So Rahul, I think by the end of this session, with all our experts from the industry talking about it, I'm sure we would have realized what scope this industry has now. I wish to only say one thing, it is one question, whether I should take this as an opportunity and be a part of this media and entertainment industry or not, which may still be unanswered. To answer that, I am thankful that between Lifeology and MESC and with help of Praveen and guidance of Vishwajit sir, we shall be very soon launching something called as MeCAT Junior in the schooling system. And this is one big thing which can actually answer that question, do I really fit in? And if I fit in, which opportunities should I look at? So I think, this would be a great thing for these candidates and parents and teachers to evaluate upon. And I want to thank again Vishwajit ji and Praveen for this wonderful support function being there. Once it opens up, I'm sure it'll answer lack of students as to what should they choose in the media and entertainment sector, which can help them grow up the ladder much more quicker and much more faster.
Yeah, Vinod, can we have your comments, please?
So hi, it was nice interacting with students and teachers around it. It was good to have both of them on the same platform. I guess they got an idea about the skills, like the various skills they should possess. It's not just drawing, and then how to look at creativity from a larger perspective, because Ketan ji and Mohit ji also elaborated things like the industry, the demand and the opportunities that. So kids should really pursue their passion. The most important, I would still stick on one word, that's passion. Pursue your passion and get back to us anytime, any support. We'll be happy to help you. Wish you all the best.
And Ketan ji is arguably perhaps one of the most known faces and leading such an organization, which is the pride of everyone. Ketan ji, your comments, please.
I think I'm glad I was here speaking to the future workforce of India, the creative minds and the flag bearers of the future. My closing comment would be this industry, if you have passion, like Vinodji rightly said, you're gonna find your mark. Okay. As we put it, in our industry, there are people who are in front of the camera, then there are people who are behind the camera, and there are people who are behind the people who are behind the camera. Okay. Now, if I put this properly, the front of the camera is all your actors and people who actually share the screen. That's one career option, of course, which is quite renowned. I don't have to emphasize on that. It's visible for everyone to see. But then there are people who are behind the camera. There is the director of photography, then there is the editor, then there's a sound designs, then the background score, then the singers, they are the people who are behind the camera, who who make that content which is in front of the camera look better. Okay. There are fight masters, then there are people who are behind those people who are behind the camera, where it comes the AVGC sector, where you create or complete that film or a show or content in a studio or in a lab, like the visual effects artist, the animation artist, the people who supply the cameras, who operate the cameras, and all these are highly sought career options. Okay. And there is always a shortage of good talent, and there is always a new camera or a new trick or a new way of shooting or new editing software or a new visual effects pipeline. So once the student finds their passion, and if they basically go and pursue that passion, the industry will pay them back. They will give them a stable, fulfilling professional life. That's what I have to all say.
Thank you, Kedensi, and thank you for everyone who is joining across multiple and various platforms. Thank you, everyone, and we are moving to the next session.
Thank you so much, guys. Bye.
Thank you so much, all of you, for joining us. It was
Thank you, everyone. And Ketan sir, you really made me buy back the idea of getting trained in the industry again. So thank you for that. Thank you, everyone. Take
Bye.
care.
I'll talk to you. Bye.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Rahul Ishwar, for moderating the session. All right. So we've been talking about some interesting, I think this is what we call brewing some interesting conversations. I think we had 4 gentlemen talk about their own experiences and clarified a lot of our questions, right? And so, my God, we are reaching the final few hours of the National Guidance Festival. We began with a bang, and there we are. It's just when we back our eyelids, we're all there, and we're just about to close this event. But before that, what were we talking about? We were talking about, eventually it's about career, but at the end of the day, it's all about our future, right? What is the future like? It's all about making you future ready, right? But to be ready, you need to know what the future is. So we've given you a complete idea about how to choose a career, the 21st century skills, global careers, about media, about humanities, about commerce, life science, biology, science, technology. We've covered whatever we could in these 6 days, considering that 5 of them were working days, right? So we did our best on that. But now we have a session that focuses on exactly what the future looks like in terms of career, in terms of jobs, in terms of the market. What future are we looking at, and what future is staring at our face, right? Now, that is what we're going to talk about today. And for that, I'd like to invite, of course, 2 backbones of this entire program, backbones of their own organizations. Of course, we have Dr. Biswajit Saha, Director, CBSE, Skill Development and Training. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. And along with you, I'd like to invite Praveen Parmeshwar, CEO and founder of Lifeology Foundation. So this is going to be a discussion between Lifeology Foundation and CBSE on how the future looks like and what does the future look like for our children. And this is probably a session that will give you a wrap-up of all that has happened and what's in store for you in future. Over to you, Dr. Biswajit Saha and Praveen Parmeshwar.
Thank you very much, Diba. Thank you very much. So for the last 6 days, Monday to today, so we have been listening on multiple sessions on the future, career, skill development, emotional well-being, on different aspects we have been discussing. And now we are getting into one of the final sessions of the day, or the entire session, the future, because we are ending the entire program with a fantastic session, the future. And to talk about the future, we have the person behind this entire event, the man who conceptualized, envisaged it, designed it, and who, played a very instrumental role in implementing this entire stuff pan-India. So being the first ever National Guidance Conclave happening in India, it was in need of a lot of preparation, a lot of planning, a lot of executional efficiency. So the man behind all this thing has been is Dr. Bishwajit Saha, Director of Skill Education, Central Board of Secondary Education. So he has been instrumental in developing the skill policies, developing the skill education activators for CBSE. That means for Pan India, for all the schools. We have Dr. Bishwajit Saha joining with us. Along with him, so we have his team also. We have Dr. B.N. Singh, Deputy Secretary CBSE. We have Niti ma'am also joining, Deputy Secretary CBSE, Sahasa's team. We will start with Sahasa's address, and Dr. Bishwajit Saha will talk to us about the future. And before getting into the speech, I would like to play a music for all of you. Let me share my screen and play the music. And that's the music for everybody who is watching us through multiple dedicated platforms, and people who are watching us from schools and through YouTube, through Vimeo and all. Dr. Saha will tell you why the music and how to move forward. Saha sir, over to you.
Yeah, 1 second. Good evening and good afternoon to everyone. हम लोगों का साथ जोड़ने के लिए and especially पूरा एक हफ्ता के लिए. So of course it is I believe raining outside entire India, चाहे वो कन्याकुमारी हो या चाहे कश्मीर हो, हर जगह पे बरसात हो रहा है. बट साथ में कैरियर गाइडेंस का जो बूंद सबको मिल रहा है, I think that is all about as a team CBSE and team Lifeology try to carry out. And let me thanks all the panelists who came from different part of the globe, different time zone से आके हम सब लोगों का साथ जोड़ के एक positive interactions platform तैयार किया है. So first of all, thanks to Lifeology for organizing with us such a wonderful concept. Now, coming back to the music, what Parveen has just now played, how many of you really listened earlier, or this is for the first time along with the rain, you enjoy this music? I would like to see some chat box before I come to share my screen, or other, I think Parveen, help me.
I'm trying, I'm going through the chat box.
Huh?
I am going through the chat box. It says about I didn't, I have somewhere, I have somewhere heard, somewhere, good evening, sir, good evening, sir, good evening, sir, good evening, sir. I had seen it somewhere else, don't remember. So these kind of chat is going on continuously on multiple platforms. So mostly they have not listened to this music ever so far. And somebody says it is from an old Beatles song.
Okay. So, Parveen, you just help me. I think I'm facing some issue with my screen sharing as you are here with me. So I can request you to share the PPT.
Sure.
So sure. Meanwhile, let me tell. So I think just after the session of ABGC sectors, Mohit, Chetan, Binod, I think it is, I thought, let me play this music. Of course, somewhere they try to put this agenda with you all, but ultimately this particular music is actually the outcomes of AI Algo. ये किसी ने नहीं बनाया है और ह्यूमन ने ही बनाया है, लेकिन with the support of machine.
The screen is on, sir.
Yes. So, किसी ने बनाया नहीं, but machine ने बनाया है, and that too also taking inputs from a different expert system. So that could be the future scenario of a music industry. So what about the creativity? So creativity definitely need to be infused with respect to the creator, or especially for the algorithm writer. Next, please. So now I would like to see this particular picture. So I would actually like to request all the student and parent participant, फिर से आप थोड़ा देर के लिए एक्टिव हो जाइए अपना चैट बॉक्स में, क्योंकि ये मोनोलॉग नहीं चलेगा. So again, I am coming back to these pictures. कैसे बना है? Parveen, again, I would like to see.
And now, yeah, I'm just going through that. Now somebody's saying it may be because of AI. It may be because of AI. It may be because of automated, because you already said in the first slide. So I don't know. So it may be technology. Those kind of messages are coming up, sir.
Yes, you are absolutely right. It is a continuation of one way again. By your creative mind, you can visualize any kind of image. Next picture again. I think this is some the earlier one is somewhat related to the children's choice, some cartoon or some things of their imaginations. But what about these special faces?
All are white. One answer is all are white. One answer is all are smiling.
Okay.
No Indians, no Indians, no Indians.
Okay.
All white skinned people.
तो इंडियन भी बना सकते हैं.
That's
इसी
what
काम
the
के लिए
answer.
इसी काम के लिए इस faces को दिखा रहा हूँ हम. So now it is your job to create Indian image. Now, if you look into the entire fashion industry, the modeling or advertisement industry, क्या होता है? Real model
saying all the people are having hair.
Yes.
Sandy is saying everybody have hair.
Fine. So they like to see somewhat like you.
Yeah, like me.
Okay. So there is a special site, and that site is the human does not exist. उस साइट में जाके अभी just look into this. So entire modeling for modeling industry, or even the video message or audio message or image, जो हम लोग हर दिन लाखों इमेज यूज करते हैं through our social media platform, be it WhatsApp, Insta or Facebook or whatever, जो भी आप लोग नया प्लेटफॉर्म यूज कर रहे हो, वहां पे भी there are lot of ad campaigning is happening. तो उस जगह पे भी आपको इमेज चाहिए, और किसी ओरिजिनल व्यक्ति का अगर आप इमेज यूज करोगे उसका कॉपीराइट है, हालांकि इसके भी कॉपीराइट है. So if as a student you are creating some image which some organizations like to buy from you and use for their advertisement, I think at that point of time they are going to pay you the royalty. So भी एक future career options होने जा रहा है, और rather already हो चुका है. So problem is इस pictures में, इस pages में एक भी Indian आपको नहीं लग रहा है, but there is a high possibility to create such faces with your innovations. Next, please. आप देख लीजिए.
It's on screen, sir. I think the slide is on.
Yeah, slide is on. I am just trying to take inputs from the student for my every slide.
Yeah, I think they're coming up like it's a nice house, small house.
अच्छा,
And
दूसरा भी दिखा दो. दूसरा हाउस भी दिखा दो। नेक्स्ट, और एक स्लाइड है।
One house.
ओके, सो ये IIT मद्रास का एक इंक्यूबेटर ने 3D प्रिंटर का द्वारा इस हाउस को बनाया है। आप अगर
Somebody is saying this house is also AI generated, that is AI algorithm generated.
Not exactly. So any civil engineer or any architect can design this, but ultimately it is the outcomes of your 3D printing. So future of your technician, even for that matter, mason and carpenter, they need to understand this technology effect. And if they can really accept this, then only they can co-work as a part of the team with the machine. So as I have mentioned, it is the 3D printing technology by which has been incubated at IIT Madras, and entire construction industry, if you look into these days, if we look into NSDC's data, Skill Ministry's data, NSOS's data, भारत देश में कितना construction worker to engineering professional जरूरत है, and that too also in addition to that, if we look into that FIFA World Cup or any big Commonwealth Games, उस time में भी the host country जहाँ पे भी होता है, in all locations, the massive constructions works usually happen. Supply chains कहाँ से आता है? Supply chains का एक major component is, especially the human resource, are being supplied from India and Asian region. So that's why I'm categorically mentioning that starting from mason to carpenter to a senior architect, सारे professionals line के लिए in future this technology incubations is very much essential. Next slide, please. कुछ जाना पहचाना लोगों का तस्वीर दिखा रहा है.
Seeing it's a Google man, the Google founder, Amazon founder, Amazon founder, Amazon founder, Google founder, Amazon founder. So I think they are recognizing the first two people, Amazon and Google.
सबको मालूम है.
Yeah.
Huh? But is there any common other than the face?
They are innovative, created something big. Thank you very much for giving this information. Okay, innovative, and they created something. They are coming from the same field, all related to technology, same field. They are Americans. They all are related to technology. So the common answer is like they are into AI, they are into technology, they are American, okay. And this is the common answer, AI. Yeah.
अभी आपको क्या करना है? As a student, आपको क्या करना है? और भी कुछ similar kind of faces are there who are essentially the school dropouts, college dropouts, or at the same time with their entrepreneurial ability, they are able to manage the globe along with their idea, और उस idea का साथ सारे लोग जोड़ रहा है. So my humble request to all the parents, how can we allow your children to nourish their capability, their creativity, and of course the thin line which we all are stressing upon, that how to embrace the technology. Next. Okay, please read it. कितने लोगों को मालूम था ये कॉमनलिटी?
No,
Yes
no,
or
no, 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 no from all the platforms.
no from all the
Common
platforms?
no from all the platforms. Somebody saying space science, they were a no, and they knew about space science investment, but this
They have definitely invested huge on the space along with Elon Musk. But regarding this Larry and Ellison, I think that commonality would be missing. So ultimately, and of course, Microsoft founder also that way invested too much on life science industry, especially towards vaccinations and other new technology. So at this stage, actually, if we look into our ancient epic to modern technology, I think there is a specific requirement, and every human in their lifetime, they are trying to prevent the aging and the last component, of course, the death. सबका एक तमन्ना रहता है, कुछ लोग बोलते हैं ओपनली और कुछ लोग छुपा के एक सपना की तरह पोषण करते हैं. तो अभी आपको क्या करना है? That decisions, both parents and students together, along with the ecosystems, that is your school principal, teacher, सबका साथ मिलके अगर एक decisions ले सकते हैं, I think that would be a positive effort from your side. Next. Yeah. So this is another special thing. So one is Westlaw Edge solutions. Then this is the base level coding, DeepMind's AlphaCode, and Dexter. So यहाँ पे अगर तीनों चीज को आप देखेंगे, there are 2-3 components I would like to tell you. Those who are actually intending to do future computer science curricula, especially whether at the UG level or PG level, so आपका analytical capability is more important than that of your ability to write the program. Because if you are able to manage your algorithm, then the machine and system is going to write code for you. So ये जो 1000 line or it could be more than 5000 line of coding और उसको debug check करना, that is no longer would be a reality. So you are supposed to share the concept. You are supposed to share the pattern through which you are desiring certain outcomes. बाकी काम machine को करना है. Coming back to this Westlaw Edge, इसमें आपको अभी whether इस forum में ऐसे बोलना उचित नहीं होगा, but if you look into the Supreme Court's lawyer, this presence in the court for a particular case for 5 minutes, they are charging not less than 5 lakhs to 10 lakhs. लेकिन इसके लिए is there any homework? Answer is yes. So before presenting, I think maybe 5 or 6 of his or her juniors are working day and night to prepare a similarly situated case history. And what could be the possible decisions which was been given by a judge of any other courts. So considering this multiple scenario, those juniors effort ultimately in a synchronous manner, the senior advocate present before the court. ये जो काम है बहुत time consuming, accuracy, and ultimately generating a pattern. Again, coming back to these machine interventions, आज का तारीख में this is a reality. Of course, the subscriptions for the lawyer is quite taxing, but if more and more use case would be there and more lawyer are going to use the site, then definitely the pricings would be minimal and the time with accuracy, I think the lot of dividend would be there, both for the lawyer and of course the party. So मैं जो बोलना चाह रहा हूँ इस फोरम का द्वारा, मतलब including the legal industry, including the healthcare industry, there are lot of potential services which we can take up through the machine interventions. Next, please. So coming back to this scenario, the 47% of the career as today will go through massive changes in its nature and in different form altogether. And mera khayal se for last 5 days, we are trying to listen and consume from all the speaker, somewhere try to hint this. आज भी मैं सुन रहा था, तो ये जो परंपरागत एक ट्रेडिशनल कैरियर अप्रोच का साथ जो हम लोग बड़े हुए हैं, in future the tendency of decisions making is actually going to change, and that's why through these kind of career guidance festivals we are trying to make aware the parents, so don't decide based on your own pattern and experience, rather a futuristic thought process need to be induced along with your experience, so that the machine-based algo can give a positive outcome. That predicted outscore is actually you can visualize in reality. Next. So this is, I think, somewhere in our last session also we got some hint. So in the recent film fair, not in India, in Cannes, AI won an art contest, and the title itself quite furious. So उस इंडस्ट्री का लोग किसी ना किसी तरह खफा है. The problem क्या है? Because when the creativity of the individuals to be judged, when that machine comes with its own pattern and take away the prize, it is of course a natural consequence. Now my question is, are you ready? I expect some comment. Next.
Of course. Are you all ready? Yes, sir. There are comments coming. Yes.
Yes. All
Similarly, in CBSE systems, especially in grade 11 and 12, most of the parents are actually attached, very much attached with PCM and PCB when children are at grade 8 or 9th level. But maybe their patterns sometimes change with the other subject combinations. But some of them try to retain with this pattern. Now, my question is, if someone is aiming to pursue medicine, now that ultimate decisions taking capability of a doctor, क्या करते हैं? Doctor patient का साथ कुछ 8-10 सवाल करते हैं, और उसी पैटर्न का साथ correlations के लिए they usually prescribe some test, whether it is related to the blood or related to some radiological test process. And after correlating all this finding, they prescribe some medicine. Now this is, if this kind of strong use case of an individual human being are recorded, and I think with a simple 3-stage algorithm, the activity which are supposed to be carried out by a professional doctor can be done by the machine. But of course, because it is not a matter of AI-based film, it is a human life. So definitely someone, a professional doctor, after this kind of finding, should authenticate that finding. So the scarcity of professional doctor, which country like India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, especially almost China, almost all Asian countries are facing this problem. I think with machine interventions, some way we can mitigate this problem. And then, along with a professional doctor, you need, as Mr. Ketan has rightly mentioned, some people are working in front, some people are behind the screen, and behind them also some other people are working. So, is तरह से, even in the medical industry, even in the healthcare industry, there are a lot of professionals requirement besides a professional doctor. एक डॉक्टर का साथ maybe another 10-12 लोग इकट्ठा टीम बन के पूरा एक कम्युनिटी को इकट्ठा सर्व कर सकता है. Next. So with this intervention, what should be the new approach? Praveen, you can just stop me at any point of time, because we know we are also supposed to come to the closing
no problem, sir. I think
session. I'll take another 2 to 3 minutes. Huh?
That's fine, sir. That's fine. Yeah.
So what should be the new approach? So this be thorough on fundamentals. Whatever may be the career you are going to choose, but basic competency of your learning, if it is a reality-based learning, I think your fundamentals would be more strong and you will be a more capable person than you are today. Next. Skill yourself. Skill का यहाँ पे मतलब हो रहा है, besides your academic activities, academic key potentials learning, how you can really ready yourself for day-to-day help at your home, especially to your mom, especially to your father, and other household activities. उसका साथ भी आपका real life skills learning है. And besides these, a potential key professional skill you are supposed to learn. And I know many of the children are these days are very, very enthusiastic and capable. साथ साथ बहुत कुछ इकट्ठा कर लेते हैं. तो ये चाहे AI हो, robotics हो, या wellness, beauty industries का साथ योगा हो, या डिजाइन एक्टिविटीज हो, या टूरिज्म, किसी को ब्लॉग में अपने आप को डेली कमेंट करना है. सो ऑल दोस प्लेथोरा ऑफ opportunities of skilling and reskilling opportunities are very much available, जो हो सकते हैं आज से 15 साल 20 साल पहले उस तरह से उपलब्ध नहीं था. But besides this metro and urban pockets, something through blended mode are also available in the remote part of our country. And that's why we are truly trying to promote the hybrid learning. Next. Connect with the industry. हम लोग हमेशा से बोल रहे स्कूल को, कॉलेज को, यूनिवर्सिटी को, how you can connect with the industry. इसलिए the career guidance, project-based learning approach through internships. On other day, 2 weeks back, we announced that project-based learning with ARM. The regular activities CBSE is carrying out with Intel, IBM, Microsoft, all big companies, Meta. So with them, with one way we are trying to promote that internship, project-based learning. Besides this, we are also trying to promote SDG-based internship, so that आपको अपने अर्थ के बारे में, especially with global warming and other situations, I think this is the right time to connect with all industry. And that too also in this new approach, agar if it is your house and school distance is within this 500 meters, you are also supposed to come by walk or bicycles, please don't ask your father or mother or your driver to drop you to the school. तो ये जो एक अप्रोच, नया अप्रोच में सिर्फ इंडस्ट्री का साथ जोड़ने का एक अनुभव नहीं है, इसका साथ साथ अपने आप को भी बदलना पड़ेगा. You have to look into that per day electricity consumptions, how water consumption, sustainability. Theoretically कुछ बात करने से नहीं होगा, इसको डे टू डे लाइफ में आपको अपनाना पड़ेगा. Then only you are eligible to connect with the industry. So with this, next please. With this, my fourth point is develop holistically. Entire new education policy is actually trying to promote the holistic educations, the life skills, emotional intelligence, 21st century skills, equity, inclusiveness. So आपको अलग नहीं रहना है. इस न्यू अप्रोच में आपको खुद को बदलना है, और उस बदलते रेस में आप एक देश का इकोनॉमिक का साथ आपका रोल क्या होगा, देश का सेफ्टी इश्यूज में what is your contributions. So all these parameter is ultimately going to help you develop holistically, but you have to accept this. My last point, next, which is all about these presentations, plan for the future. It becomes extremely important to develop a plan for the career domain to go for, skills to develop, and the emphasis, the importance of the guidance, and which we are trying to focus upon through this NGF. So my dear parents, teacher, and all educationists, field professional, my humble request to all of you, let us come together, let us embrace the change, and also help all the students as a gardener parent, so that besides blooming the flower, let us give a new fragrance to the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. I think, sir, to ask you a couple of questions. So there are a couple of students also joining us from different schools. So I'm just inviting them before we get into the validatory session. I invite them for asking the questions, and I request them to make it very, very short, so that, like, we can keep everything within the time. So we have, let me invite Anandita. Anandita, you can unmute, you can open your cam, you can introduce yourself and keep your question very, very short. Yeah, Anandita.
Good evening, sir. I'm Anandita from class 9 in Kama Government High School.
Anandita, I think there is some connectivity issues.
In terms of career, in terms of studies, or in terms of anything, how can one know that they are traveling in the correct path, sir?
Okay. So every day you have to ask one question, because I partially understood your question, because in between we lost. So what is your passion?
Sir, to be an IITian.
First of all, you just try to focus on your hobby. And if your hobby is correlated with your career pathway, that means the pattern matching. And this can be checked by yourself every day, every week, every month, and ultimately that will filter upon your choice and ultimately help you to reach to your target, which today maybe you are not ready, you are dreaming. But that dream should have a specific focus point, and that focus point through an experience, something from the school, from your peers, something from your teacher, something from your experienced parents, something from your neighbor, guardians from the neighborhood, something from the relatives' kids. So this learning pattern will actually strengthen your decision, and you can cross-check every day.
Got it.
Am I able to answer your query?
Okay, sir.
Anandita, you are from which school? I think we missed that point, your introduction.
Karmal Convent High School, CBSE, Manchiral, Telangana, sir.
Telangana.
Good, good.
Okay.
All the best.
Right.
Better.
We go to Shachi. Shachi Singh.
Good evening, sir. I'm Sati Singh and I'm from St. Francis School, Boisar, Maharashtra. And my question is about AI only. So Elon Musk said that AI is far more dangerous than nukes. And still the most successful jobs are now available in AI, and this field is growing like it is very vast and it's growing every day. So according to you, are we going towards development or destruction? What's our future going to be?
Development or
Destruction, sir.
okay, fine. So here comes a very interesting questions, Shachi, you have flagged. So for any machine to do anything, who is writing the algorithm? Number one, human being. Okay. Now a day may comes when machine can also dictate and write its own algorithm. Now question is, the ethical issues need to be governed by an individual human being or collective society. So that role we may not hand over to the machine. Then there is a potential possibility of the term you used called destruction. Suppose now the very hot topic is Russia-Ukraine war. Who is fighting on the field? Human soldiers.
Human.
But we came to know earlier that drone base attacked Iran versus some other country.
Yes.
So these things are true examples of the destructions you are highlighting. So ethics is a very important issue. The machine-led governance need a strong protocols of ethics, which literally the global government, UN body, should come forward and write the protocol, strict protocol.
Yes.
Then only those destructions we can resist. Otherwise, there is a possibility. And that's why in every forum I try to request, we are analog. Digital advantages are there, but analog should govern the digital technology. The analog machine, human, should not become a digital technology altogether. The transformation is good, but not the conversion.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful answer, sir. We have Unnati with us. Unnati, you can introduce and ask the question.
Yes, sir. So myself Unnati from Motilal Nehru Public School, Jamshedpur. And my question to you, sir, mostly all the educators, the counselors, everybody, when they have a skill of this career planning, they need some time. So how can we expect our student to have a successful career in the limited time? How can we choose it nicely?
I think, Unnati, your question is somewhat similar to our first questions raised from Telangana. So my answer is again the same. The career planning, it is not that something you are deciding today, and that career you are going to carry out for life. Answer is always no. Many professionals we know, and even your parents know, that the switchover category means today somebody is working as a chartered accountant, and I met him 1 month back. He is working as a senior professional in media industries. Completely diagonally opposite career. So that's why I always try to give a thrust on the passion, what actually you are aiming for, and accordingly choose, discuss with many people, discuss with n number of people, but decision you have to take along with your parents.
Okay, sir.
So we have the last question, and the last question will be from Dhanshika. Dhanshika, you can unmute, open the cam, and ask the question.
Good evening, sir. Myself, I'm Dhanshika of class 9. I'm from SBOA Public School, Kochi. My question to you is, sir, what's the hardest lesson that you have ever had to face learn in life? And I have two questions. The second part of my question is, have you ever given up on a dream? If yes, then what was it?
Okay. So this is, of course, a touchy question. And this is again related to career. As an individual, first of all, when I completed my diploma engineering, there was a roadblock. The lateral entry to the engineering on those days was not so easy. So there was a point when it literally hit back on my decisions to pursue that diploma engineering, or this is the end of my career. So certainly for 2 to 3 months, there was a thought process that what next? So, but with the blessings of Almighty, I got the seats in the Government Engineering College as a lateral entrant. So this is one part of the journey. And in professional career, I love teaching, and after certain time spending some time in industry and other government bodies, I joined Government Engineering College to teach. But after 10 years of teachings, I came back to CBSE. So that unfulfillment desire to make or complete that journey till my last working day. So that is, you can say it is unfulfilled. So only 10 years I worked, but I thought while joining that particular career, I thought I will retire with that career. So that's why I mentioned in Sachi's questions that the switchover categories are more, and I am also before you as a switchover category.
Sure. So thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dhanshika, for your wonderful question, and Sagar sir for a touching answer. So I think we will move to the end of the session, and the next is the validatory session. And I would like you to give a concluding remarks for the entire session so that we can wrap it up and move to the next session. A concluding remarks on your side for this session.
मेरा साइड से कोई concluding remarks नहीं है, because बच्चे लोग जो question पूछा है, all their questions are actually the concluding remarks. All the best.
Okay, sir.
I am proud of you all.
Thank you very much. So we are moving forward. I think we are moving to the validatory session now. So for the last around, let me set the stage for that. So for the last around 6 days, starting from Monday, inaugurated by Nidhi Chopra ma'am, the chairperson to CBSE, followed by the address by the Secretary Skill Education and Skill and Entrepreneurship. So starting from there, we had quite a wonderful journey till today. We had multiple sessions. Let me just give you a snapshot of what happened over the last 6 days, including today. So on the first day, we discussed on how to plan for a great career in future, how to plan for a great career, a successful career. Then there was a question, what is success? Day 2, we had a discussion on what success is by Chetan Bhagat. So we discussed on career and success. Then everybody want to be successful in career in a global scenario, right? So we had a discussion with Dr. Murli from the United Nations, who is the director of G20, on how to plan for a global career. And then the question comes, so when you plan for a global career, what skills are required? We had a discussion on 21st century skills. We're having people from Google, we were having people from the UA at UNICEF and Dr. Sajeev. So talking about 21st century skills and how to develop the same. And then what is the most important 21st century skills? We had listened to Dr. Chintan from Atal Innovation Mission talking about innovation. For 21st century, it is super important to be innovative in nature. Then Dr. Ajay Kumar was talking about how to build up relationship. So we talk about career, success in global career, 21st century skills, innovation. Then all these things come from the mind, right? So we had to discuss about for the future, what sort of a mindset is required. We listened to some of the awesome speakers. We listened to the lead from Intel. We listened to the president and CEO of the Enter Times Group talking about how exactly they are developing the right mindset for future and how to tune perfectly well for the future. And then arrive yesterday. Very practical, pragmatic step. So after discussing on career, success, global career, 21st century skills, the right mindset, now what should be the next step to move forward? The next step is creating a portfolio for yourself, right? Because the life is about creating your own story. So at the end of the life, when we look back, our story should be readable. Our story should be good for other people to listen to. Correct? So how exactly we can, because the portfolio is not something which we create only to get an admission to a university or to get into a job, but the portfolio is in fact the creation of our own life story. So we listen to Lana, the Harvard alumnus, talking about the Team Lifeology Foundation, talking about how exactly you can prepare the right portfolio. Then after the portfolio, you need to apply for the global scholarships, right? So we people from India should be able to fetch any top global scholarship in the world. So Vandana was talking to you about how to apply for the scholarship. Then we had to have, so all these were mass sessions. That means sessions which are applicable for all the people, every people, common to all. Then we really wanted to have very, very specific sessions for your area of interest. So today's session were not mass sessions, but sessions which were so, perfectly tuned for people who are, for your interest. We are having sessions for people who are interested in humanities and liberal arts. We're having, the people like the Global Career Counselor, and also like, from the IIT Madras Humanities Department, people were addressing you about humanities and liberal arts. And then we had session on technology and science and technology, careers in science and technology, careers in life science and biology. So careers in media and entertainment. So we were having sessions on careers in space science by Dr. Jennifer Weissman from NASA. So we were having specific interaction on certain careers. And as a culmination of all, so we just listened to Dr. Bishwajit Saha talking about the future, so that why exactly we discussed all these points across the last 6 days and what is going to be the future. That's what Dr. Bishwajit Saha was talking about. And now, so this is where we were having the Enter program. And we got around 216,000 registrations from more than around 20,000 schools for this program. And for each day, the program was attended live by an average of more than 30,000 people live, and the rest of the people, the recordings. And we answered more than 10,000 questions over chat, because on chat, we were answering the questions on chat, on call, on email, on live. We answered more than 10,000 questions. And most importantly, we got some amazing students from almost every state of India representing, and other countries also asking questions directly to the panelists. So this is how the entire session was go on. And I'm so happy to say that all the sessions started on time, and most of the sessions ended at the right time. And no technical glitches we experienced and no problems or compliance we faced till now. And we are starting the validatory session also at sharp 5 p.m. So we are getting into the validatory session now. So let me welcome, I think we have some amazing personalities with us to talk to you. Like, because currently we are having the almost entire CBSE family is with us. So we are having Dr. Bishwajit Saha, Dr. Emmanuel, Dr. Joseph Emmanuel, Niti Shankar Sharma, the Deputy Secretary. We have BN Singh, sir, BN Singh, the Deputy Secretary to CBSE. Sir was, on a very casual note, the out of thanks will surely follows. But since the day we confirmed the program, I know we have been, troubling him too much. Like he was organizing the program. So I was multiple calls, multiple messages, multiple mails to get multiple things from him. So all the help at any point of time we asked, it was there. He was there to support for the entire coordination of the program. A big thanks to sir, of course. So he is also there. And Dr. BN Singh, Deputy Secretary, Skill Education, CBSE. So we are moving to the validatory session. So I do welcome. So for the validatory session, let me start. Okay, let me start with the formal agenda for the validatory session. I do welcome Srimati Sweetie Chanchan IAS, Additional Secretary, Institutions, Department of School Education and Literacy, to do the validatory address to the validatory session. And after the validatory address, we'll go for the special address by Dr. Joseph Emmanuel, Director Academics, CBSE. Dr. Joseph Emmanuel was formerly working very closely with various regions in CBSE and also instrumental in implementing the entrance examinations as an officer on special duty. And he was very instrumental in keeping the academic curriculum and academic activities in CBSE intact and futuristic in nature. And that will be followed by a quick special address by Dr. Bishwajit Saha, Director, Skill Education, and we will go for the out of thanks after that. And I believe Dr. Sweetie Chanchan is with us, and we will go for Madam's validatory address.
We are still waiting for her. Meanwhile, you can go with the special address by Dr. Joseph, and let me cross check with her.
Sure, sir. Thank you very much. I think I do invite Dr. Joseph Emmanuel, Director Academics for CBSE, who was, as I mentioned before, playing a great role in keeping the academics proper, futuristic, updated, and very much interacting and engaging for students. And Dr. Joseph Emmanuel will be talking to you as a special address on this National Guidance Festival validatory session event. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Praveen. Good evening to all of you, dear friends. Dr. Bishwajit Saha, Director, Skill Education and Training, Mr. Praveen Parameshwar, Mr. Rahul Nair, Dr. BN Singh, Ms. Niti Sharma, and all the esteemed dignitaries present on this platform, and dear students. It has been a celebration for a week. I was listening to Praveen's talk. He was concluding what has happened over a week on this platform in guiding, motivating, and molding the students to take up the new challenges in their life. It's very important. So learning is lifelong. Learning is ever-ending, and it is always helping the learner to be active in life. So while you are learning in school, it's also very important to develop various life skills and values. And life skills, values, coupled with your achievement in the cognitive areas, that will help you to be successful in life. So this was the lesson you have been hearing over the last 1 week. Different experts from different areas interacted with you, guided you, spoken to you. You have also asked so many questions, and it should become part of your routine journey now. Ask questions and find answer, and try to introspect all the time what is helping you to find happiness in life, and what is more interesting to you, and what makes you more workaholic, when you do some activity, what makes you more happy, more workaholic, and motivates you to do again and again. So that is a very, very short method of finding your interest and aptitude in a particular area. So various experts from different areas of life, they have interacted with you, they have guided you, and your teachers are also guiding you, and ask questions about career, life, and your path ahead, and find answer to your questions. That will help you to find the most appropriate career in your life. There are a number of opportunities, and open your eyes and see what is happening around the world. That will help you to find the best career options. Don't go by what your friends doing, your relatives doing, or whatever you are reading on paper. All those things are there, but still make that analysis from your end. What is best to you? What will give you more happiness? What will make you more interested in doing the work again and again? That is the best way to identify your passion for work. So listen as much as possible, take help and guidance from all the experts, but ultimately the choice is yours. Suppose if you make a wrong choice, don't worry. Course correction is possible. You must have listened to a number of experts. They must have changed their career. So always course correction is also possible, but go with an open mind. For every decision, there is some sort of cost involved. So while making decision, as much as possible, as much as practicable, go for the perfect decision, so that you will be saved from many course corrections. So try to find the best opportunity for you, and try to understand your interest very deeply. At the school days, you must be finding everything interesting to you. When you see a successful legal officer, you would be wanting to become a legal officer. When you find somebody successful in academics, you want to be following the academician's footsteps. If you if you see a successful entrepreneur, you want to be an entrepreneur. All those things are there. So you find your own way. You analyze, understand nitty-gritty of each profession and each area. And also, it is very important to understand what is the future of career, because the industry 4.0, education 4.0 is also a big opportunity before you. Understand what are the most important careers in the years to come, in the days to come. What are the career that gives more opportunity to a learner? Also, what you need to do to become an entrepreneur. What is best for you? How to make happiness, how to find happiness in life, and how to make others happy in life. How to be a good contributor when you become an adult. So all important aspects you need to introspect and find answers to those questions. So it's very important to get guidance at the right time. So Lifeology, CBSE, my colleague Dr. Saha, and the entire team, they worked very, very hard to bring this guidance program, guidance festival for you. And it's a very remarkable and very innovative step on the side of the CBSE that this career guidance festival has been organized for our youngsters at a time when career choice is very crucial and very important. So make use of this opportunity and keep watching what is happening around you. What are the best possible options for you? What gives you happiness? And try to understand what are the possible changes that will be happening in the coming decades or in the years to come. So altogether, open your eyes, see what is happening around you, what is happening around the world, and try to become a global citizen with a proper value system, proper understanding of the global scenario, proper understanding of the national scenario. Then make use of the best potential opportunity to choose your career path. So it's a wonderful opportunity. make use of it. And I congratulate my colleague, Dr. Saha, and his entire team, and the partner organization Lifeology and their team for bringing this innovative mission for the CBSE's children as well as the children of this country. And in the days to come, I hope that more and more such events and programs will be organized for our children so that they will be guided, they will be supported, they will be motivated to choose the right career path in their life. So let us work together, let us dream together, let us achieve together. With these words, I remain. Thank you so much. Best wishes to all the participants and all the organizers of this program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. What an insightful, fabulous, and precise and comprehensive address. Thank you very much. We move to the validatory session, validatory talk, and Madam has joined us. So we are joined by Madam Sweetie Chanchan, IAS, Additional Secretary Institutions, Department of School Education and Literacy, Ministry of Education. A thought leader, a visionary in administration, and a person who is having immense skills and making a lot of changes in education scenario in area. Madam will be addressing the entire gathering of CBSE National Guidance Festival. Madam, over to you. We are looking forward to listen to you.
Thank you very much. A very good evening to all of you. Very rainy evening here in Delhi, and I was just transiting from one program to another. But I'm really thrilled to be joining you all in this National Guidance Festival. So first of all, to the organizers, CBSE, Dr. Vishwajit Saha and Joseph Emmanuel, and then the entire team at CBSE and at Lifeology, who has come together to organize this one-of-a-kind National Guidance Festival here for all the CBSE family and for all students and parents all across the country. My compliments to you in the first place. I have been apprised of the purpose, the objective of this National Guidance Festival. We are all in the education sector. Now, a lot of parents and students are also listening in, I'm sure, this evening. I'm told that we've had tremendous response in this week-long festival that we've had. And a number of very different kind of approach and different topics have been addressed. We've had talks and participations by leaders from different fields, very unique approaches. And it is something which I'm sure every participant would have found very useful. Room for getting educated, all of us, in schools right through these years. Now, so far it was 10+2. Now, in the new under the new policy, we would be having a different structure of 5+3 + 3+4. Yes, we all end up completing schooling and then go for higher education. But all this education, what is it for? What is the purpose? What's the objective? Of course, one is to gain knowledge. One just doesn't study just to pass an exam, but it is also something which gives us a lifelong knowledge and wisdom. But very importantly, it is to have a career, to have a profession by which one can support oneself and one can give back to society. So career guidance is something which is all pervasive, actually so important, and it should go hand in hand with basic education. That's why it is so wonderful that CBSE and Lifeology have thought of this. We have career guidance counseling to some extent in in some schools which are more forward thinking, and in now and then in certain kind of fora we have career guidance, but not in an institutionalized way. So one thing hope that a program like this would make us all institutionalize a system of career guidance in the schools. And we may not have a professional career guidance counselor possibly, but our teachers and our school management, our school fraternity, they can definitely be trained up in this, in the whole area of career guidance and counseling, so that children of today can know what is there, what is available for them in different fields. The world is changing. Everything is getting more and more technology driven. Now, global is the term, global and local. Everything is getting merged. The lines are getting more blurred between these. And so also career options are changing. We are at the cusp of very different kind of a revolution where a lot of things would be technology driven in the coming years. Our skill requirements would be different. Even in just within a year, within days and months, technology changes. The way we approach certain things change. And so also our students will have to be guided by those skill sets which are required in the future. I'm sure that you all have talked about what are the kind of jobs which would be coming up in the future, what kind of skills that we have, and what are the areas we would need to introduce. CBSE, I'm proud to say, had introduced as one of the first boards in maybe the whole world which introduced artificial intelligence as one of the subject options, one of the courses in its examinations. And also coding, for instance, has been introduced as early as class 6. So these are skills which would aid the student in getting more options for a career path, for career development. All said and done, but the human aspect will remain. And I think we got to be also conscious about this. The 21st century skills that we talk about, collaboration, critical thinking, problem solving, communication, leadership, and very importantly, empathy and socio-emotional intelligence. Ever be the career line any student or chooses, or teacher or any elder advisors. I think these are the things which we have to ensure all our children are well equipped with, and they learn these through the years. At the ministry, currently we are working on the national curriculum framework, and these are career guidance, career counseling is one very important aspect of this curriculum framework that we would be looking at. I'm sure that very soon we will be able to take this much further. CBSE is taking the lead in this. That is really highly commendable, and thank Lifeology also for coming in this collaboration in a big way. And I'm very hopeful that students and parents would have benefited greatly from this program. I'm looking forward to having more such programs, and as I said earlier, to have it in an institutionalized way, so that children will be aware of the different options which are there before them, and they can pursue this. They can have job satisfaction, career satisfaction in the lines that they choose, things which are to their liking, things which are as per their aptitude, as per their interest. There are so many openings which are there, which people maybe even our generation, one would have never thought about. So thank you for inviting me to this valedictory session, and really grateful to be part of this session this evening. And I wish everybody who is listening in today, who has joined us, all the very best. And again, I thank the organizers for this program. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. I know it's pouring in Delhi and you are rushing from one meeting to another meeting. In between, you could find time to spend for the National Guidance Festival. Thank you very much for your wise address. And we believe in the coming future very soon, career guidance will be something which is properly institutionalized as you visualize, and each child in India will understand themselves, understand future, and find the right meaningful career forward. So thank you very much, madam, for joining us with your wonderful, wiseful words. Thank you once again. And now we move to the next special address. Dr. Bishwajit Saha, sir, we know that you talked for an hour time regarding the future, but that was a contextual topic specific speech. We would like to address the entire National Guidance Festival attendees, the parents, teachers, students, and everybody. And some of the speakers are also there who was watching the program. Like, you know, your address as a special address to National Guidance Festival. Over to you, sir, for that.
Thank you, Praveen. It is a proud privilege for us to be here in this special session. And of course, this is the last session and valedictory session. And we are privileged to have with us Madam Suchi Tension, who is Additional Secretary with Ministry of Education, Government of India. My colleague, Dr. Joseph Emmanuel, Director Academy. Niti Shankar Sharma, Deputy Secretary, Skill Education, CBSE, Mr. Rahul Nayak and Parveen, you, co-founder of Lifeology, and the entire CBSE Ministry and Lifeology team, and of course, the parents and my dear student who are with us for almost a week. So completing, starting, launching, and then finishing. So altogether, the multiple stages, and all those multiple stages, we learned a lot. And especially, we'd like to thank Lifeology. And again, we'd like to thank the parents community, our school community, who volunteered themselves. And that's why the registrations touch more than 2 lakh. Now, through this kind of web session, okay, in lockdown, we learned 2 terms. One is synchronous learning and another is asynchronous learning. So, मेरा ख्याल से synchronous learning का साथ तो जुड़े रहे बहुत सारे parents and students. But I would urge to all the parents community, all the CBSE family, how this link can be shared, which is readily available in the YouTube, so that uska purna labh both parents, student, teachers, and as a global family we can really take up. Lastly, I think Dr. Joseph and Madam Sweetie has rightly put that valedictory sessions, and also with the blessings of our Secretary, School Education and Literacy, Madam Anita Karwal, how NEP can be reachable to every household of the country. And again, with the active guidance of our chairpersons, Nidhi Chibbar, who visualize that state and center, that gap should be minimized so that whatever benefit the urban kids are getting, the same benefit should reach to every nook and corner of the student of every nook and corner of the country. And that's why we thrust upon, besides using English language, Hindi mein bhi baat karke, so that, or even in future, in other regional language also, we are supposed to organize this kind of workshop, so that national workshop with regional flavor, I think it would be more communicable. मैं आखिरी में एक ही श्लोक बोलना चाहूंगा. चित्त प्रसन्न भुवनं प्रसन्नं, चित्त विषण्ण भुवनं विषण्णं. If the mind is happy, the entire world seems to be happy. If the mind is dependent, the entire world seems to be dependent. Hence, my dear parents, my dear student, let us desire for happiness, strive towards the happiness of the mind first. The career journey, career guidance would be automatically, we can churn out and ultimately a soulful journey, we can really perform in this art. Thank you once again, Lifeology, CBSE, and all the eminent dignitaries, and including the parents who had supported us in this to create this milestone. We are definitely at Dr. Joseph emphasized, we are definitely going to do similar web workshop and also some physical workshop. And beside this, let me also take an opportunity that we are also thinking to do some courses for the parents. So let us wait. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. It's like, it is so, because the India as a country, if we see, the biggest asset we have is the young population. So India is always aging towards becoming an younger nation in the world. And the best way to flourish, we all believe that it is by equipping the youngsters, equipping the children in the country. We have to lead them towards a very meaningful future where they enjoy happiness, financial security, fulfillment, and real purpose in their life. And I firmly believe last 6 days, including today, National Guidance Festival, could add value to the journey of each child in India who attended this program towards a meaningful future where they enjoy financial security, happiness, fulfillment, and purpose in life. So let me say 3 main important things. Number 1, every people who attended the program. So many people asked how exactly you will be able to listen to the recordings. So every people who attended the program and registered for the program, you will be getting an email which is having link to the recordings. You will be able to see the recordings in CBSE's YouTube channel, as well as on the website lifeology.com/NGF, NGF for National Guidance Festival. So for all of you, you will be getting an email with the link which will lead you to the recordings, so you can continuously, because this is kind of a strong, deep, accurate content we created, right? You will be having access to this content throughout, so you will be able to listen to the guidance continuously. So that is number 1. So you will get a mail regarding that. Number 2, the certificate. So the mail will also reach you in a week time, which will tell you how exactly you can download certificate with your name. So you will be getting that email also in a week time, and the mail will also carry the report of the session, which is talking the gist of the entire sessions. You could go across. That's number 2. And number 3. So thank you very much, Dr. Saha, Dr. Joseph Emmanuel, so Niti Shankar ma'am, and RP Singh sir of the Joint Secretary CBSE, who is not here today, but has been with us with all the support and guidance, and Dr. BN Singh for providing us all the guidance to materialize this entire program. And now we move forward to the out of thanks, the address and out of thanks by Niti Shankar Sharma, Deputy Secretary, Skill Education, CBSE. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And first of all, I'll start on with the good evening to Honorable Sweetie Changson ma'am, Additional Secretary, Department of School Education and Literacy, Ministry of Education. Thank you, ma'am, for being here. Respected Dr. Joseph Emmanuel, the Director Academics, and respected Dr. Bishwajit Saha, Director Skill Education. Shri Rahul Nair, of course, the co-founder Lifeology, and above all, Mr. Praveen Parmeshwar, I would also like to thank you and say a good evening, CEO Lifeology. Not to mention the eminent participants, including all the principals, teachers, educators, academicians, parents, and of course, dear students. So good evening to all of you in this valedictory session. At the onset, I think I should also thank our Honorable Anita Karwal ma'am. She's the Secretary, Department of School Education and Literacy, Ministry of Education, and of course, Honorable Atul Kumar Tiwari, Secretary, Skill Education and Entrepreneurship, and our own Chairperson ma'am, Mrs. Nidhi Chibba, who all have been a guiding force behind this amazing 6-day National Guidance Festival. So a really big thank you to all of them. Not to mention Dr. Chintan, who's the MD Atal Innovation Mission, and definitely all the speakers, reputed speakers from Ministry of Education, MSDE, Atal Innovation Mission, and I think I should just name them also because it looks good. They have been a part of all these things. People from Google Education, Intel, NASA, Digital University, NIMS University, National University of Singapore, the United Nations, Yuva at UNICEF, Schindler, IIT Madras, Times Group, various sector skill councils, and many more who address these stakeholders. They all have created an impact that would be instrumental in taking this dialogue forward in the times to come. We are all pretty sure about it. The way they have impacted this particular 6 days of the festival here have really set the ball rolling. This particular National Guidance Festival 2022 by CBSE in association with Lifeology Foundation took off on 19th September, as we all know by now. And during the span of these 6 days, more than, like already Mr. Praveen had mentioned that more than I think a lakh of students, parents, and other stakeholders have participated, making it a humongous success. Again, Mr. Praveen had already said, there have been 30,000 live participants in each of the session. So this is really, really amazing. And more than that, 10,000 questions were answered during this period of time, whether it was through chat, whether it was through mails, or just a pickup or a call. So again, this has really made this conference a really, really endearing one. And we all know that global education and skilling scenario is on a mission to prepare children for the volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. So CBSE, following the principles of National Education Policy 2020, is trying to pioneer this mission with innovation, highly aggressive, but deeply grounded programs. However, the fundamental step of all development is to make people aware and guide them properly. So I think this National Guidance Festival organized with Lifeology Foundation is one such initiative, and there has to be more to it in the times to come, as all the esteemed panelists and all the esteemed speakers have resonated this all through these week of the deliberations. Before I say a final adieu to this event, my sincere thanks to the team Lifeology, led by Mr. Rahul Nair, and the enthusiasm of Mr. Rahul, Mr. Praveen, and Deepa. I think I haven't seen her here, but she was there until the last session, has been visible all through these sessions. And we don't feel here, as there was a few inputs that were coming to me from the principals and the other stakeholders, that you don't feel this is the 6th day. You still feel this is your first day and an introductory session, because that's the type of whatever say contagious enthusiasm that is resonating from all the sessions that have been here. Every officer at CBSE, especially from the academic skill education, and of course media and PR section under Director Academics, Director Skill Education, our head media and PR, Mr. Rama Sharma, including, not to mention, R.P. Singh sir, our Joint Secretary, and Dr. B.N. Singh, the Deputy Secretary Skill Education, who need a special mention for being instrumental in making this events successful, I should say. I think one very special thing again, which has been mentioned during this session also, no online event without the technology and the IT team can be imagined in today's time, and a commendable job. Hats off to them. And as you said earlier, Mr. Green, that there has been no technical glitch. So this is like something really, really, really too good to be true. I myself was wondering that, I hope there's no technical glitch when it comes to the electricity going off or internet going off. So again, it's wonderful. In the end, please put your hands together for all the dedicated professionals who might have worked day and night, which are not here, in front of us, or who are the backstage unsung heroes. We normally use that figure for all of them, and the principals and teachers, and yes, parents, for creating the unprecedented enthusiasm among young minds to make them future ready. They need a special mention here of all of us, Lifeology, CBSE, ministries all put in together. And we, from our side, can ensure only one thing: This is just a beginning. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thanks to all of you here. Thank you.
Very much, all of you. Thank you, Sweetie ma'am. A special thanks for continuing throughout the program. Thank you, Joseph Emmanuel sir. Thank you, Saha sir, and the entire CBSE team. We go for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you very much. So all of you, your certificates, links, report, everything will reach you. Thank you very much for all of you. Let's wind up the session. Let's wrap it up. Thank you.